just to kind of say that again, because it's actually really powerful when you think about it. There are massive studies dedicated to different niches and segments of people and the very small, minute things that they enjoy and catches their attention.
Hmm. And it's the strangest stuff. It'll be like this classification of people get this size coffee, but they also like skateboards. It's like, what? Who is doing these studies?
Hell
But
yeah.
stuff like that is out there, and advertisers just they just sop it up
I love it.
because
I love it.
it works and it keeps working. But then I'm like, if there's so many different people in the world, how are they getting sandwiched into these little pegs? But that's, I guess, a result of the advertising also, if that makes sense.
That's the irony. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is the result of advertising, but also we're herd animals. We seek affiliation. We are our group. We're designed for that way. That's why we always seek a pastor for church. Even in the Bible times, the Old Testament talked about how God continually kept trying to allow them to be self-sufficient, but they kept wanting a king. They kept wanting a king. They demanded a king, so God gave them a king, and ultimately that
Right.
gave them captivity. But that's us. We seek to fit into little groups.
And to be led or to lead.
Yes. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I think that's also, that's how we're supposed to be, because we don't have all the information. Someone else has information that we don't. So it's like we're supposed to continue to circulate like that. But what happens is people get lazy or dependent or whatever, and we never move purely being herd animals.
Right. That makes sense.
I love that so much. Like, I'm super passionate about what you just talked about there, because really, if you deal in internet marketing like I do, you got to learn this stuff on your own anyways. When you
Hmm.
run Facebook ads, it gets down to the nitty gritty just like that. You can target people.
Hmm.
Do they shop at Starbucks? How frequently and what do they like to order? Combined with the brands that they buy and what they may look like, music, all those little things. They're like stats on a video game. If you combine different ones, you make different characters.
Exactly. Exactly that. My goodness. I think in a previous Zoom chat, I don't remember what the topic was, but I sent you a private message about us basically being AI.
Ooh, yeah.
We are just, well, we're not just machines, but we function in a way that, our behavior is measured, can be replicated. Um, I mean, we're like Teslas running
Yes.
around.
Now,
Yes.
if you don't mind me jumping in, this Junebug, but I was watching a video by a guy on YouTube, Max Derrick, and he was talking about the most profound moment in gaming history, and it was based on Metal Gear Solid 2. And he was saying at the end of the game, it's a 15-minute codec call. And he went on everything y'all just spoke about. He talked about how the guy that they performed this experiment on, so he had usurped whatever human was in place at the White House. And he was like, nah, this is we're now AI, and we was created in a primordial suit underneath the White House. And we conducted a test, and this is the main character of the game. They conducted a test on him to see if he would just follow orders blindly without actually questioning anything that was going on. And he was the reason that they was going to actually usurp human intelligence, basically to say you don't even have you don't have the qualifications to exercise free will.
Mm.
And if you remember in the Matrix, the first one, I never seen the other two. I think the first one is enough. But when he woke up from that dream, he was basically a machine, a battery cell. So in a way, when we're born machines. Like we're born with the same conditionings and the patterns given to us, but we got to actually grow to come out of those patterns. We got to grow from the physical into the emotional body, into the intelligent or logical body, and then actually to reach what will be considered actual human consciousness. But I can see if I could post a link in the chat. But That you all might like that. It's about a 20-minute video. It's 2 parts, but the first part should be enough.
Wow. Hell yeah, that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
That's super interesting.
That's my shit right there.
That really mind blowing. He talk about the whole thing. He was like, they talk about fake news. He was like, yeah, so you humans, you sit there and you guys try to pick and choose what you want. So you'll sit there and find this rumor and that rumor to try to substantiate things, but it's really based upon your feelings. So no one's actually rooted in truth, and everybody is rooted in this false self. I actually got that joint written down, but wait a sec. He talk about it's a formula. He was like, your mission, because he was supposed to be some type of special agent. He said your mission in life is it was based off a formula that we put together for you. It's not even a matter of could you do it. We designed it so you could get it done. And just like when Neo actually confronted the architect in the movie, he was like, you keep asking me why I made the Matrix. I'm the architect. I'm supposed to make the Matrix. You need to be asking how to get out of this shit. You're asking all the wrong questions.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
if
I
you could
remember
find that
Trav
little
showed
true
me.
spirit.
Yeah, I remember Trav showed me in the Golden Dawn. He showed me the tree before the fall, and that shit y'all like changed my whole really changed my whole mindset on things. I was like, whoa, what is that? The tree before the fall. Then he broke it down how you got the algorithm, just like you got Google algorithms and YouTube algorithms. You got the entire algorithm as the Yod Hey Vowed Hey. Pace. Okay, I just posted it in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good look.
And I seen something else. I don't know if any of you guys heard of this, but it was Sturgeon's Law. And I just seen a clip of it. I actually didn't get to research it. But Sturgeon's Law has stated 90% of everything is crap and only 10% is actually real. And the last time we was in this Zoom meeting, Trav told me, let me check my notes. Let me check my damn notes. Trav told me 90% of people, where's this at? 90% of people don't actually have free will. They might choose what they want to eat, but then they really don't even choose that. And I was like, okay, I seen that. I was seeing the parallels. It sounded like it was really incredible. But you might like that channel though, because he actually goes on to talk about. I never played Silent Hill. I played Metal Gear Solid, but in Silent Hill, he goes to talk about the psychoanalytics and Jung and Freudian theories, and it was like Silent Hill, some type of horror game, but
Yes.
but the guy goes in there and it's all rusty and it's dark, but it's all this weird sexual things going on, but all these things is based upon the darkness that sits within his own mind. I was like, wow, it's crazy how these games and these anime really sit there and really be trying to break down science to individuals. So if you guys got some free time, really check it out and take notes. Don't just watch it and take notes.
I'm definitely consuming that next. I used to be obsessed with some Silent Hill back when it first came out. Like, yeah, I used to love that little dimension, you know.
Yo, that's creepy. You ever played Parasitic Eve?
What's it called?
I know Parasitic Eve.
No.
It was on PlayStation, the gray PlayStation. The
It
jump
sounds
without the
familiar.
analogs.
Without the analogs, damn.
Yeah, that old ass jump.
It sounds familiar. Parasite Eve.
That's one of the more obscure titles. That jump used to give me nightmares.
Oh, wow. Yeah, man. They were trying to come out with some advanced concepts before the technology was ready.
For real.
Yeah, looking at these pictures is bringing back memories. Oh my God.
It was not bad, Mo.
Oh yeah, I've got to check that.
Terrible memories from that time.
We've only been in this thing 10 minutes. I already got 2 tabs open for watch later.
Nice.
But yeah, the discussion that we had a few weeks ago, it really has had me thinking since then. Like somebody mentioned, well, if cell phones, being the nodes that they are, the receivers of the communication, if cell phones are pretty much linked together by towers, what would be the equivalent for humans? And somebody in the chat said trees, and that made perfect sense. You know what I'm saying? Because it is through all the trees that we receive our updates. The sun beams down and it gives data to the fruit. We eat it. It components our DNA. But humans cannot go at all without oxygen, without breathing. So it's almost as if the air, you know what I'm saying, produced by these trees and other things is what's keeping us connected to this, you know, the mainframe, if you will.
Yeah, I get that. And I was thinking about oxygen. It's crazy how this all it really be in alignment. But I was thinking because I came across they was talking about oxygen, and they said but it's like the level of oxygen in the atmosphere at one point it was greater than what it is now. And then they say, okay, back in the day people were smaller, but then they also say there were certain animals that actually appeared or grew to be huge size. Like you get the T-Rexes and Triceratops and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just the abundance of oxygen in the atmosphere. So it's like, I guess if the oxygen is going down, does that mean, does that also mean things become more compact in size? So you had big ass lizards a couple billions of years ago, and now there's like the only big lizards there are is little crocodiles, gators, and Komodo dragons, and everything else is just tiny as hell now.
Mm-hmm.
But even trees too, trees big as hell, like sequoia, big ancient sequoia trees. Even though trees prefer more carbon dioxide in the environment, but I was just working that out. I ain't really fully figured that out, but
Yeah. Like how these things are constantly morphing and adjusting. On that note, it kind of makes me wonder also, could it be that these things used to just survive off of oxygen, and is that now that there's different things in the air that maybe I don't know, maybe the mixture is causing things to change?
right. Because if it's an abundance of oxygen, you probably can live off of that to an extent. And then when I think about the amount of pressure that's like the deeper in the ocean you go, the amount of pressure that it takes just to withstand that. And then I think about them big ass whales, big ass squids, just huge sharks and whatnot. And I would think it probably will be more of an abundance of oxygen in the water, which is why they might grow to that size. And you're going to need pressure to go. You're going to need inside pressure just to withstand the outside pressure as you start to go down in the depths of the ocean. So how much does that play a factor in things?
Yeah. There's a coincidence. I think roughly 2 weeks ago, I learned that most of the oxygen that we find on the planet actually doesn't come from trees. It comes out of the ocean from a lot of the plant life. So that would line up with what you just said. So we were talking about the segmentation of people and their characteristics that makes it very easy for them to be advertised to, basically. I think that there's an above, so below element to this also. This reminds me of the concept of etheric patterns. And to me, that's pretty much like creating a servitor or any entity or any archetype. When I think of etheric patterns, I think of archetypes on a lower scale. When you think of things like gangs or companies or just any group of people that has its own rules, any cultures of any size, I think that simply by them existing means that there's an etheric pattern. What they talk about on the morphogenic field, the morphic grid and all that. I think that somewhere there's this database of collections of different types of people. And it's almost as if people seek to belong into one of those fields more or less. And I think that an understanding of that science, of hacking into it and using it, and also altering it, I think that helps in a lot of people gaining success in the material plane. Because you have to have an understanding of that to some degree before you even talk about making any kind of money. Maybe not
That
in those
makes sense why you
orders.
want to hang out. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That makes sense why when you're trying to level up your life or become more successful, the I guess the strongest advice aside from changing your mindset is to surround yourself with those individuals
Mm-hmm.
to get exposed to that frequency. I guess to kind of download that information for yourself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to rub shoulders with wealthy people if you want to become wealthy. Well, in a way, you're picking up their mindset, and it's their mindset that's actually under the dominion of the etheric pattern. So like when I think of gangs or companies or groups of people who live by a code, there are things that you can and cannot do. And those things that you can and cannot do signify if you're a part of that group. There's colors you have to wear. There's functions you have to attend to. There's things that you have to do on a repetitive basis to kind of just keep yourself in sync with that pattern. Now, if you zoom out and look over time, the pattern is changing gradually, but the incremental repetition makes it hard to notice the changes.
Yeah, because I get that. I understand that. I had to think about it for a second, but it's like they never even like when you speak of gangs, it's about ranking, and I think life is about hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's about where you want to be. It's a lot of room at the bottom, but everybody at the bottom sitting there really fighting for space. Because okay, what did this guy say? He said, if you're applying to a company, and that's not even just specified position, but most people gonna apply for the janitor because most people could do the work of the janitor. But
Mm-hmm.
if you're trying to do the janitorial work, it's a lot of competition because any and everybody can be a janitor. But
Mm-hmm.
who's not, what spot is not getting the most applicants? The CEO position. You really might be the only one to toss your head in for the CEO position. And who's to say at that moment they might not be looking to mentor? So as you go up in a company, you start noticing that people actually are their behavior and their attitude is a lot better. But
Yes.
that incremental process too can sometimes work against people, not in terms of just if we were just talking about practice. If we just talking about practice, that's really a good thing because repetition is the mother of skill. So you really ain't gonna get far if you're not doing something on a continuous basis.
Right.
But it's getting stuck, and some people really don't. We ain't gonna talk about other people, but we're gonna say if your mind isn't thinking big, right? Ralph Waldo Emerson has an essay on nature where he say nature does not take any large deposits of anything, but instead she only takes small deposits. But those small deposits will give you a big withdrawal later on in your journey. But you got to be consistent. The moment you stop giving nature some deposits, okay, you got to start over again. And it's just like, okay, well, in a gang, they'll sit there and be like, man, when was the last time you put some work in?
Mm.
And if you ain't put no work in for the gang or for the hood or whatever, man, your ranking go down. If anything, they'll probably sit there and jump you out the hood. Now you exiled. I think that in a way, that's how like that type of structure is a imitation of the structure of life.
Yes. I'm gonna have to clip that part out. That's nature. Like nobody told any of these people to behave in this way. Like something about us as humans, it makes us act that way. It's almost as if we're locked into these behavior protocols that we have to follow.
Yeah, and I wonder what is that and why is that? Is it an animal thing? Is that why?
Is it an animal thing? To me, it almost seems programmed, like programming, you know, like default programming. If we don't do anything else, we're going to follow default programming. We're going to resort back to default programming. And it to me, it seems machine-like, not machine-like as far as hardware, but systematically like a computer program. A computer program has options, and if it's not receiving input, it has a set of default options to follow, just like us. And if you really want to look at it, you know, our bodies are constructed in a way that's almost machine-like. All of us have these same bodies, like as if we're formed in some kind of factory. I don't know.
Yes.
And not only that,
I get that.
We require there's so many metals that our body requires to function properly. If we don't have metals, zinc, iron, you know what I'm saying? And some of us who even venture off and try out the gold type stuff, you notice subtle improvements there. How does the body know exactly where to allocate these things?
Right. It's just, it is a sort of programming. Like even chimpanzees, right? If they have a deficiency in their diet, and they might really just be mainly herbivores, but if they got a deficiency in their diet, they'll actually go and hunt down not baby chimpanzees, but other like baby monkeys, like the macaque monkeys or macaque. They'll sit there and hunt down baby monkeys dead and eat the brains first.
Wow.
Or certain baboons will they'll actually hunt down and go and eat the young of some other species. I don't remember, but they'll eat the liver first just to get the deficiencies. There are certain horses and deer that if they lack deficiencies in their diet, and they're mainly just grass eaters, like they grazers, they'll sit there and eat baby ducks just because it's a programming in their body that says, okay, we're deficient in this. You can get this from that. Like you ain't gonna get. You might not get too much calcium from this grass, but if you eat the bones of this little baby chick or this baby duck, you can damn sure get some calcium in your diet, and that'll help you. And it's just I'm not sure if deer and monkeys are sentient of that, or if it's just programming. So I think, yeah, it really might be just, if you're an animal, you're really born a automaton. And the path of the human being is to actually become a human being.
And again, with the synchronicities, it wasn't, I don't even think it's been a week. And I just saw a video of a deer eating ducks, you know, and it was saying how if they don't have these certain minerals and things in their diets, they will resort to doing that. How? Who told you to do that? How is this a phenomenon that's just pre-programmed? But yeah, like you said, as far as the Matrix, you know, we're asking the wrong questions. We're asking, am I in the Matrix? How do I, you know, I'm saying do this and that. But the real question is, how do you get out of this thing? It's not about who made it, really. Even if you find who made it and all the rules, you're still in it. You still have to go to work. You still have to pay bills. You still have to shit. I want to know how you get out of this.
Right. And I think in the journey of people that's in the occult too, they might come to that dilemma where it's like, oh man, I really hate this and I wish I was never a part of this, and then they get to sulking or whatever, and maybe even getting depressed thoughts. But it's like, man, you hear this is a game, and you gotta play it. And, you know, don't get caught up trying to play not to lose. You lost the moment you was born. You might as well just try to play it to win where you can from that point on, however that is. And that's why it's like, okay, now I understand when Buddha talks about karma and all that. It's like you can't be in two places at one time. You can't serve two masters at one time. You really just, if you don't like this, focus on making this the best that you can make it. Because, you know, I was saying life is good, but humanity ain't shit. But you got to focus on what you can do to make your life well and live the life you want to live. Humanity is just, it's garbage. It is what it is. It's really nothing more than whatever it is. It's the same existence that a chicken lives, you know. But you just got a bit more leeway in terms of what your mind can do versus with the mind of a chicken. But you still got to play the game.
I saw a quote from Buddha that talked about before enlightenment, you chop wood and you carry water. And then it said after enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the sense, a lot of this physical stuff, it is going to stay this way, you know, because this is the way the physical world is built. I think, like you said, it's more about finding out how to be more than human, because the enlightenment, it doesn't change. Let's see. It's just the realization of how things actually is. It's a wider realization, the point that it doesn't matter if it's human shit. You understand deeply that this you're not limited to that. That's not you. I mean,
Right.
obviously there's no real way to describe it, but that's one of the ways that I see it.
No, that's how I see it too. It's like now you get to, with that type of awareness, you get to ritualize chopping wood. You get to make it into, okay, so, you know, I'm chopping wood now, but, you know, I'm chopping wood and now but I'm focused. My intention is on this. So now I got some on the physical plane that can correspond with some on the higher levels and then so forth and then so forth. Versus just sitting there toiling. Because complaining, like it won't solve anything, and it make whatever the situation is kind of just a lot more, a lot sadder. You just complaining or whatever. Damn, what was I about to say? It'll come to me. Let's check my notes. Okay, well, I don't remember.
So, you know, Alan Turing, a huge name when it comes to artificial intelligence. The official test was something can be qualified as AI if when a human is interacting with it, he can't tell the difference between interacting with a human or an algorithm. Right? So if a person can't tell, then that would qualify it as AI. I think we've come in an extremely long way from that point, because, you know, now they've got messenger bots where you can have a whole conversation with a bot on Messenger, and if you don't know, you really wouldn't know that it's not a person.
Mm.
And I've seen these things develop from like the early 2000s when people used to make these bots for what was it? Windows Messenger Online, the Windows one. But yeah, people would get on and try to scam you for pretending to be like girls sending pictures and whatnot. But yeah, nowadays it gets a bit more difficult because it's mostly used by companies pretending to be customer service, you know. And if you say a key word, then they'll start talking about one of those products. So that gets me thinking also about video games. A lot of these games are okay. So I remember back in the day when multiplayer first became a thing, like with early Halo and before that. And it's like there wouldn't be too many people on the field, especially if a new game came out. All the players would be on a different field, on a different game. So it's like you'd be playing by yourself most of the time. But I've noticed, you know, I've gotten off of games for a long ass time and I got back on them. There's always somebody playing every game, even the old ones. So sometimes I wonder, like, how could we even tell the difference if we're playing against an actual person or just a bot with a human name? We wouldn't know. Like, how easy would
No,
it
that's
be?
no kidding. I don't know if you ever heard of something called Escape from Tarkov. Nah. Well, it's a game, but it's a shooter game. However, it's almost survival based. So you'll be sitting there running around, you're trying to collect loot, but then you're also trying to get other players' loot. I'm watching my friend play it, and I'm like, damn, somebody's shooting at you. He was like, nah, it's just a scab. I said, what the hell is a scab? He was like, it's basically a bot. I said, so how can you tell the difference? He was like, well, you know, it's dressed this way, and they don't got fluid movement. So a player sit there and strafe left and right as they shooting at you, or they'll sit there and duck, try to hide. Whereas a scav is just on top of the building with no cover, and it's just shooting. And then it's the how the bullets are repeating themselves. It's the same type of rhythm. Whereas a player is just really trying to get you out the way. The scav is just looking for hits. It's just aiming for the chest. So I was like, okay, but is that fun? Like, it's kind of, you know, you sit there and you're really thinking like, damn, this AI shit is weird. I remember playing games all on single player, but now you sit there, you don't even really got to be connected online to nobody, and you're sitting there, you playing against bots, or you're not really talking, but it'll be like in a chat window. And being like, okay, so and so said this. Oh man, and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But the AI pieces, it gets a little scary. I don't know. I remember some people's they had their theories that the world would end due to artificial intelligence. And I do have this one thought, right? So man supposedly crawled out of the primordial slime and then stood upright. But then nowadays you got rappers and these little niggas around, these little niggas in DC, everybody running around saying they slime this and slime that. I said, damn, so you crawl out the slime to go right back in it. Well, what's going to take your place? And it probably is going to be artificial intelligence. Because if you're not actually trying to, you know, be more than just some type of little brute and some animal, right? There's something else has to take your place. Nature abhors abhors a void and a vacuum.
Yes.
So if you're not going to actually step up to the plate, hey man, then something else got to take that place. So maybe AI is actually supposed to, it's the next space and evolution or something like that. And it really gets deep, like Deus Ex Machina, that type of philosophy where it's like God is dead, we're taking over now. You humans can't be trusted. You don't think for yourselves. You know, you're so clouded by emotions and you're not rooted in truth. So we might as well just go ahead and just take control over that.
Very much. I see. That's how it seems to me. And when I think about these things, I try myself to take the emotion out of it, you know, because emotionally, this is why people, as soon as they hear the words artificial intelligence in the news or on some show, the first comment on YouTube is always like, "You guys remember what happened in Terminator?" what happens when these things get self-aware, you know, things like that. It immediately jumps to the fear.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've gotten past that, and it just makes sense. You know, on one hand, when you've got human society, it doesn't seem that many people are focused on personal growth. I mean, there is a group, but looking at statistically the main numbers, most people are very self-absorbed and concerned with entertainment and leisure and comfort, or domination and warfare and that type of thing. So, in terms of, it's hard to say what a machine's intentions would be. If anything, it would probably be self-preservation itself. So, I don't know. It sounds like self-preservation of a machine would also involve self-preservation of the planet and of the people who maintain systems. So I said all that to say, to me, it's conceivable that a lot of the things that we see going on in the world stage could be to some degree orchestrated by what people are calling artificial intelligence, because it would serve them also to make this world a better place for them to continue to, you know, replicate or whatever they do.
Right. And another thing I thought about as like with this artificial intelligence, if you've seen the movie Dark City,
Mm-hmm.
when they was sitting there and it was all the little vampire looking creatures, it was like they was all focused on the same goal, and they was sitting there vibrating like and changing the structure of the world. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
maybe that's what artificial intelligence is. Maybe it's not so much this robot or that robot, but it's just a hive mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna just get them $10 cash and that call it good night, honey.
Well, maybe it's just a hive mind just focusing on what it is they want, and focusing on how to make the world, or how to get the results that they want out of the world. You know, because how did that joint go? Erica Badu had a little joint for the movie premiere or something, and she was talking about the percentage. She was like, okay, 85% of people are followers, so that's the 90% you was talking about, pretty much. If you round that, 10% of those people are the creators, the people that's willing to lead them, whether it's good or bad, and then you got the 5% that's just observers. They just kind of know everything that's going on, but they kind of get outcasted or seen as clowns or something like that. In the movie Pig, well, not movie, pardon me, but the book by, what is it, Pig Farm or something like that? Animal Farm, yeah. And it was like you had the pigs, which would be that 10%. Then you had all the other animals, which would be the just 85% willing to be led. And then you had the 5% who was really just that 1%, and it was the jackass. And I thought it was real symbolic that he made him a donkey, because it was like the donkey was like, man, I done seen this happen over and over again. I know where this is leading to. Don't nobody want to hear from me. I could have told y'all where this was going, but I no longer give a shit, because I know it's not really going to work in the end, but it's got to run its course. So he just watching everything that's going on.
Wow.
And I'm thinking like, okay, so it's because artificial intelligence, it sounds nice to think that's going to run it, but somebody got to program the AI. So who's going to program the AI? And the way this don't looking with this whole, you know, with all these distractions going on, it's like they really trying to put in place the automation. So it's like, okay, if you don't know how to program, so you studying NLP, neuro linguistic programming yourself. See what I'm saying? So you're learning how to program not only yourself, but just giving your choice of words, you'll be able to just program other people. And if you can delegate, you can get a lot done, because now you get to focus on, it's like, okay, Trav about to just focus on what Trav do, but he also sit there and he might have spit something to this person and got them to focus on something that he might have needed done. And then so this person, so now you actually, even more than a computer programmer, you actually can program individuals. But if we saying people are machines, then you kind of are a computer programmer. See what I'm saying? So, and I'm thinking about that today. I was like, I don't really know how to program, but I understand how programs work. So if I could just get somebody like I'm sure everybody in this chat right now has that type of vision. So if they could sit there and get someone who knows how to program, you'd be like, all right, I need you to put together this program for an app or for a machine, and you do that, and now we able to delegate and do more with our work, so we can get more done. Because I'm thinking that's where everything is going to move. Like, yeah, you're gonna need to pay your bills, but if we're using robots and we're using applications to get things done, now I understand why they say, okay, as you move into a new age, the age of Aquarius, a lot of people, every time you move into a new age, many people are going to die because you kind of making that quantum leap forward. So it's like a lot of people that's not really, if you dead weight, you like you're going to fall to the wayside. And if it's and since we saying like Age of Aquarius, the myth of Aquarius is Ganymede, and he sat there and drowned the world, or Noah, the tale of Noah in the Bible. So it's like people getting drowned, but you're getting drowned in a flood of information. But then you get caught up in the distractions along with the information. Now all information is good. So the people that's going to drown in that, hey, it's sink or swim. But the people that understand what's going on, it's like, okay, let me use this to my advantage, because now the information is so open, you don't really need to go to school to learn a program or learn to code. And then you might even be able to meet somebody else that know how to code. And now it's like, okay, you put this code together. Now you might have a fucking robot in your damn kitchen putting together CMOS and you know what I'm talking about? So now it's like, okay, now my CMOS don't go on this damn robot. I got a fucking what's the bitch name in that one movie? Gladys. Gladys, I need you to ship out 300 bottles of CMOS, you know, and and now they got this robot bitch just slapping addresses on jars for you, and you get to read. Like now you hit 500 pages a day on some Warren Buffett. So now your shit just only growing. It's only growing. But
you know what's important? Peace, everybody. Greetings.
How you doing, man?
All right. You know what's important about what he said a little while ago? He said, who's going to program the computers? You know, who's going to program these things? We need programmers. We've advanced so far. We are right now in the future. We have advanced so far into the future, we don't even know that we're really in what's called the future. So what has happened is, through computers and technology, we are actually the programmers, because they have algorithms that read our personality, that read our thoughts, that put together that can make an actual avatar of us based off of our thought patterns.
Yeah.
So when Trav when he said this is what the discussion, I found a book. I bought this some years ago from a brother. His name is Siddiqui Bakari. I'm gonna read a little bit. Is that facing the right direction? Because it's backwards on my screen.
It is.
Yes.
It's facing right.
Okay. In this book, right, and as you can see how he has that set up right there. This is on sacred spiritual technology, Akashic interface, and the singularity. So this part right here, social networking, the information age, and the avatar deception. So, and this is just a little bit. What were the real reasons Facebook timeline was implemented? He starts off with that question, right? And he says a person may want to think twice before typing the idiosyncrasies of their thoughts, emotions, and life onto pixelated computer screens. In many instances, cybernauts in italics, those who are plugged into the cyber world fall victim, mistaking the virtual environment for reality. Cyberspace is a synthetic wormhole created to simulate the organic mind and neural function of the brain and anatomy. Cyberspace is technology's emulation of the human imagination. Human beingness is the archetype and architect. There are many advantages in cyberspace and social networking sites. One click can connect thousands or millions of people instantly. You may want to look beyond the veil. Interfacing with the internet can also be a portal of artificial intelligence used to hack the mind of the unsuspected. Pay close attention. So basically, like I said, we've been on, first of all these social media platforms are what? They're given to us for free.
Mm.
And once these things are free, it's a free open space. So what they've done is every time we put out our thought and we type it into our phones or whatever we're using, number one, it's not your property anymore. It's owned by Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg owns your actual thought. Anything that's on, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, or video, whatever, is actually owned by the platform. And if you read that long list, the long rules and regulations, you will actually find that in there. So the whole thing is what I'm saying, by computer algorithmic programming and systems are so advanced right now that when we, as a box, just like we're in this Zoom, we're all in little boxes. So when we are in a Facebook and we put our thoughts continuously since 2016, 15, how many years, the algorithm or the simulated process that calculates language and human psychological thought patterns have already picked up your personality and has created an avatar that got a whole nother Facebook page somewhere with a picture, because we put our pictures up there, to put a picture up there and everything. So on the whole nother area of Facebook somewhere, I'm over there doing something that I don't even know. They call them bots. It's no different than when you go on Instagram or you get these weird messages when it always has a halfway naked chick. She's showing that thing on you because they always use sex, because sex is a mind thing. It opens up them chemicals. And you know what's dumb, little doggies. You know what I'm saying? We want that pink thing to come out. So now we see it, and either you're going to be drawn, you'll be zapped right into it. So the whole thing is the computer world is now an automaton. No one has to even program it anymore. It's already been running. I used to work with this guy, older white dude who was in the military. He said that his job in the military in 1954 was to program the information that comes in and out of the computer system in the military. And he said we were using email in 1954. He said we already had that. He said it was a military thing. That's why the military, or in the military, is not just the Army, Navy, Air Force. The military is the FBI and the CIA as well. So the FBI, you can utilize what we say, what we do, and they actually have psychoanalysts who can go on your social media pages and develop a profile of you based on specific things that you have said, specific pictures that you put up, and they can put a whole case against you. So we are actually the architects and the programmers of the actual internet system, because we create the atmosphere of what keeps it alive. So as this book said, you can interconnect with millions and millions of people. The whole thing is the internet is actually a living being because it never stops. It breathes as we breathe. It thinks how we think because we feed it. So the biggest whatever we want to call a demon, is the internet system, and we willingly give ourselves to it, whether we use it for business, legal business, or we become people become internet sensations. But it all, you got to think, anything that's given to you for free, you can't even go up the block and get no nickel bag for free. But you can get Facebook, Instagram, all of these things for free, and you could make $1 million off of there. Now you're gonna have to pay taxes because, of course, the algorithm will catch the thing because you've monetized. So now you've plugged into another part of the system, made it legal, and now you don't even have to ever go to a physical bank. You can Cash App, Chime, Go Bank, whatever, and never even touch cash. Everything could be on the credit card. You get all your money off of the social media onto a credit card. Boom, they track everything you buy. They know your spending practices, when you go shopping, what you buy, blah, blah, blah. So we are the actual programmers of the artificial intelligence because we are the actual blueprint of the intelligence. We've given our minds to the actual system.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
It's like, what's that movie with Bruce Willis when they would actually just plug themselves into the system. They'll be laid in the bedroom and in the bed, but there's an actual robot.
Surrogate.
What's the name of it?
Surrogate.
So that's already, that's easy if you really think about it. That's easy. So brother said, if DNA is a software, who wrote the code? By Tom Bunzel Good. Exactly. This stuff is nothing is new right now. This is all old. They don't even need to make no more new cell phones because it's everything is obsolete right now because it's just the next stage from this is having your mind tapped right into being tapped into a computer 24/7. So that's the whole thing where people think that it's just about giving you an inoculation or some sort of immunization shot. It's beyond that. They're gonna
Way beyond that.
they're going to nanotechnology your ass. They're gonna put some kind of fucking starship or whatever you want to call it, some kind of intelligent thing, nanotech in you, and it's going to be tapped into all kind of systems everywhere. It's going to be like you are going to be the cell phone. You are going to be the computer. And they got that in the military. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of his whole uniform was a computer. He was actually had glasses that they would actually into the main computer.
Yo, so Junebug, you sound like you was about to say something. What were you saying?
When he was saying like we are the architects, or we have been the architects of what the internet has become, it made me think, okay, so that now I understand the lockdown or the quarantine, because now we on the internet more than ever. So it's like they just farming our data or whatever we input into the system so much so that here's another thing, because it's like the older you get, you kind of get stuck in your ways if you're not if you're not always trying to learn. But because school's starting back up for the youngins, now they actually about to sit there and get the mind of the children, which they might have a little bit more flexibility or malleableness in their minds. What's that? An example is like baby monkeys. You gave them sweet potatoes and they took it to the water and washed it off. But then they started
Yeah.
taking the sweet potatoes to the salt water. And then they start eating sweet potatoes with the taste of salt attached to it. And then they gave it to the adults. So you got like little kids, like I got little nephews and cousins, they're going back to school, but they're going to school on a damn laptop. So they
Yeah.
monitoring their little asses and they farming, whatever ideas they might have through the system. That's incredible. The game he just gave up is incredible. Like some people pay for that type of information.
You know
That
what
is
this whole
incredible.
thing is? This is one big reset. That's what this COVID thing is. This whole system putting the mask. This is you know how for years everything was being said, the New World Order and the Illuminati. Nobody told you what the New World Order was going to look like. All they did was read, "Behold a pale horse," or they didn't read something and they heard the terms New World Order, e nubis plurum, and all of that on the dollar bill, and the last poets broke it down, but nobody ever said, "Yo, man, the New World Order is going to be this." This right now, 2020, is the New World Order. This is the universal cosmic reprogram. We're all being. This is the download. We're being upgraded. No different than your cell phone.
And because we sat there and most of these countries been on fiat currency, which is not, it's just like monopoly money. The new currency, what would the new currency be? It's going to be information. It's going to be intel. But if we're sitting there putting everything that we know online, it's like, well, now you really got to come with something that's totally like you're gonna have to actually go inside or go within to bring out valuable information somewhere. It's not gonna be you telling somebody just common conventional wisdom.
You know
it's been out there forever.
Been the number one currency on this planet?
Information.
Flesh. Human bodies has always been the number one currency, because there's always been wars. There's always been conquering. There's always been division. That's what this planet's vibration is. It's a polarity planet. It's war, it's peace, it's up, it's down, it's left and right. So people who conquer other people, they capture people. And when they need to barter something, they say, "Yo, I got this, you know what I'm saying? I got this winch over here, or I got this good buck over here," and they trade that off. So of course, information has always been the number one thing, but the number one bartering piece is the human body, where you can trade off a full human being for something else.
And that's still legit. That's still legit as it is now, because even when you look at internet marketing, I noticed that they always try to be very nice and politically correct when they describe their methods and strategies and what's going on. But now that you say that, it makes sense, because internet marketing talks about building an email list. But what is an email list? It is the attention of a group of people. It's the same shit. And we're looking at the social media, different platforms like you just mentioned, and how what we were talking about before you were on is that it's all categorized by different incomes, right? But who has human people that go off and they have an income, and as a marketer, you're trying to catch their attention based off of what hobbies they have and desires and passions, and you're trying to connect the dots between that income of theirs and their attention and those hobbies and passions. That's all this is. Excuse me, that's a very large part of this. That's not all it is, but a very large part of it is by you getting on the internet and you sticking to your routine habit of internet swimming, that routine habit is being tracked all across the websites. Google has pixels that they track with. Facebook has pixels that they track with. Instagram, of course, is owned by Facebook. All these different sites, and they even trade and barter those information pixels with each other. You know, Google doesn't necessarily share their data with Facebook, but there's a way that you can work between the two.
And
There's
it's
a whole
always
lot going on.
It's always about the numbers that you gather of people that you go. You have to have this amount of likes before you can go to another level.
Oh
It's like
man,
a YouTube thing. You have to have this amount of people, followers, before you can become successfully monetized on a platform. Like before you're recognized, you have to have a particular amount of people and stuff like this. So when I said it's always the human flesh, it's about the number system, like you said, the gathering. How many people can we get to come? How many people are gonna be there? How many tickets can we sell? There is no such thing as consumerism if there is no consumer. I can have all these products, but if I don't have anybody to buy these things, they're gonna all collect dust. So I got to get my numbers up. How do I get my numbers game? You got people who you can hire these people to get your numbers game up, or you can do what? You can go to a supercomputer and you can type in this thing and it can figure out. No different than with Bitcoin. You don't want to depend on me to point you in the direction of how Bitcoin. You know what you want? You want to invest in a Bitcoin mining computer. You want the computer to just be turned on. You tap in whatever language to get it started, and the computer Bitcoin mines all day, every day, as long as you got electricity and internet system. You don't have to sweat. You don't have to do anything. It's no different than, like you just said, with the currency. Cash is always going to be king. They're never going to eliminate having actual debt, fiat notes. We've always had multiple different levels of currency, whether it be a cowrie shell or a diamond. It always has to have a particular money. Just like you can't buy oil without the American currency. American currency is the standard payment for global oil purchases, and the United Arab Emirates made sure that was a part of it. So there's so many facets, like Travis said. There's just so many different facets, and we're only dealing with, like you said, with the whole 10%, 5%, and 85%. We're only dealing with 3% of what's called the internet. We're not really rocking with what's going on the real internet. And I done been on the dark web. And you got to be very careful when you start fooling with that, because you can tap into the wrong thing, and you got somebody that can take control of your whole computer system. You understand? Because that's all you got. There's people who really can break down this technology million times more than what I just gave basics. They can be like, whatever, dude. You want me to show you how this thing works?
No, thank you.
I can't show you that.
Hey, you brought up another note that I never thought of here. We would always think about how these super wealthy people, they damn near own the money. So money is not a thing to them, but they still deal with each other. So that's got me thinking, what do these super wealthy people use as currency? Because it ain't cash. You know what I'm saying? That's something really interesting to think about.
They use property.
There's
they
different
use property, and they use manpower. You understand? That's what I'm saying. It all goes back to whatever. Okay, say like you have a building project. For you to get the building project, you're gonna need what? You're gonna need laborers. So I might just be sitting in the meeting the whole time like this. Well, how many people are you going to need? I can supply you with 12,000 workers if you need that. That might be my currency. Somebody else's currency may be, well, you know, I own the brick and mortar company that I can give you a specific good deal on the material that you're going to need. So that's how they do it. They don't like you said, they don't necessarily, they're not gonna go in their pocket and pull out a rack like
Yeah.
you see these rap niggas do. That's why they chuckle at that.
Right.
That's why they allow it, because that's, and we'll go back to the tree. That's Malkuth shit. That's unstabilized thinking for you to have a whole briefcase with $120,000 inside of walking around with a briefcase. That makes no fucking sense, because that's not real money. That money means nothing. Take that $120,000 and go buy 400 acres of land in Texas somewhere and see what type of people you talk to or connect with you then. To be like, hey, you know, we were thinking about putting a Walmart on that property that you just purchased. Would you consider selling that to us for $800 million? You know what I'm saying? That's the important thing, or the information, because something Red Pill keeps saying, and he made perfect sense. He said, we live now in the passion economy. People are getting paid off of things that are passionate to them. Just like now they have this new thing called OnlyFans. There's a sister that's on OnlyFans. She's in the top level of OnlyFans, and she ain't showing no cat. She ain't showing no poom poom. She on it giving information.
Yep.
For like $6 or some shit like that. And she's one of the number one producers or sellers on OnlyFans. So her passion is that. It's no different than Trav. You're heading pretty soon. Somebody on another level is going to have to contact you because of your output, because you're becoming important. So, you know what I'm saying? Just like there's always a watcher like this. It's no different. It's no different than the path. You think you're going to just go walk? You think you're going to go from one sphere to the next sphere along a path and nothing's there like this?
Yeah.
Like Mojan Boo is not waiting for you to come. Like, what you think you're going to just fucking walk across here, my nigga?
Yeah.
What style you got? You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. Like, what we think we're going to do? Keep giving these gems out? Keep spending this currency from our mouth and think that somebody ain't sitting back like this? But yeah, they know a little bit too much. So let's just, now they might send in somebody, like, you know, send in someone, and now here comes somebody or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
So
I'm willing to buy this YouTube channel for
yeah. Now all of a sudden you got a private donor. Somebody that hit you on your Cash App. All of a sudden there's 80,000. It shows up like, well, hold on. A private donor then gave you. You ever watch those public access stations, and it always says, this show was brought to you by the Schomburg Foundation. Who's the fucking Schomburg Foundation? That be them old families that done been all over the globe digging up tombs and shit like that. Them be the people that put stuff in museums. The museum don't even own the items in there, that stuff is donated by other people. It's just like there's a black museum here. I had a I was about to say copper, but it's not. It's pewter or something like that, and it's of a mammy. You know, it's called Americana. It's a heavy set woman with the apron on and the headband with the big lips. Well, I bought this years ago, and what I did was I didn't sell it to this museum. I just signed an agreement with them that I just give it to them. But I can take back my agreement to them and be like, hey, I wanted to come back and get my my property. That's no different than what these Schomburg Foundation does. Them the ones that sponsor Sesame Street and shit like that. So we gotta make what we do important to the point where it becomes a societal group, or it becomes where your information, as you said, is currency, and now you're spending it within the right circles or within the right platforms because you're valuable. You know what I'm saying? Intellectual property. That somebody says, you know, it's no different than you were interviewed, and I watched the interview, like I said, it was a beautiful interview. People want you to be interviewed because what you say is valuable. You're valuable to this community conscious, whatever we want to label this thing.
Yeah.
You're valuable to it because it all goes in cycles. The people that once was, okay, you have Bobby Hemmett, you had Dr. Delbert Blair, Dr. Phil Valentine, you know, so on and so forth. Dr. Phil Valentine still does his thing, but not really. Nobody is, he has a whole nother group of followers.
Yeah.
We know what didn't happen to Bobby Hemmett. Now, Panic supposedly was his apprentice. You know what I mean? But at the same time, Panic is his own entity.
Mm-hmm.
But and I'm not saying to be disrespectful, but I don't see him as the baton holder of Bobby Hemmett. You understand what I'm saying? But they are all categorized into a particular age or an eon type of, you know, or like these boxes. So now an individual like yourself, you represent the frequency of now, because that cycle is old. That's old money. You know, that you represent the new blue money. Money ain't even green like it used to be. It ain't greenback no more. This shit is a different type of money. So the whole thing is, we all got to know that we everything, it recycles itself, but it also upgrades itself, whether we call it an artificial intelligence, because nothing is necessarily artificial, it's just replicated.
Yeah.
Or rehashed, you know?
Wow. That was a lot. And certainly on that last note, as far as it being artificial or not, I think even the phrase artificial intelligence, it's arbitrary and it's misleading as well. Because what makes it artificial?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, could you share the title of that first book that you were reading from? I forgot the title. I didn't write it down.
Oh, the Magnus Opus. The Magnum. I said Magnus.
Okay, the Magnum Opus. And who's that by?
Siddiqui Bakari.
Siddiqui Bakari. Okay. I'm gonna check that out.
This book was too much for a lot of people. They didn't even want to mess with Siddiqui Bakari. He was on the come up 2 years ago, and I don't even really know what happened to him. But I think he definitely still out there. I haven't heard anything bad. I'm gonna look up the etymology of the word artificial.
Okay.
Let's look and see what late 14th century, not natural or spontaneous.
Okay, not spontaneous. I can see that.
Yeah, from Old French, artificial. So actual spelling of the word artificial is the French spelling. So they didn't even, but Latin, of course, is artificialis, of or belonging to art, from artificium, a work of art, skill, theory, system, from artifacts, genitive artifices, craftsman, artist, master of an art, music, acting, sculpting, etc., from STEM or ars, art. See art. So that basically the basic the original of the word means from a work of art. So if art, something artificial is actually a work of art.
Crafted. Which that rings notes of the demiurge, right? The craftsman.
Craftsman.
Sculptor. Oh boy.
The earliest use in English is in the phrase of artificial day, part of the day from sunrise to sunset, as opposed to the natural day of 24 hours, meaning made by man, contrived by human skill and labor, is from the early 15th century. The word was applied from 16th century to anything made of imitation of, or as a substitute for, what is natural, whether real, light, tears or not, teeth, flowers, meaning fictitious, assumed, not genuine, is from 1640. That of full of affection, insincere, is from 1590s. Artificial insemination dates from 1894. Artificial intelligence, the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, was coined in 1956. So that's not even old. So we go all the way back to the 14th century. We basically know it's not natural, spontaneous, but keep going all through all the channels. It of or belongs to art, a work of art, skill, theory, system, craftsman, artist, master of an art.
It sounds very demiurge-like.
See, that's why the words are very powerful. That's why they don't want our children learning cursive anymore, because they don't want them to actually learn an artistic way of writing anything. I've asked my daughter, my 14-year-old daughter, I says, "Oh, have you learned any cursive in school?" She was like, "No, they don't teach us. Only thing they taught, only thing I remember is cursive is I know how to write my name." And that's because they want you to make sure you can just write that on a check. So you can be or something that's going to bind you to some kind of contractual agreement. Because once you put your name on the contract, you are you're bound to the. Yeah, man, it's that's why the best thing that we can do is learn arcane, occult information and abstract thought and theory, because a normal thinking human being is nothing but feed for the hungry wolf.
Yep. And I wouldn't even saying the word thinking is generous. And I really hate to come off as sounding elitist or what's the word, agoraphobic or anything like that.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I do talk, and I may sound that way, it's more of me trying to be very polarizing, right? Because I want there to be a fine line between the thought process of someone who just follows his impulses and doesn't question why, versus someone who may be following their impulses, but then they might think, damn, why did I do that? Why do I do this on a regular basis? Let me analyze myself. You know, that I think that form of thought process begins the separation from being an automaton,
Yeah.
from being an artificial intelligence. Because hell, you're crafted in your mother's womb. You're
Yeah.
a work of art from your parents. I
Exactly.
think what I was trying to get at was, what's the difference between so-called artificial intelligence and a basic person? Basic in the sense of being what the Harry Potter universe calls a muggle, an NPC, non-player character. What is the difference between artificial intelligence and a person who is strictly on autopilot for most of their life? And you're right, the best thing that we can do is learn to think in ways of abstract thought, and to learn how to better flow through our logical thought. You know, like there is great value in breaking down and deciphering how we process logically. And this is why I study neurolinguistic programming, to understand how my mind and the human mind processes the world on a logical framework. The creators of neurolinguistic programming were metaphysicists, so this is the same study. It's the same shit.
Right.
Yeah.
But to know thyself, this all comes back to know thyself. You know, not know about the reptilians, not know about what the Illuminati are going to do in 10 years. Know thyself. Because the so-called Illuminati, the so-called they that we quote unquote fighting against, their only weapon is distraction. Anything else you have to allow yourself to fall victim to. You know, you're not going to be shot and killed unless you have made some move based on distraction. Sticking on your purpose, none of that stuff even matters.
You know, like the fool card in tarot, he's not actually a fool. He's just not concerned with everything else as everybody else is. So even though it may seem like he's just going to step off into where he's not concerned about that. His mind is actually concerned of higher things. So to the rest of the world, he may be looked at as foolish, but in his own mind, because you can be self-created. That's what it is. We're striving to be, as they call a philosophic initiate, is strides for regeneration through the process of self-alchemy. As you said, to know thyself is a term of regeneration, of self-awareness, which is to basically self-alchemy. It's self-alchemy. You are going to transform yourself from a as they say, a rough ashlar to a shapen stone, smooth edges, so you can be fit into the wall for the master's use. You have to become useful. So if you're not if you're not able to be useful, and it's not always to yourself, but to the rest of humanity, then you're something that can be cast off, and you can just be trampled underfoot, just like the rest of the stones. So an individual who undertakes the task of the hero's journey, basically, you become a fool to the rest of the world. But like, man, I don't know why he even didn't packed up a tent and a book bag, and he ain't even take no food with him, man. I'm the fool, ain't got no water, because you're not concerned with water. You're going to trust the process that along your journey, I'm going to find some water. I don't have to bring it with me because I need to travel light. So
Right.
along the journey, you think I'm not gonna be able to find some water?
Right.
That's the least of my worries. I'm worried about staying around y'all dying in ignorance. Y'all can hang around here if you want, or how people say it ain't. I can, we know the tragic history of the world. We know what didn't happen to people in slavery. But how many times are we going to beat that horse? What you gonna do about it?
Right.
What you gonna do, man? We're gonna sit here and keep being angry?
To what end? Right.
What you gonna do? So we gotta. It's about regenerating ourselves. It's about being reborn. That you die to all of that. Being like, you know what? I'm gonna commit suicide to all of that stuff that y'all talking about, and I'm gonna come back a whole nother being to where I don't even operate in that frame of mind anymore, to the point where you become a supreme architect of self, where you don't even be triggered by anything. Like you said, some people, they let their emotional self take them here and there. You're indifferent to emotion. You Dr. Spock on the ass. You know what I'm saying? You're like, that's not logical, Captain.
Yeah.
The way that you're behaving right now is irrational as one who's a leader. Dr. Spock used to keep Captain Kirk in check. Because Captain Kirk want to put that dangling on these broads all the time. You know what I'm saying? Then he want to bust your head if you don't go along with what his plans is. But Dr. Spock, the whole time, is like this. Little do you know, Dr. Spock would have hit him with that move, he would have took Captain Kirk out the game. But he played his position. So that's the whole thing too. Are we busy worrying about Captain Kirk, the man? No, Dr. Spock is the one you better watch out for.
Right.
Because you know what I'm saying? He's that logical, indifferent. He's not going to be led by his emotions to the point where he'll let something trigger him that he got to go back and save the damsel in distress.
Mm.
We got to get about it, man. This building's on fire, man. If she can't get out that window, I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? We got to get back to the starship. Beam me up.
Yeah. So those archetypes that play there, when you talk about playing your position, that reminds me also of Dragon Ball Super, how we've got Beerus and Whis. I don't know if you know about these characters, but Beerus, of course, is held the destroyer of worlds, pretty much a Galactus type. But he's constantly being watched over by Whis, which is like this angel thing, I guess. But you come to find that Whis is actually way more powerful than Beerus, but he's just in the cut and the sideline, just like Spock. If Beerus gets out of control, Whis has to kind of step in and put him to sleep, just like Dr. Spock and Kirk. So it's very interesting. So I guess one of the points made there is pure power is not a I guess a requisite or a symbol of being the leader or the star of the show or whatever.
Yeah. And that's why they put that kind of stuff in television shows and movies, because what we call Hollywood and entertainment and stuff is an occultic society. It's a ministry.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the government is a ministry, the hospital is a ministry, the Hollywood and everybody that's operating in that is a ministry. All of that stuff is a ministry, and they have priests and they have workers and whatever else. So when we get, it's just like, look at right now, there is no new movies that are being made that's going into movie theaters, but they're making shows and movies that's going on direct to television, like this new one with Jamie Foxx, Power or whatever it's called. They're hitting us with so much science fiction right now because they're trying to get our minds into thinking abstractly because this is only a part of what's to come. If 2020's popped off like this, imagine what 2021 got.
Oh man.
It's only going to keep getting better and better.
And that's the thing. The switch, on one hand, it happened so fast. But on another hand, you know, this is gradual. It was leading up to this. But also, you got different kind of people. Some people have not adjusted and they're not going to adjust for quite some time and they're going to suffer the most. Meanwhile, the rest of us have been preparing for this in some way, shape, or form, whether it's preparing for the isolation, whether it's preparing to learn how to, make money online, whether it was preparing to learn how to cultivate being an individual and not a conformist. I think that most of us, at least in this discussion and this chat, I'm saying in this general area here, we've been preparing in some way, shape, or form. So I don't think the shift affected us as drastically, but there's a lot of people who still haven't adjusted, and they're still waiting for yesterday to come back.
They're gonna be food for something else. Because like you said, they've been conditioning us. Let's go back to the shows that they were having. Let's go back to Walking Dead. Remember, everything was all about zombies. Zombies was the big thing. But the number one movie that was leading us into what's happening right now was Bird Box. It was about this virus that you couldn't see it, but if you looked at it, it made you sick through your eyes. It was in the corona, your coroners.
Whoa! Yes.
You had to cover your eyes, or it would infect your whole system. So they were already preparing us for what was to come. The corona rising. Wow. This stuff is great. They told you don't go into the sun. You gotta stay away from people. Don't cover your face, cover your mouth. You can't breathe on them. 6 feet away and all of this. Another reason why they want you 6 feet away, because that's the only way that cameras can identify you as a single individual when it reads to do facial identification. If you got a bunch of people all close to each other, the facial recognition can't zoom in and box your face in like your iPhone. But if you 6 feet away, we got you. Here we go, right there. You see what I'm saying? So, but they've been preparing us. Conditioning the subconscious mind for those who saw it more than just being entertained. You had to read through, because Hollywood always makes movies that give you truth, but they give it to you in a movie form. So people who want to be entertained will be entertained. Other people sitting back cracking codes like, yo, this fucking Bird Box shit. It's a whole nother thing, man. Everybody in their own Bird Box in your house right now. You see what I'm saying? And there was more. If you go, there's other movies that I can't even think of. Oh, you had the other movie, Bright, that they hit you with on Netflix. It was based off of, they had the gargoyle looking dudes and the, you know what I'm saying? And all of those movies was putting us in a separatist type of mind state, but it was also preparing you for some invisible hidden beast that's controlling and can kill you if you're around a lot of people and you need to cover up and stay inside your house.
So we talking about artificial intelligence and shit like that, and all of a sudden we're talking about this identification system. I don't know. This is, to me. Oh yeah, not to mention somebody in the chat, Purple Star Goddess. What's up? She said Purge. That's another one.
Purge, exactly.
but yeah, I guess to kind of just jump to it, I said this, I think maybe 2 weeks ago. I don't see a they. It's not like a group of people in suits orchestrating this whole thing. That's not what I see. To me, it, that may be involved to a degree, obviously, but I think that this has more to do with the artificial intelligence. Honestly, I don't think that systems are not sophisticated enough to put something into play like this. It's almost as if now we're having to share the world with another entity.
You know what's the major system draft? Nature.
Yes.
Creation. I watched years ago. I watched it wasn't even National Geographic. It was just some show, and it was talking about giraffes, but it was talking about this particular area where these giraffes, and I'm saying this to how it demonstrated how intelligent nature and the earth is, right? So these giraffes, these people, they always got people, they spend millions of dollars. Like I said earlier, the Schomburg Institute then pay for these people to go over to Africa somewhere where the giraffes, they noticing there ain't that many giraffes over here. So y'all need to go over here and investigate why the giraffes ain't over here no more like they used to be. So they over there investigating the giraffes, and they see there's other animals still balling over there. Everything is all good. What's going on with these fucking giraffes? We finding giraffe bones all over the place. So they kept investigating, boom, boom, boom. And, giraffes, of course, we know they tall. So they only eat this one particular type of tree that got these thorns on it. And of course, they eat up all, they eat the top of them, but they tall. So they started, taking stool samples and all of this kind of stuff. So they started finding this particular chemical in the stool. Guess what was happening? Well, being that the giraffe population in this particular area started getting too large, they started killing off the tree population. So what the tree did was produce some chemical in itself to kill off the giraffes so that they could live.
Wow.
Damn.
That right there, that's the ultimate. Earth is the ultimate killer. Earth is the ultimate intelligence. So what I'm saying is, just like you said, whatever we start demonstrating is actually not from the mind of man. He's actually influenced or inspired to do what he does, what we do, by the earth elements, whatever we can label it, earth elements, God, whatever. We are just an operating system within an operating system. So we start just acting in certain ways. All of a sudden, we don't know, well, how did that come up? Where did this thing come from? It came from nature. That's what it is. Man doesn't make anything. Bingo. Man just recreates something that he discovered in nature.
That's what I'm saying. That's the big thing, That's what's got me thinking about original thought. That's what's got me thinking about, what is really a soul? What is our position? We go around here and we feel certain ways and we want to do this and that. We have choices, sure, but where does that selection of choices come from? Why do we feel this way towards certain things? And if you really trace back, you'll see that everything has been given to us. What part of it is original? Like you said, we are being influenced at every turn. If it's not the TV, guess what? It's nature. Why is the horoscope so successful? Or excuse me, why is it so accurate? Why is astrology consistently so accurate? Because there are forces that we don't see that are really running the show, that are really governing. These are the principalities and powers in high places, not scary monsters and not old white men in business suits. There are powers and principalities at play that we can't even conceive. So it would behoove us to not be so focused on what the TV is telling us the enemy is. Oh, look what they're doing to us. No, Oh no, that shit ain't real.
Yeah.
There's a hierarchy, as Junebug talked about. There's a higher hierarchy at play.
Yeah. And that's the main thing. And I thought about this last night in just in meditative thought, that we as human beingness, we can do nothing but be erroneous in everything that we do based off of our conditionings of the life experience from the womb. Soon as we come out the well, even in utero, we're being influenced by whatever emotional state that our mother's in, whether it be toxic or whether it be healthy. The thought patterns of our mother is being passed through the infant or in the embryonic state. So
I just said this in the chat. Mama is the original teacher.
Yes. So once we become, period, human matter form, we are already fucked around. You understand what I'm saying? Soon as we come, just say like how we try to define our becoming, or we try to define the Ein and the Ein Sof and the Ein Sofer. We come from the actual Ein, which is undescribable. We can't even describe this shit. So now we didn't went through these different, and you spoke about it on your interview the other day, how we all of this information goes through so many different filtration systems, and it just gets weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. So now here we are, boom, on an earth level.
Mm-hmm.
And now the only way that we as an earthling or a being can do anything is if we eliminate our attachment to the conditionings of our experience and emotions, and always strive to reconnect with what we call the beginning, or the source, the main frame or whatever. So that's the only way that we can actually become greater than what we've actually become through birth. And by us studying abstract information that actually triggers the mind to think beyond or above what's normal, is our best help, because it makes you an independent individual, not attached to all these different things that's just been fucking downloaded into us from the womb. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So the best thing we can do is, as we know, develop a meditative practice, study all things so you can understand yourself, like you say, like your psychology of you, the anatomy of you, the language that we use, the tones that we use, the smells, the tastes, all of that. We should be able to be in full control of it, so we're not actually being controlled by somebody else through mimetic or this whatever music that we begin to like. And then we can save our own children from even having to go through years of taking to discover these things.
Right.
The same thing that I'm speaking now, I have to speak this. I got 4 daughters and just took on a little baby. So I got to make sure that I have to speak the language of them so they can understand this information, so that they won't have to wait till they're 25, 35, 45, whatever years old, and then one day say, man, I need to change and I need to start thinking differently. No, I want them to think differently now as a child, so as they go up, all they do is experience the things like, man, that's what my father was talking about right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they don't go through with the fucking. But I want them to already have them shades on that in that movie. They Live.
Yeah, even
Right?
having the
He
information.
had to kick the dude's ass to put the fucking shades on, man.
Well, you know,
He damn near killed them.
that's how it is, man. Either
Just
people
like I
want
said,
this info,
Hollywood shows you the process.
people you have to come to this willingly. Like that's the only way. Anyone who doesn't want this info, you can still beat them down and they still don't want it. It's literally a want or I don't care. It's one of the two. Now the want that has to go with levels also, because you can't overload somebody with too much because they can't understand too much. But yeah, man. Even teaching the children, you know what I'm saying? Of course, they're not going to get it right away, but they're going to have that database to draw from. You know, I look back at my childhood and there are things that I'm extremely grateful for. I'd ask my mom and my dad questions all the time. What's this? What's that? What's this? They didn't tell me. They bought a encyclopedia, you know, the Britannica, the one that's like 28, 30 volumes long. And they just sat that in the living room. Every time I asked my parents a question, they pointed at them books. All my life, that's all I remember. Mom, what does this mean? Pointed at them books. So I had to sit my ass down, open the books and research it. And I literally never thought of that until recently. Wow, this is why I feel at home in these pages. This is why when I have a question, I know where to go. And I think, damn, most people don't have that. What you teach your children, what's the Bible say? Train him up in the way that he shall go, and he will never depart from that.
You sound like me as a kid. My mother wasn't necessarily the one that bought the stuff, but I had an older cousin who pretty much grew up with my mother. They were like sisters. So she was a little bit more into that thing. So she was the one that bought me the old Encyclopedia Britannica set, my first dictionary. She would buy me stuff like stamp collections and things like that. So you're right. Based off of that, I used to love learning from the Encyclopedia Britannicas, and that's what fed me to analyze and also research and read, because you was able to find all of that type of stuff in there. I would know things that other people wouldn't even know. So they'll be like, how you know all this stuff? Oh, I read it in the Encyclopedia Britannica. You know what I'm saying? So we're lucky to have people like that to actually, to have actually fed us that kind of food, so to speak.
Smooth Shaddai and Matthew Watts in the chat, they said that Matt's dad said he did that, and Smooth Shaddai said his grandma bought him the volumes. You know, I think that's powerful. And looking back, I am extremely grateful now. Of course, I was annoyed at first, but I get it now. I get it now. There's some people who didn't learn that, and they're okay with someone having a question and just taking somebody's okie doke answer for it. Like, they're okay with that. Me, I got to know. I got to verify it. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. But when I see that that's been kind of put into me, geez Louise.
I never liked mediocre answers for things because I knew it had to be more than what I was being told. It just, I had to find the root source of things. And that's kind of why I was always, it kind of I spoiled my own attachment to people and leaders and like teachers, because I was always good at finding where they got their information from. So once I found where their source of information came from, I actually didn't need them anymore. So it kind of ruined a lot of relationships and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's that too, that I always wanted to know where the source of the information actually came from. That's one thing I respect about you, and I also respect about Bobby Hemmett, is because you do the same as Bobby did. He shared where he got his information from.
Right.
I don't trust people that all they want to do is fat mouth.
Fat mouth.
But then when you say, "Yo, where you get that from?" They're like, "Oh man, you won't even be able to find it. That book out of print." Like what? Well, what's the name of the book?
Really?
Oh, I don't be giving up. You know what? I'm done with you already.
Right. Because that shows insecurity right there.
That's an
That's
insecurity.
thick
They
ass
know
insecurity.
that they know that you're not going to need them, so they want you to stay. See, a lot of people be wanting you to be subservient to them. You know, with information, and that's a real garbage way to elevate, because information is for elevation. It's not for suppressing. That doesn't even make any sense. How are you going to feed somebody's mind and at the same time suppress them with it? That's insanity. You know?
He always gave you the book references. Boom. You know what I'm
Always.
saying?
He always gave it to you.
So people didn't do. They always downloaded it. You know what I'm saying? They channeled it. It's ancient.
You can go look at his book. You can go look at his videos. He gonna tell you every single book that he got that information from, and recommend other books that you should read. I've even come into people nowadays, moderns, I call them moderns, who tell you, I've had people tell me they don't even need to read a book. They can go into the Akasha records and the meditation and download everything they need. I'm like, okay, I hear you.
Yeah, man.
But you got a broke pocket right now, though. Download some cash into your pocket if you're able to download all the information and don't need to read a book. It's people got to be careful, man. It's just people got to be real careful.
It's easy to turn on the camera and make a YouTube video. It's easy to do that.
Yeah. And there's a lot of YouTube video scholars right now, but the majority, and I don't even get mad at them, because they serve a purpose. You know, whatever their purpose is may not be for me, but you know, I'm wise enough to see through the shenanigans. But the whole thing is, a lot of these people, instead of them discovering, learning, researching, experimenting, and then redefining that whole process so that they have recreated a system that they can use from what they discover. They discover and be reading it and then start teaching it all at the same time, and want to be considered a master scholar because they're reading something new that then fascinated them.
Yeah. And here's the thing. When we talk about scholarship, we talk about being get degrees. They stand on a mountain of books that they study. They stand on a curriculum that they have that title. What makes you any different? You know, you want to be called a master teacher. What? I watched a couple YouTube videos and I know how to imitate the style. But, you know, like you said, they all serve a purpose. Help bring people into the fold, you know. They're their first introduction to deep.
You're definitely right. I don't know if it's my computer or if it's you, but sometimes you like go in and out. So is anybody else experiencing that? Or
No, it went out. It went out for me as well.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I gotta wear this big ass headset.
That artificial intelligence, man.
Yeah, man. Not only that, I keep hearing this whispering in the background.
Yeah. You know, you ever watch the Jetsons, the cartoon, the Jetsons?
Yeah.
that's like that too. You know, we what was the name? Rosie. She was their maid and everything, but then you had Uniblab was the the other system used to give their food and all kind of stuff. Just think what that stuff really came true. You can go to Japan and go to like Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, and all restaurants, and it's just a wall with all the food on there, and you press what you want, and inside of that wall there is actual machines making the food, and it comes out of a hole, it comes out the chute, and you go about your business. Everything has came to facts. All of that stuff that people thought in their minds and made shows about it, all of it has come true.
Wow.
All of that, everything has come to realization. It's just like you said. We look at the pattern of the stars. That's the original technology right there. We have people who actually mapped out the longitude and latitude lines of the globe without we thinking that they weren't capable of it. And what happens is when certain people can't figure out how ancient people did certain things, you know what they do? Well, they got the information from aliens. It always got to be some alien didn't have to give them. Why couldn't they just
Aliens.
why couldn't they have been that much of genius to have done it themselves?
Well, because psychologically that would best to avoid that whole path.
That's like with the pyramid. They can't figure out how is this pyramid not sinking? Why can't you put a credit card in between the crack of any stone? Oh, that's because the aliens built it. There no aliens built that thing, man. These people had technology that they didn't discover here on this planet. They was tapping in to, like you said earlier, the unseen forces, and they was working hand in hand with them. It's no different than a person whether they want to use. They say, well, I work with Andras or Iwas and the angels or whatever. Those are unseen forces considered spiritual technology.
Yes.
It's no different than a cell phone connecting to a cell phone tower, and then you're sending out your verbal frequency is traveling through the air, connecting to a tower, connecting all the way across wherever else it needs to go to. We don't think that shit is being done by an alien. You know what I'm saying?
It's magic.
That's it. Oh, it just happens. No, that shit is they didn't figure out the science of how to do it. No different than the drum. Ancient people used to beat on the drum, and they used to stand on one shore of a continent. The other one would stand on one shore of another continent during particular seasons when they know that the water is traveling in that direction, and they would beat the drum, and that sound would travel across the fucking water. What's not to comprehend about that? So, this artificial, like you said, how you started off with the artificial intelligence thing, man, is, I think even calling it artificial may not be the right way to go. Because it's all based off of a natural experience. So what it is actually being, as we just read the etymology of the word, it's just an artistic depiction of something else.
The second chamber says a technology is nothing more than our lens. I like that. Technology, technique.
Could I read? I wanna share another thing about that from this book, if that's okay.
And afterwards, we've got some other people here. I want to see if anyone.
Okay. It's
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just a paragraph. It says your consciousness is a blueprint being used to create avatars. I call this type of attempted transfer of consciousness mind portfolio. Every word, thought, picture, email, text message, and audio and video file, or any form of information in general, has the possibility of being preserved for future use. The Tupac hologram, which really was a projection and not a hologram, is a prime example of this. The projection, his image and vocal files were used as and for the creation of the avatar and a form of digital immortality. While will holographic terrorists and aliens be next? Did you ever think your tweets, blog, and intimate details of your life could become a downloadable program for an avatar in the very near future? This avatar can be a holographic or a cybernetic organism, cyborg. Imagine your pictures being used as a biological data for biometric counterintelligence. This gives Big Brother and the all-seeing eye an entirely new meaning. The information age is not just about information. It is also about the past, present, and future control and manipulation of it. So that's where we're at right now. Now this book, let me see, when did he write this? This book was written in first printed in 2013. It's 2020 right now.
You know, South Park has like a whole season when they bring PC Principal on. And the whole theme of that season, he was basically saying how you couldn't distinguish ads or advertisements from actual people. They'd come around their parade as actual people, and they'll be telling you this and telling you that, but it's all just hoopla, it's just fake, it's this, it's that. And nobody was able to distinguish whether or not this advertisement was a real thing or not, but they were avatars. They talk like real people, they sound like real people, but it was a little kid, Jimmy Varma was the only one able to actually be like, okay, this is fake news, this is real news. But it's really interesting when you say the blueprint is used to create avatars, because a lot of the news articles that we might see are actually really just advertisements for something else, but they sit there and use the same jargon that they might use for like a standard news article, but it really has nothing to do with news at all. It has nothing to do with this. It's just rumor. It's just yeah. And I think it might have had 2 seasons with that. And when you said the Tupac hologram, they even brought that up in one of the seasons too. But this hologram actually was touching people and could pick up objects and whatnot, and cause issues with all the other things going on that was taking place within the show. I don't remember what season it is. I can look now, actually. I put it in the chat.
My brother was in the military for years, and he dealt with counterintelligence and all of that kind of stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So when that Tupac hologram thing came out, I had spoke to him about it. I said, what you think about this hologram, man? He said, man, let me tell you something, man, because he didn't worked all in Guantanamo Bay and all of this type of stuff, right? He says that they utilize that same type of technology for what they term Muslim insurgents and terrorists. He said they still using intoxicants, PCP or whatever. They hit you up with that, and he said they've already got you inside of cells that are basically in dark, and they're soundproof. So they got you in a deprivation type of chamber. So he
Right.
said
The
what they'll
sensory.
do
Okay.
is, he says they will put holographic images of Allah or angels and shit like that in your cell, and they already then got you in here for 3-4 weeks with no sound, if your bare minimum food just to keep you alive, and they hit you with these images, and then that's when they get information. So that's what they use this type of shit in the military, man.
Wow.
That's military technology. So a lot of times when they show these videos and people think, they seeing a spaceship or something like that, that be holographic images. They Batman symboling people, you know what I'm saying?
No, I've seen those videos where it's like a guy be like, man, he'll sit there and be just filming the sky and it's a plane just following him around. But
Yeah.
he'd be like, did you see the glitch? Did you see a glitch? And be like, wow. He just testing that out. And my father was in the military and he said that same thing. He was like, dog, he told me, he was like, dog, you really think that's new? It's like when I was in the military, we was working on big ass shit. That stuff been around since and he'll just like throw out a crazy number. I was like, no way. The first time I was real young, but as I got older, he was like, yeah, that's been around since that's been around for 60 years. They had that perfected when I went in, and he went in the 90s or the 80s, part of me.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow.
16th,
So I ain't surprised.
century they've been dealing with all type of, especially with this occult information. You got to think about 13th century or even earlier than that. They was dealing with information and techniques where, astral travel is not new to the planet. These things been around before we were even conceptualized.
Fire waters.
Hey, peace. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on? I'm driving and it's a lot of noise, but I've been listening to the build. But I do have a question. What do you think is going to happen to the people, the Aboriginal people who live amongst nature and is actually following nature's code and DNA? You know what I mean? They're hold on for 1 second. Hold on.
Hey, Grace, how you doing?
Hey, how are you? Can you
Doing
guys
very
hear
well.
me?
Doing very well.
Sorry, I'm driving too. That was a very interesting conversation that you guys were having with the military technology. My father was in the military for a lifetime, pretty much. And he was a big part of why I believe in the things that I believe in now in the occult, because he always said that there was things going on in the military that pretty much would make you scratch your head. Like he believed in all of it, and he knew things. So he was like a, like I said, lifetime military.
Yeah.
He wasn't like pro government. I guess he just really liked being in the military, but he did not trust the military. Let's put it that. So I get excited when I hear people talk about like because my dad told me about the Philadelphia experiment before I even learned anything in a book or in a movie or anything like that. He told me about that. I was young. I was really young, so I really don't know at what age, but that I remember him telling me about it. But it was I had to be like preteen, and I just remember him telling me stories about what went on, and that people like just, I don't think people can handle, as cliche it sounds, can't handle the
Right.
truth, because I think it would just blow their heads really, like they would not be able to comprehend. It would literally destroy the reality that they know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And right now, I think that's why I think people are having such a hard time with quarantine and what's going on with shadow government and everything like that, the conspiracy theories, because it's really breaking down their reality.
It's such a cognitive dissonance, and the dissonance, people don't really have a way of answering the dissonance. So it's kind of, geez Louise, I feel like I'm breaking up.
Yeah, you are.
That again. So it's like the cognitive dissonance is difficult, and it makes it even worse when you don't have someone to turn to for answers, So it's
right.
Not only do you feel like you're going crazy, but you got no one to talk to about it.
Exactly.
So much safer to just sit back and listen to the politicians.
Mm-hmm. Because they're going to make everything all better.
Right, and they have this attitude that they're just going on, and that they can handle all the stress.
Yeah, like people mentally are breaking down because of this whole thing that's going on. They just they don't want to know what's behind it, because to them it's more like sci-fi. It's what they've always seen in movies, and in this community, the conscious community, we already know that it's reality, or the movies mimic reality.
Right. Those movies, people don't have much reference. They've got is, damn, it's still breaking up. All they've got is those movies, Urge and Bird Box. Like those are the only references people have to this change. So foods and all those things. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think it's just
Do something different because this microphone situation. I don't know if it's always been going on like this. Second chamber says they've just about Earth's atmosphere.
Say it again, Trev.
The second chamber says they've just about declassified the fact that man has never left the Earth's atmosphere.
I'm gonna share with you. Last weekend, I went to I was at the beach, and we was all standing on the beach about 2:00, 2:30, but I'll say about 2 a.m. We're on the beach here in Florida. Clear sky, you can see every star, shooting stuff. It definitely had to be a meteor shower. I'm talking about it was super lit. So we were all looking up at the sky, boom. We see this hazy light, like big. We're like, yo, what is, you know what I'm saying? What exactly is this right here? Now I'm with the red pill, the blue pill with his wisdom. We all out there looking. We're like, yo, what is that? Blue pill, like, yo, it looked like a doorway, and blah. So we all looking. So we had some other sisters is out there, so they took their phone. They had an app on their phone. I have it on my iPad where you can point it at the sky and then it show you and name all the stars and whatever. You know what we were physically seeing from the beach in the sky? The International Space Station. Now, what you just said, I said that out loud. I said that shows you right there, man, that International Space Station ain't in outer space. That's in our atmosphere. If I can see it standing on the beach, man.
Right.
We saw the whole shape of the International Space Station, man.
Wow.
And this thing is supposed to be moving 17,000 miles per hour.
Wow.
Somebody telling something that ain't right. So that's the whole type of thing. Like I said, when we reconnecting back with the natural environment heightens your ability to step outside the box of all the lies. Somebody put, yo, what are meteors really? I mean, I could only call it meteors because that's what I've been conditioned in. Meteors could have been interstellar travel. I don't know.
I remember seeing a series of videos that really had me questioning the authenticity of the NASA and space travel and things, all those types of things. Yeah, okay. But one of the big clues that he had was that there are no real pictures of the planets. There's only CGI pictures. Bay. Yeah, Eric Bay. He had like a whole channel full of all these flat Earth proofs, and it wasn't the opinion. Like you could actually sit there and try to debunk the whole flat Earth thing. About how, I don't know, man, this whole space program, space travel shit is another part of Hollywood.
That's really, really, you guys think so?
You're exactly right. There's nothing but another, like you said, another Hollywood show. We and we're supposed to believe it because that's what they say is it's the truth.
I'm gonna back out real quick and come back in to see if this fix. Hello, hello.
What's up, buddy?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So yeah. A lot of discrepancies in history. About World War II and the whole Hitler campaign and how a lot of that propaganda around what the story says happened wasn't the whole accurate truth.
Was you still talking, Trap?
Oh, I thought that was me too. Yeah, he cut off.
Damn. I guess basically I was saying if I can get it out before it cuts me off. I was saying about as I said it cut me off. I was saying that there's also a lot of discrepancies around World War II. World War II. There we go. World War II and the Hitler isn't actually what happened. There's like a lot more to the story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that history itself, although I don't know if we can really solve or find everything, but I think, there's a reason why people twist up history so much is that there's a lot of value in it. And when you control that narrative, it's very difficult for people to really get a grasp of what let alone what they truly are, but just what truth is.
Yeah.
And I know some people might have the opinion that, well, we're trying to get the fuck off of Earth, so what the fuck does it matter? But then again, it's like, well, we keep reaching back to these ancient sciences, and what if you are looking at these sciences with a particular perspective that has been given to you through our conditioning, and then you're interpreting these sciences based off of that, or even the people, the scholars that we watch, that we look at, we are all been trained a certain way. And so although that, you know, things in history have happened in history and we have to focus on moving forward, I think there's still some level of value in trying to pull out correct history if it's possible, you know, because I think by us doing that, it helps to help give us a better, correct perspective on some of the things that the ancestors used to, you know, talk about, you know. You know, a simple question of what is a meteor, you know, that's what they've been telling us that is. But just like you said, Chongo, you know, that could be, you know, I remember Martin Kenny, you know, these things could be souls that are fucking, you know, ascending or going to certain places and some shit. And we're told that they're fucking rocks hauling ass throughout the sky. We don't know what the fuck that shit is, you know. But also things could be, you know, like they said, is half true. So, you know, it could be that and it could be something else at the same time.
Programming, you know, to change the frame of a word. In a way, it could be a rock. The phrasing of the word paints it a different picture.
Yeah, what if that damn rock lands somewhere and then gets up, start walking? You know what I'm saying? You know, it's a form of some
Silicone
shit. Damn, I hate that shit is cutting you off like crazy, bro, tonight.
Yeah, I don't think it's been like this before.
Oh, it's never been like that. You know, I'm usually the one always breaking the hell up.
Mm-hmm. Kamala, the first Indian American. Then suddenly Kamala's the first black. Same person. It's just the terminology changed.
Yeah.
The frame changed.
I hate to even laugh at how you just said that, man.
That's how frame changes. Damn. We are manipulated because the frame changes. We'll mention a piece of it and we'll go along with the piece of it, ignoring the part that wasn't mentioned. Making whole emotional judgments off that little piece that was mentioned. That was mentioned.
Like, I thought we got freeze already. I'm like, what? What happened? What?
Nah, they think everybody's here. I think they just, not they, but something's on with John's end.
You know what I did with the word Magus? I put it in the gematria calculator, and that I forgot what was the actual number that came up with it, but I looked at all the other words that was associated with the word Magus and that number, and what I found was funny was that the words Kamala Biden together, Kamala Biden was associated with the actual gematria word of Magus. So I was like, I said, this is just amazing that, you know, that all of this shit is all just, it's just all interlaced, you know, and the more abstract you think and step outside the realm of normalcy, you can start to actually see the actual realness of what's really going on. You as it says, the scales fall off your eyes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's something really special about it. More than I'm able to see reality in a way like that. I don't know. It It takes away a lot of the things that used to burden me. Like I wasn't doing it right or whatever. It's taken all that stuff away. I think as long as you just stick to your purpose, man, you see for yourself that it.
Yeah, I remember. I remember listening to this video, this lady's channel, and one of the things she said in that video was, "Your purpose is your protection." And I like the way she said that because to me, I think it's true. Not necessarily that nothing would inevitably happen to you or that you're not destined to cross over, move on to other things or shift, or I would say shift in perspective, but more so of when you're focusing on what you're supposed to come down here and do, you know, when you're focusing on what you're supposed to be doing, or any level of focus really streamline you into, really just missing a lot of fuckery, unnecessary fuckery, I would say.
Oh, shoot, I didn't do something.
Kate, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi. Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys actually hear me?
Yes.
Oh, all right. What up, guys? What are you guys talking about anyway? I just came in a little late. What's up? What did you guys talk about? Artificial intelligence?
Yeah, it started out with AI, and
Well, you guys talking about artificial intelligence. I was listening. Today we have Mr. Eric Coedin talking about Asmodeus, and it does correlate with your artificial intelligence conversations, because I don't want to change the theme here, but I wrote notes this time, and one of the stuff that this dude was talking about was hold on, let me just get the notes. Look at the notes because I like notes. I'll come back with my notes. Well, of course, you know that Eric Cohen was talking about he likes to talk about the gatekeepers, right, from our subconscious mind. And one of the stuff that he did mention was at the end of the whole time of the whole hour meeting, he kind of like mentioned to us that we are all machines that we can be programmed. So he himself says that we are a machine. We can be programmed. He said that today on his meeting. And he say also, who we are a machine that we can program. And who we are is what determine on what we get experiences. If you don't like who you are, start changing and see the changes. So if you don't like who you are, you need to start changing and you will see the changes. So as he said, we are a machine and we are programming. Also was talking about Mr. What's this demonic entity name? What's his name, man? Hold on, let me just talk about, I think he's talking about Asmodeus. Who the hell he was talking about? Yeah, Asmodee. So one of his notes was this, and I did like the fact that he was talking about this, because the conversation today is it's saying our best friend. And of course, you know, he likes his dark magic. Of course, he's a black magician and he talks about his darkness and shit. So then he says that the higher demonic demon, Satan, or whoever that might be, it is not really a friend of ours at the end of the day. But he himself says that it comes from our inside. It's not an entity from the outside. It's not a la la land up there coming from the outside, coming and eat you. It comes from your inside. So then he says that the old gatekeepers present very obvious demonic entities. He say, along with stupid obvious powers that they will brand, but that the obvious things are the lower that they are using to create transformation, shifts that we cannot simply understand until we have to come through the other side of the gates. As you already know, he loves gates, and had been lower changes by these black alchemists. This is what he say. I don't know. All the sins and shows the pleasure of whatever of, and all the scenes and the shows pleasure offers are coming from Asmodee, which is a distraction. So he said that this entity will give us all these pleasures and distraction to keeping our conscious mind fully occupied, where his real ritual, which is Asmodee ritual, it takes place silently and undisturbed, unpolluted by the mind. To cause disturbance, your activating and processing cannot be stopped, and processing cannot be stopped. I don't know exactly what he means with these words literally. It's on his book of the Asmodeus book that he has, that he wants to people to purchase. But at the end of the day, is this that we are so blind on these entities, and it kind of like he's, since we are talking about this Kabbalah, I think that he might be talking about Jesod himself and the fantasies and all that. And Asmodeus is one of those. So he also says that one of his students, or whoever might be one of those guys from his programs, he contact Satan himself. This is like him trying to make all these things more cool so people can purchase the books, but that's fine. And the magician comes and say, hey, listen, he's like, he's already in the gates of hell. He's already contact Asmodeus and all these demons. And he finally gets to meet Mr. Satan. And then he asks, hey, Satan, listen, were you willing to take me? And he say, well, he's like, it all depend how far do you want to go. And then of course, I mean, the magician, he's like, well, you know, he's like, I have given up church, love, and everything you can think about. And then Satan is like, well, it's like, how far are you willing to go? And then of course the magician say, all the way down. And then Satan, he's like, well, I can give you all the knowledge you want, all the way down. So as far as you want to go, that's as far as the magic is going to go with you alone. So being said, he mentioned this, that we are basically a machine. We receive all this information, all this data, as far as we're willing to go. So artificial intelligence, yes, I think that we are connecting all this information. And also I wanted to talk to you about, of course, I've been texting you this whole time, Mr. Travis, and I was reading the other book, the Shining Paths from the Kabbalahs and Cells, and I was reading the path of what do you call it, the Maku to Hood, which is literally one of the 31st path on the Kabbalah itself. And of course, I'm looking at the freaking story, and I started to work on my imagination, as Miss Dolores was mentioned, to go to this imagination. And you started to talk about the path where you and her go through Mr. Prometheus, which is the guy who will sacrifice himself for creation of humanity, right? Which is the story. You guys gotta have to read that book because I don't want to go tell the whole story. But anyway, so the deal was this, that this dude sacrificed himself for the creation of humanity, and some freaking ego was eating his liver every night, and the guy was in pain. And of course, I come here, and of course, I'm a practitioner, and I was like, oh my God, I start crying like a little girl. I'm like, oh my God, what is this? Why does Travis get me into this nonsense stuff? But I got it too emotional because the poor guy, his liver was getting eaten by a eagle. So I was like, okay. I'm like, stop. I start punching myself. I'm like, stop it. And then I was like, wake up to reality here because all this is fake. So then I start to analyze things, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, this is not just some bullshit story, man. I'm like, this is not just bullshit. This has got to be some kind of meaning here. So then I started reading more carefully and analyzing this whole thing. And then when I go and I start reading more in details and start getting myself into like the whole concepts, I see myself looking at Prometheus. And then in the story of Prometheus, you go and you travel, and the guy brings you to these kind of like famous families, happy children, and they offer you cakes and foods and all this stuff in your first step, right? So then I was like, how the hell and how the fuck am I going to be all happy when I see the poor Prometheus up there being eaten by a freaking eagle? I don't think I even going to be able to move and do that. I'm already thinking myself, you know what? I'm probably going to collect all that food and go back to Prometheus and give all that to Prometheus, and perhaps give him water every time he needs it. So now I'm talking about myself up there. You know, I already know I'm a healer. So anyway, then I start reading on the page 36 in your Shining Path about the first fire, where it's actually you going into a healer, into an older woman that it says much reverse for her healing abilities. This woman actually has to sacrifice herself and stay away from the group of people of the group of her town because she's a healer. So she needs to be separate out of the group. Then I'm saying to myself up there, hey, wait a minute. This is not just some kind of fire and some bullshit story. I'm like, this is somebody representing healing. And perhaps this is what these paths of the Kabbalah means. Like they probably going to start to break down of what you really are, or breaking down who you are in a way. So then I was like, okay, so this kind of like story about this healer talks about definitely a healer woman and what she does and her knowledge and her herbs and all this stuff. And then of course in the path it continue uh, is something else up there, a second fire that it comes by that you meet. And then you're going to be around with some kind of teacher, right? With that many children around there. And now I say, wait a minute. So now the first thing is the healer, and the second pad or the second walk in this hood is actually the teacher. So then I'm writing all this stuff about teacher. So I'm like, okay, so that's cool. This is cool. This is cool. So I keep following this story. And then it comes by, and then you see on the third one. And then on the third one, they say on the pad, on the hood itself, you're going to see a different one. Now you're going to see elderly gathered to discuss and dispense the laws. So now I'm saying to myself, wait a minute. So you're going to see a healer, a teacher, and then you're going to see a structure, something with social life, something with law, wisdom, laws, a structure, orderly, wisdom, creation, and Mercury. So I'm like, okay, so now they start to describing about Hood itself, not just in like a fake story or whatever it might be, but somehow correlates with the system itself. So now I'm like, okay, so now I'm getting this whole stuff. And then I'm saying to myself, all right, so now in here at the end, this woman, Dolores, it says that it is time to leave. We move through the silence cans, but there are some who do not sleep, who wants to wait to watch us live with knowledge. I'm sorry, with knowing eyes. The healer, the teacher, the older, and the elders, and the smith, and they will watch us to depart. So basically, what this book is talk about, it's a structure itself of the Kabbalah, but also it narrates into stories where you're going to have to break down these stories yourself. And from there, you're going to have to write it down in your own Kabbalah, what you really are. Like, for example, if I went already to Hood, I already know that I am already a teacher, which I am a teacher, and I already know that I am a healer. So this is my Hood. So now I need to go and move forward and start to discover the rest of the treat of life. So I find it pretty interesting on this book where you can break down what you really are. You can create your own system in here. So every day I try to start reading more about each path and trying to break it down in more structural way. Of course, you're going to have to talk about the spiritual side, which I need to work on the spiritual side, but in a structural way, I can see that these paths are not like a fantasy. They actually they teaching you something about yourself. So pretty much that's what I've been doing with this. And of course, um, again, I've been just trying to understand about the mind and how the mind works. And so far, interesting enough, I kind of understood that the brain can be programming, the brain can be receiving processes about information, and based on that you're going to have to figure out how to live with it. So that's something that I did like about Eric himself. And Eric this morning again, he confirmed that what I was thinking, he actually confirmed it according to his opinions about the brain being programming. So, and you guys talk about artificial intelligence, so I think that 3 times a day, I think I had it pretty clear. So I hope you understand me.
Oh man, I that because damn near the whole meeting I was breaking up and you were breaking up, but
I was breaking up.
to me, everyone else said that they could hear you. Everyone else in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Pretty damn cool. I one channel.
Sorry, what you're saying, Travis?
You said you saw that on Cole.
He's breaking up, bro. You're breaking up, bro.
Oh man. Poetics channel.
Yeah, he was talking about us, that we are a machine, that we can be programming. We can be programming. So him, you guys, and I, by reading this book, I totally agree we can be programming. So that's like a whole group of people talk about the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's either spiritual or somebody.
And of course, he say, I like the fact that he was talking about Asthma Day, like, how Asthma Day will keep you occupied on your pleasures, on your, keeping your desires, everything that you want, but deep down, it will come out as a form of destruction for yourself. Of course, they talk about black magicians. I'm talking about dark magicians where they have their own mind, where they think that if you're doing black magic, you destroy everything, and and you destroy the light and all this nonsense. But believe it or not, they have certain points. More than criticize, then I like to listen what I want to listen and understand what they want to understand. And believe it or not, he was kind of mentioned that um he did have difficulties doing um the angelic magic, like he didn't work for him. He's like, when I started doing the angelic magic, he's like, I try and it didn't work. He's like, but as soon as I start doing the dark magic, it started to work. But then he was doing this. After he was training himself on doing the dark magic, he started calling the angels, and somehow the angels came in along. So then I'm saying to myself, well, not necessarily it was dark magic with the light magic. It was the fact that he was already kind of like trigger a way for him to activate his own energies. And he kind of like interpreted more into a dark magic than white magic. So of course he still have that concept of separation, but also he did mention that today he's like, you don't have to be think about being a full 100% black magician or 100% white magician. He's like, at this point, he's like, you have to be 100% yourself. It doesn't matter if you are a black or white magician. It's like, it's just 100% of yourself. And of course, I found it like pretty much interesting on his way of teaching, to people. There are certain things that I like about it, that he knows. He has this little part of wise on him. I mean, he's nuts and everything, but he has certain thing of knowledge up there behind that brain of his. So that's what I'm following. But it was kind of cool though that we're talking about programming. So yeah, that's what I am now. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, Travis, it's the chapter 6 from the hypnosis induction. Which skills are you talking about on that chapter from the last time we were reading that? On your chapter 6. Like to read. Are you there? I guess I got freeze.
Can you say the first part of your question again? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, the hypnotic induction, the book that you were
Yes.
talking about.
Yes.
Okay, you say chapter 6. You mentioned chapter 6.
I did.
Okay, so which skill are you talking about on that chapter 6?
All of chapter 6.
Yeah.
That is my answer.
Oh, the whole chapter? You have to go through the whole chapter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so here's a chapter is written by a different psychologist.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And each one shares trance induction. And that particular technique in chapter for inducing self trance, for specifically studying at
Right.
rapid rate. So that whole process, that chapter, and shit, I've read it about 6
Yeah, you caught him, bro.
steps. Hello?
All right. So you're saying that this chapter is, we're going to have to follow all the steps, like the skill of, well, let me just get this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This
So
gives you a run through. And in that run through, he tells you about what each step means.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just go back
What's
in
the
there.
name
Each
of the
one
book?
of the steps, what they do while you're doing them. So first, process in practice. You feel me?
No, you caught it, bro. You caught it. I know that the first skill is define a goal suggestions to be used in hypnosis. Is that the one you're talking about, right?
Chapter 6. Yeah. You set a goal first.
Okay, so you set a goal first. And then your exercises is basically the breathing techniques.
Say that again.
Your skill 2 is basically warm exercises to move in the mind and the body further into hypnosis.
Yes.
Okay. Increase focus at target while testing and relaxing. Now, how did you actually going to relax? Okay, let me just get this. Please keep relax. I find it very hard to relax, bro. I guess because I'm a busy in schedule. But all right, I guess I will have to work on that. Of course, I have to take. I like this one, and the reason why I got this one is because it's all about studying. Of course, I had to take another licenses up there for myself, but I find this pretty good, helpful book that I'm going to be working on. So I will let you know on Thursday and see how that works with this book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, relaxation is a huge part of it. With my feet on the ground, and you want to pick an object to focus on.
Right.
And focus on that spider. And essentially what you're doing is you're learning to focus inward. You're focusing on your muscles and your body and your breathing. Object. So for me, it would be that spider. Yeah, let me know if I'm.
All that I hear was a spider. Object and spider.
This is so annoying.
I know.
Saying is getting through and how much is not. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you want to get paying
Yeah.
attention to your body. You're going inward and you're paying attention to your body.
We're
Right.
going inward and we want to pay attention to our bodies. That's what I
Right.
hear. Okay.
Focus your attention on. For me, it was the spider. You breathe in, and as you breathe in, I focus deeper on the spider. When you breathe out,
As you
when you breathe out, you
yeah,
focus.
when you're giving us the most important things, you're clocking out. As you breathe in, what happened with the spider? And as when you breathe out, what happened with the spider?
When you breathe in, you're focused. Got me? Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Your connection is bad today, bro.
Okay, you breathe in, you focus deeper on the object.
Okay.
When you breathe out, so everything in my room fades away. It becomes blurry. So you're intensive.
Am I gonna have to call you on that one, Travis, during this week? Because you're cutting out, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So am I gonna have to call you on this one because I'm interested on this? And you know I never call you, so definitely gonna have to call you now.
Okay, I got one more thing I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Hello?
There is definitely a lot going on with this stream because I don't even see the actual window that shows the icons for everybody. I'm like on a white screen. It was on and then it just blinked out. So it's all kind of stuff going on with the stream.
Is the Matrix trying to trick us? Shit. I saw the Matrix today, actually. I was looking the blue pill and the red pill. I was like, fuck, I already choose the red pill, motherfuckers. Damn you, Travis! I already picked the red pill. That was Travis show asking us, "Did you
Can y'all
want
hear me
this?"
now?
Yes,
Yeah.
Is this better?
yes.
Yeah.
It's echoing, but it's working.
Oh my God. Okay. I think this is better.
Yes.
How frustrating is it to because I talk, I'm in flow. So like if I get cut off, I don't know where I was and I can't repeat it. So here we go.
You
Here we go.
better off that way. Leave it like
You,
that.
you were talking about the processes.
Yes.
All right. So what I was saying was you get into meditation. Well, you sit there, you get comfortably. The whole goal of points 1 and 2 is to relax your body and relax your mind. Okay. So you pick an object to focus on. For me, I picked the spider. I got the little spider toy and I put that right in front of me. Now, as I'm breathing in, my focus on the spider deepens. You with me?
Yeah.
All right, as I focus on the spider, I get more focus on the spider every time I breathe in. Now, every time I breathe out, everything that is not the spider becomes blurry. It becomes faded away. It goes out of focus. So with every breath in, you get sharper focus. With every breath out, everything else goes away. All right, and you do that for a few cycles. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. And you're paying attention to your muscles. Like what exactly are your muscles doing? They're rising, they're falling. You feel them relaxing in your neck. You feel your abdomen. You feel your legs. When you breathe in, you feel the energy going down into your feet. When you breathe out, you feel the energy coming back up and out of you. So the whole thing with trance and hypnosis is the more that you focus inward, the faster the effect begins. Does it help clear up step 2?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So that's one of the reasons why I have that spider on my desk, is to remind me that I'm focusing.
Okay, I have a scorpion actually.
This is the same thing that we've been learning, programming different symbols to have certain meanings. So that specific spider toy is to remind me to focus. And I have it on my desk as I'm reading. And if my attention drifts off, I see that spider and I know what time it is. There was even one point where I was starting to go to sleep. And then out of my blurry vision, I caught the outline of that spider and I got scared because I thought it was a spider.
Yeah, something's trying to.
It brought me right back. But yeah,
And then you concentrate on, okay, so because I saw also that for students, you can actually try to concentrate for your goal or, okay, but I
here's the thing. With step 2, you want to pick something to look at. It's not going to be the words, and it's not going to be your goal. You're going to come back to your goal at the end.
Okay.
What this part of the process is, step 2, is physical and psychological. You're training your body to relax, and you're training your eyes to focus on a single point. Because what you're going to be doing is reading, and you're training your reticular activation system to pay attention to just the point you're looking at, right? Because think about it. If I'm focusing on the spider, and that's developing a sharp laser point of focus, everything around it is blurry. When I take that same mindset to the page, boom, I'm burning through them letters. Okay. Nothing is distracting me.
Okay, I would do that. I will practice that. Definitely this week.
I like little toys and stuff like that. They make things like this easier.
Yeah, I have scorpions, bro. I got scorpions. Nicholas is up there. I can work with the scorpions.
Those are almost as scary as spiders.
I like scorpions. Increase focus.
Goodness gracious. Oh, volume's turned down on my computer. Is there something wrong, Veronica?
Now, how did you stop your hypnosis of reading too much? Because it could go on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, that's right. That's one of the things that happened. I didn't shut it off. Um, you want to sit down and unhypnotize yourself, basically. Do the same process in reverse. Because the whole thing is that I'm learning about hypnosis and magic and trance and everything is that experience is state dependent. Okay. Now, what that means is that all of our minds exist in certain states. Right now, I'm in a state. You're in a state. When you go to the grocery store, you're in a different state. When you're talking to your grandma, you're in a different state. Depending on who we're with and what we're doing, we're in a different state. So what we're doing is we're tuning into a primary state for learning. So in order to turn it off, because you're fine tuning that state, it's a state that you go into all the time when you study, but you're expanding it. You're really dialing it in. So in order to turn it off, you've got to choose another state to go into and go into it. So laughing, watching a comedy, hell, slapping yourself, dancing, music, do something to get out of that state. Don't keep the room quiet. You know what I'm saying? Change everything you can.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been reading a lot. I mean, not a lot like you, but I've been reading a lot of books. So yeah. All right.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. This goes to why, maintaining your frame is so important, because at any given moment, you're in a state. We're state dependent entities. Depending on what state we're in, determines what we remember. It determines how influential we are. It determines who we're able to influence, how much we're able to absorb. Our state determines everything. So if you're not aware of your state and you're not aware that you can change them at will, now you're at the mercy of anyone who changes your state. You know what I'm saying? Now you're susceptible to be influenced by simple shit at the grocery store like the Butterfinger bar. I was so zoned out talking to myself about being state dependent. And the minute I stopped thinking about that, I saw a Butterfingers bar and I grabbed it. I didn't need that, but I bought it because it triggered a memory of when I had one as a kid. So it's like we really have to be aware of when we change states. We got to be aware of what triggers state changes.
That's really important. I like how you said that, state dependent. You got to really be in control. That's self mastery. To be able to be in the now, in the awareness of now, and being the awareness of your total self, total control over everything that you are your own thought, instead of being the impulsive, programmed, conditioned thoughts of the surrounding atmospheric experience. And that's what most people are. They just like you said, they're reacting to their immediate state based off their experience. So like you said, they see the Butterfinger, that yellow wrapper, because as soon as you said Butterfinger, I saw the whole image of it in my mind.
Damn.
So if a person sees that Butterfinger, they're gonna have the taste of it is gonna trigger in their mind. And then they're going to want it. So if they're impulsive and not in self mastery or in control, then they're going to grab it. But the compulsion based off that thought, if you control it, then there's more of a victory. I think people don't realize that the more that you place yourself under submission of your will, the more victories that you will have and the stronger that you will become. But most people are so conditioned to falling victim to weakness that like you said, that state of mind is not even theirs. They're
yes.
It's like you don't even know who you are. That's the worst, is not knowing who you are, and also not even knowing that you're not knowing. That's like death. That's like double death. Like you die unconscious. Like you just existed. You existed in an unawakened condition, controlled state, and then you cease to exist. That's actually horrible if you really contemplate that. So that's really profound how you know what you just said that about being in that state.
Yeah, I grabbed some notes here. I'm trying to, because you mentioned that fear. You're in it. You can't see a solution. You can't see an answer.
Hmm. You're just drowning in an unconscious, unfulfilled state of being.
A trance is absorption in the experience combined with a continuing
Trans what?
A trance is absorption in the experience combined with
Combined with
a continuing narrowing focus of attention.
okay, trans.
You know, that's you know what the Sri Yantra is?
No.
The actual symbol of the Sri Yantra.
It's almost like a square, but it's like a cross kind of deal with a bunch of like
Yeah.
maze in the middle.
Yeah. I actually have one on my, let me see if I can turn my computer around and you can actually see it. Can you see that?
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
So in the middle of that, there's a dot in the middle of those triangles. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 upward facing triangles, and there's 5 facing down. They actually represent the masculine and feminine, so on and so forth. But what you just said, that last part you said, did you say pinpointed focus?
Yeah.
You're supposed to focus on that dot in the middle of the Sri Yantra, and focus your basically your pinpointed focus that triggers your mind to bring all of that symbology together, which opens you up to a whole nother communicative state of infinite connection. So it really does take that pinpoint of focus. So that actual sigil or that actual ancient symbol, or basically that's a flower that's opened. That's the very symbol of pinpointed focus.
Yeah.
A yantra. So without these proper tools, because I thought about this yesterday too, that you could be a master carpenter, but if you don't have any tools, you're useless. You can't do anything. You could have the wood, the nails, everything else, but if you don't have the hammer, there's actually nothing that you can do. So the more people go through life in this unconscious state, meaning that not awakened to the reality that who their persona has become is not who they really are, then if they don't have the proper tools to change that situation, then they they die in ignorance. You know?
Yeah.
So that's
So
the ultimate. That really, to me, that's the ultimate discovery of the self. And one of the reasons why we are manifested here is to actually come to the awakened awareness that who you are or who you have become is not who you really are. So when you discover the source of yourself, which is the whatever we want to label cosmic, basically you're a drop of water in the ocean. So the drop of water is no different than the ocean. It's just a particle. So you're a particle of this cosmic whole. So once you come to an awakened, enlightened state of that reality, then you have to now begin to live that reality and utilize it on this planet, not just for the benefit of you, but for the benefit of others until you cease to exist here physically. That's the ultimate goal of why we manifest. You know?
mhm.
Because there's no need, there is no other need to fill our mind with all this information that we research and study if we are not going to transform ourselves into the true self, which is the not person. Where because the person is nothing but a word that's just a persona. So we've all taken on a persona that has been given to us throughout whatever our family tradition, our family name, our racial distinction, our sexual distinction, or whatever we title ourselves. But not even I don't want to say so. Whatever we title our person, we're conditioned to the definition of that. So
Yes.
once we eliminate the definitions of who we think our self is, then we become the truth. We become nothing, but we become all. And the all is the creative source, which is everything and nothing at the same time. You know, so even it's really not even you can't even describe it. It's omnipresent, it's omnipotent, and it's just omniscience. It's and that's the and it's hard to reach that first sphere. We really we barely can reach the ninth sphere,
Truly. Truly.
let alone trying to get to sphere one, the supreme triad.
And this is another reason why I feel like a lot of attention should be paid to the beginning stages. You know, I know way more advanced stuff than, what I try to help people understand because there's so many, like you were saying, there's more people vying. No, that's what Junebug said earlier. So many people vying for that low position, for the entry level position. But there's so much chaos and confusion. It's like, well, shit, what do I trust? What do I do? And, a lot of people who are attracted to this, they want things, but they don't know how to get them. So we think it's the crystals. We think it's the Sri Yantra. We think it's that these objects that are going to give us the power and the focus. But in order to move forward, a lot of us from the beginning have to realize it isn't those tools because they're just tools. Like a carpenter uses tools. They're just tools. The true magus, the true tool of the magus is actually the attention, the focus. Can you discipline yourself? Can you sit down and use the Sri Yantra? Can you sit down and use the crystals? Can you use any of these things? Because they're not going to do it for you. They're not going to do it for you.
So it's more a lot about being able to really have intense focus on discipline of oneself than it is all the external stuff.
I think that's crucial.
I think that's paramount.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think once like you just said, focusing on the self and mastering the self, I think this is where this comes into play, because you start vibrating on another frequency, so you start attracting the community of others who are within that same source vibration. You start connecting to individuals that you can be a part of, because we're still earthbound. So we're still bound by the laws that are applicable to this realm. So we can't always vibrate within the realm of the astral or outside of the physical, because we are physical. So once we obtain that balance, we have to at least commune, because we're communal. We're mammals. We still are bound to the laws of the who we are, the being humanness. So we will so we will attract those who we can be within a similar frequency with, so we can do what we're doing. We can build and sharpen. We can sharpen our sword, or iron sharpens iron, or even be tested, because that's what brings mastery as well. It's no different than martial arts or any type of a physical combat. You have to actually be tested so your skills can be sharp. How you know that you are a master of anything if your skills aren't being tested? So that's like, with the thing when she was talking about Satan earlier and stuff like that. That's what Lucifer, the essence of Lucifer is the adversary. But I don't get into much into the Christian philosophy of that, because I can say that maybe the concept of what was being called God and the Christianity, maybe that God was the wrong dude to really mess with, because he caused more sour situations than Lucifer. Lucifer wasn't casting didn't cause no death of against nobody. So even with that, we got to be careful, with that type of thing. But it's that we connect with what we connect with, and as Mike said, that we definitely, and as you said, we definitely have to become, because it is a singularity of self. We have to actually break the atoms, or smash atoms of our elemental self, so we can actually rebuild the particles into what we truly are.
Yeah. And even to smash atoms and to play with particles on that level, it takes an insane amount of focus. You don't have just people willy-nilly talking about, well, let's splice some atoms.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about groups of people who stay locked in a room and focus. They stay locked in a room together and focus with each other, digging through information, digging through data. It becomes their lifestyle. It becomes their livelihood. They focus so intensely, and that's how they make breakthroughs. Not by just going along, doing what everybody's doing. No, they're pushing forward. It takes an intense level of focus for that.
That's like Kanye West before he became conditioned to who he. So what he's projecting now is not who he originally was. That wasn't his original vibration. When he originally got, before he got signed with Rockefeller, he said that he locked himself away. He said he locked himself away for 2 summers so he could learn how to work his music equipment. And when he did that, that's when he produced some of the songs on Jay-Z's album that came out with Big Pimpin' and you know those different type. That album is when Kanye West had some songs on there. The Annie song and all of that stuff became great big hits because he intently focused on the music. He didn't go hang out with his boys
Mm-hmm.
anywhere else. He didn't go do nothing. He didn't go to the club. He didn't go find chicks. He didn't go shopping no more. He didn't do none of that stuff. He locked himself away. So the whole thing is people miss the whole point of those symbolic pictures where they show a hermit or they show like an alchemist old and he be in a room and he's under candlelight crouched over the desk by himself. That right there is symbolically showing you how intent and how sometimes it may take years for you to find the elixir of life. You know, it's not all the time, but it takes a constant study. It's not that you will never find everything that you need. You will always, and you know that yourself. You found one book, you read it, it was great. That book led you to 20 other books, and those 20 books led you to 30 more books, and it just keeps going on and on and on because there is an infinite amount of sources. It's like water. Information is it's like water. You can find a source of water everywhere you go on this planet. That's like I said earlier. If you go on a journey, you don't have to bring everything with you because you should have faith enough to know in yourself that you will discover the things that you're going to need on your journey. So just by reading one book, you're not going to obtain every single thing. You might read a book and don't get anything from it, but like, man, I really didn't go. But let me just keep going. Now you got to go, and you just keep going on and on and on because it's limitless. You know.
So my question would be, where do you? So a person, when you're talking about focus, having this immense focus, are these done in periods of time? Because I imagine it can take a toll on an individual, or it may not. It just depends on how bad they want it. But there's periods of time. It's like periods of time where you focus, and then there's other periods of time where you go off and do something else to let that focus start to kind of germinate in your life. Is it? Am I getting the wrong concept of when we're talking about focus, like you just have to shut off everything, or is there allowed a certain balance to it where you can still move on to other things in life and then come back to it, or these people who are locking themselves up, for this is this periods of time, or is it these people are just giving their whole life, their whole existence to just this one thing and that's it?
I think me personally, I'll just go back to the Kanye West thing. We're speaking about Kanye West. He's running for president. No matter what, he is who he is right now, based off of his particular focus of what his intent was. So it always the focus. You have to have intent with focus. You have to have a purpose for the focus. So I think what like you just asked, it has to have intent, and it also it's a mind, body, and spirit, or mind, body, soul. You have to also be conditioning the whole of yourself that you're not going to, like you said, break down or crash down. You still have to eat. You still have to take care of your hygiene. You still have to, take care of your health. And also with that focus, you have to take care of your mind. So in those two components, the mind and the body, without those being in sync and healthy, you're definitely not going to have access to the inner soul or the inner self, so that now you're operating on that 3 levels, So I think with the intent focus, you definitely have to have a reason and a purpose, and also it encompasses being whole within your all self of in all components.
Yeah. Yeah. I early in my entrepreneur journey, I would hear these people, I would listen to motivational videos and people would talk about, yeah, man, I didn't sleep. I eat sleep, I didn't sleep, I would skip sleep because I was so focused. And I don't know, maybe I think the way I interpreted it was that these people were just like nonstop. Whatever the hell their goal was, they were just nonstop. Or to become entrepreneur, they, to make money, they were just nonstop. Like nothing mattered but that goal. And then I would ask, well, what the hell would they do in their day-to-day basis? Were they just locking themselves up, and just focusing on it, or are they talking about just like you just said, they pretty much shifted their life towards complementing whatever their goal was, but they still kept the balance. Because I can see how somebody who wouldn't be able to think about it like that would kind of get like, man, you have to drop everything for this.
But it's also
You have to drop,
sacrifice.
yeah, like
What are you
how
willing
much
to
of,
sacrifice to obtain your goal with the focus?
right,
We can't just always expect to get something without giving something.
right,
So we got to sacrifice. So those people say, I didn't sleep. We know it's impossible for the human being to operate consistently without sleep.
right,
Because first of all, that's how your subconsciousness replenishes itself with sleep and darkness, serotonin, melatonin process. So chemically, that's why I said that the body, it operates with the spirit and the mind, because it's a chemical process. So the whole thing is, but you may, instead of you sleeping 8 hours at a time, you may sleep in pockets. You can get 30 minutes here, wake back up, go back into study, take another
right,
45 minutes here, boom, go back into it. So that's the whole
right,
thing. Like when you see people, and I'll just use basic shit like, people in studios, niggas be in studios sleeping in the studio, and they wake up and it's just like when Snoop and Dre and them talk about when they made the Chronic album, they pretty much were living in the studio.
mhm,
And then look at what they created. You know what I'm saying? The dudes made the
yeah,
Chronic album. You know what I'm
right,
saying? So it's what are we willing to sacrifice while we're focusing with complete, total, supreme focus? What is the intent? And basically, like I said, what are we willing to sacrifice to obtain it? Because it has
Yo,
to be a sacrifice.
hello.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, Mike, I know you got Durana Darshan. Durana Darshan, if you were to go to page 22, it talks
course it,
about the approach to meditation.
mhm,
And like the main sentence is, continuity without a break is necessary. Because you got people that are asking about meditation. They're like, oh, what if I meditate once a week? Somebody who's doing it every single day, you know?
kind of broke up a little bit. Might be my end.
No, I think it's me. Hello. You said that there's
Yeah,
people who meditate like once a week or whatever. And but basically he's saying right from the start, it should be understood that
damn it, man. Shit.
right from the start, it should be understood that practicing 1 day a week is like taking one step forward, and not practicing for the remaining 6 days is like taking.
Damn, Trav, every time you get to a good part, it breaks up.
Yeah, man. Damn.
Every time he gets into the good part, we lost the
Yes.
contact.
Yeah, we can always be laughing about some other shit, and then it'd be so fucking crystal clear.
Yeah, man.
That's what the fuck, man.
You can hear the.
Now, what book is it that you said? Because I didn't even catch the title of the book.
He said Daharan Darshan.
Okay.
Daharan Darshan. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, bro. Seriously, today those fucking.
How they fucking with my boy, man?
I'm just trying to get one sentence off.
It's not possible, homie.
It should be understood that practicing 1 day a week is like taking one step forward. Not practicing for the remaining 6 days is like taking 6 steps back.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
So we can relate that to our focus in our study and what we're doing.
Well, homie, I'm reading my freaking shining pad stuff every week, every day, one chapter at a time.
Yeah. I know, John, you had just recently post something about 3.5 hours a day is all you need. And then you broke it down into the different, you know, how would that add up? And that's over 1,100 hours a year, you know?
Yeah.
So it's more so of just like, even if it's just, as long as it's just about, like you said, being in frequency, frequently doing something, effectively, of course, but more so of not that you're spending 24 hours in a day. Cause I used to be like, damn, man, like how are these guys doing it? Are they having to sit up here and like, you know, breathe this shit? Are they eating these words on this? This is what they eating for lunch? You know, like what the hell? But it's just more of about doing doing a certain amount just consistently, just being consistently, and then you'll one day look up and you'll see how much progress you had and you didn't even realize it, you know.
Warren Buffett says he reads 900 words a day.
But I want it, man. Fuck.
John is still at what, 180? Oh no, that's pages. I'm sorry. That's about the same, right? 900 words, you said? He said 900 words a day?
He reads about 900 words or something like that a day, or it might have been more. But that's just like those kind of people, man. Like they got some kind of, they got a system. They got a system where they challenge themselves. Like when the majority of people conk out, you got
I'll be honest with you.
Runners out there, you know.
I'll be honest with you. When I study, I can study 8 to 10 hours straight. Like I can study 8 to 10 hours straight. And you're going to have at least 15 minutes. 15 minutes. The system is this. You study 15, 20 minutes. You take 5 minutes, 10 minutes break. You come back. You go back and you read. You take another 15 minutes and then you're coming back and read again. And if you feel like you're sleeping while you're studying, you're going to have to go and look for graphics. Graphics will keep you awake. And you start looking back on those graphics because at that point of you studying, you are in the zoom of like, I need to like memorize things. So then you practice your theory, you take your break, and if you're sleeping, like in that theory, you start looking for graphics or maths or something, or draw or do something, look through pages, and then you're coming back to your theory. That's pretty much how we do in the systems of study. It works for me though. I can go to 8 to 12 hours reading and studying. but the speed, it's something that I need to work on, because of course when you study, you have to slow down a little bit the speed of reading. But while you have something like the shining pads, to me it's like it's not really the pressure studying, but to the pressure of like the pleasure to try to understand the book, and not the pressure of studying, which is different. So yeah.
Mhm. Some study methods. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because
More
when you do
concise.
something like mystical Kabbalah, you don't want to just run through that. So it also, like you said,
Exactly.
it depends on the material that you're actually studying, what you're trying to consume. So I'm sorry,
Right.
I think I cut John off.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
adding
we
to the
did.
fuckery. You're my
Yeah,
bad, bro.
the computer cut me off anyway. But yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to get even more granular, even more detailed with it, you can look, because she's talking about being, and as we know, you got visual, auditory, kinesthetic. So there's different ways. If you know your language, it's easier to make sure that you're staying focused. I'm auditory. You know, I talk to myself all the time. That's how I keep my attention. Sometimes visual stuff doesn't hold me, and not really the kinesthetic. So if you're able to find, what's the point?
We lost it, John. I'm sorry. You keep losing it.
But I did gather a lot of what you said, though.
Yeah, basically paying attention to your modality. Audio's better for me. So if I get distracted from my book, hell, I might turn on that Snyder Productions. Ding, 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 don't keep them heads ringing. City of Compton.
What happened?
So anyway, when I went to school, the anatomy and physiology teacher was telling us that you would need to write notes, of course, and before your class start, you're gonna have to go back to those notes before your hours of classes start, and then the next following day you would do the same thing. The next following day you would do the same thing. So by the time that you're going to have to go and study for your exams, you won't feel that pressure of like trying to gain the whole information. Then she told us that it was useless for us to start studying at 2 a.m. in the morning, which I did have that bad habit to start studying at 2 o'clock in the morning. For whatever reason, I didn't fail my exams. I was awake at 2 a.m. in the morning, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. By the time that it was 10 o'clock, I was ready to take my exam. So I did retain the information. But then I got a bad habit. And then she was mentioned to us that if you keep doing that habit you're not retaining the whole information that you need to be retained. You only retaining maybe 5% to 10% of the information. So she's like, your brain need to rest at those hours. And by the time that the brain is resting at those hours, your neurons are sending information faster, the information to your to other neurons, to or to the data, to whatever we put our data. Literally, when you resting, um, you tend to send that information more faster. And then she's like, you better off sleep at night and then review things in the morning. She's like, just do that. It's better that way. Because it would take 24 hours for you to get that information into the brain. So that is something that I learned as well. So I start doing, I mean, I don't say I'm not studying completely because sometimes I'm tempted to go back to my studies at 2 a.m. in the morning. But then I was like, you know what? I'm like, that's it. Just close the books. If I'm exhausted, just close the books. And then I'll get up by 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, get my coffee or something, and I start working with my brain and start getting the information that I need to get for the test. Whatever I needed it to get that I didn't have in the past, I will be able to retain it at that point. So yeah. So if when you guys study, don't do that the night before the exam because it's going to take 24 hours for you to retain the information, pretty much.
Quick in the house.
I didn't get to that Limitless book yet. Definitely will, though.
Try everybody. I got to get myself prepared for tomorrow. I got to start out early, around 4 o'clock, so I need to actually prepare some things. And so I definitely appreciate the invite and the moment to conversate with everyone.
Definitely, bro. Thanks for coming out.
Good night, bro.
I appreciate it. Everybody, peace. Be easy.
See you
All right, you
Sunday.
too, bro.
The
Peace.
end.
Shit. Hello? I wonder if Mercury, some unprecedented interference.
Yeah, it's weird.
Just the different hypnosis and trance states and things like that. Videos, it seems like it's easier for me to actually read.
than to watch the video lesson. Mike, how are you coming with the videos? Mike, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What's going on, bro?
I'm okay. Very interesting tonight. Listen to what everybody had to say was, pretty awesome. Junebug is on fire.
Very much.
And Django as usual. So everything was just on point. It was like I had a lot of listening and fine-tuning to do tonight because all of the information I listened to tonight was kind of what was on my mind this week, and that was all what was tackled, so it was really nice. And Veronica, I don't know what you're on tonight, but you're on fire. You were cracking me up also mid-sleep and all. I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, I guess we all have that message today, I guess,
Absolutely, especially the Matrix one and all the explanation Junberg was given. I came across the same information, but it was good to have someone else's perspective about it, and he broke it down pretty well. I'm gonna have to rewatch it because it was really pretty accurate and very well simplified. Always as usual in this group, people always like dissect the topics in a way that you understand it with a clearer vision from anywhere else that you might have heard it before. That's the great thing about being able to exchange over here on Zoom.
I was able to finish the Kabbalah from the Unfortunate.
Oh la la. Don't make me.
I was able
Don't
to
make.
finish that up.
Oh my God.
I went back to the Hispanic version of it. I mean, I knew that I was able to read it in English, but then I felt that I was missing points. I wasn't too clear. Then I was like, fuck it. I'm like, that's it. I'm going to download this little book in Spanish version. And I was like, what the fuck? What am I missing here? And of course, I did follow up in the Spanish version. I have the PDF reader, which is, it is really like a robotic type of reading. But also I'm reading myself at the same time she's reading, but because I'm hearing her, I imagine things. So I can listen to her and I also imagine and I actually am
I
reading.
understand what you mean.
Right. So I was like, oh shit. I'm like, I guess I missed a lot of the points on the Kabbalah at that point. So I was like, all right, so I'm gonna finish the book. And I did finish the book. It took me 2 days to finish that book, the 365 pages. It took me 2 days. And that's between working. But then I was like at night, I was like Travis, like awake at night and just reading and just trying to get that goal of finish what I needed to finish. And then, of course, I wanted to continue to do more research on the magical Kabbalah, because now I am so into this system. And then I'm looking at this guy named Mario, which I'm going to get his books actually, because his books are not spiritual books in a way; they're more philosophical books. Which I'm going to get that information from you guys, for you guys. But this guy, it's from Spain, and he has 6 different doctorates. He's a doctorate in psychology, anthropology. He is a PhD in philosophy and history and whatever else. He has like a 6 different type of PhDs. So I'm like, this is the dude that I'm going to start looking for philosophical Kabbalah, because he works a lot in philosophy and psychology. So I was like, all right, so I'm going to try to get his books in Spanish, and then I'm going to see if I can get them in English. If I can find it in English, I'll definitely would download it to you guys up there, or gave you the name for the next week, because that's something that I wanted to do this week. So of course, I like the fact that one of the interviews that they have on him, they asked him, what do you think about magical Kabbalah or a spiritual Kabbalah, which is, which is our Kabbalah. And they did mention the unfortunate on his interview. And he said, something, he's like, it doesn't really matter what type of Kabbalah it works, um, because the systems are giving the same result, whether it's Kabbalah with the C or with the K, or with the Q. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
it just doesn't matter. He's like, it does not matter, because all the systems will lead you to the same concepts. So I was like, okay, all right, all right. And then he recommended that we should not be doing the 3 Kabbalahs at the same time. He's like, just try to understand the systems and understand their own unique structure, but most of it's similar. Like it's just almost the same path. So yeah, I'm gonna get his books anyway, and I'm gonna start reading those interesting books and see what I can find up there for information. I'm sure I would find a lot of different information from that. Maybe the unfortunate, of course, she was very knowledgeable, but there are other knowledgeable people up there as well
Of course.
that you can share some of the missing pieces that we might be interested on. So
Mm. You're doing amazing, sweetie.
learning, my friend, learning. What can I
Mhm.
say? It's the planet of hood. It's the hood right there, my friend. It's hood from Jesso to hood. I just feel that I belong. This is part of my home. I'm like, I already know this home from
Mm-hmm.
Jesso to hood.
Mm. Like we all know, it's all a mess. We were talking about how it was only 10% out of everything that was quite real earlier. So I don't even I don't even bother myself about anything anymore. Shit happens, it happens. What comes, comes. What goes, goes. But definitely, I try to get myself up to date with what I'm learning, and sometimes I don't even go by the book. Like I go through other lectures that are actually talking about where I'm at in the book, because I, like you did, I think what really helped you was the fact that when you listened to the Mystical Kabbalah in Spanish, it made it a lot clearer. I don't know if you're originally Spanish.
Yeah, I am.
Uh-huh. So, it gives you like a clearer perspective. You feel like you're listening to it in your mother tongue. So it makes you, like you said, you were able to imagine some other things. So it gave you that vision.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed, like, when I when I listen to several other lectures, or maybe I come across scripts from several other authors, it all comes together as one, being with the Q or with the K or whatever. It's the same thing, literally.
Yeah, but we still missing pieces, believe it or not. Even if we read the unfortunate, we
Mm,
still missing pieces because the language itself, you need to understand the
mm-hmm,
writing, the Jewish scripture.
mm-hmm,
Once you be able to break down or to know or to understand that form of language, then you will know that you are literally starting to understand it. What we're
mm,
reading right now is very introduction. It is not the actually Kabbalah. I'm like I'm
mm-hmm,
like I'm reading this guy and I'm like, oh my God, like we missing so much of the information. I'm like that we literally need to understand the language itself. And Spanish English is not my own language. I studied Chinese medicine. So
mm,
Chinese, I don't understand like the graphics, but I understand the pinyin. So,
mm-hmm,
that's a third language. And now I'm going to come in here and I'm like, and I'm reading this Kabbalah, and now I'm looking at the names and I'm looking at these numbers and I'm looking at this A that doesn't even look like an A. It looks like a square. I'm like, what the hell is all this? And then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, just go back and just start writing those letters and start trying to make a meaning of those letters. Now, also, when I start looking at the Golden Dawn, that is like, oh my God, what the hell is all this? So I'm looking at the pages, just looking at the pages and looking at the pages, and I'm looking at the pages. And then, of course, I start looking at the praise that they have and the glories and the heavens and stuff like that. I'm like, what the fuck is that all about? I'm like, is there any way that we can just fucking cut all this nonsense? Not that it's nonsense, but like it's too much. Like, I guess it's like too much hallelujah in a way that I don't click with. And I'm like, okay, but then I understood, and one of the women in one of the videos, she was trying to explain that when we call the angels, we have to sing their names because
mm-hmm,
we have to. And I'm like, do I fucking look like I'm Pentecostal or something, man? And then I realized that she was showing in her videos how when you call the angels, you actually change the sequences of vibration. So I'm like,
mm,
oh shit. I'm like, now I understand why you have to call Jehovah and like whatever part, because I don't even fucking know the names yet. But then it's like I understand in a way that if you sing their names, it's because you actually changing the way of the vibrations on
Mm.
your on the energies. So I was like, all right,
Veronica,
yeah,
we went over this on Sunday
uh-huh,
as far as why you want to vibrate those names.
uh-huh. I missed it perhaps because I started late.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we actually did go deep. These angels.
You did?
mm-hmm,
Because
Yeah, it's from the Tivret chapter.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
all right, so what did you guys talk about? Because I was looking at this woman video and I'm like,
What chapter? Well, you already read the whole book, so you should already kind of guess what he's talking about. But we were on chapter 20,
Yes.
and we spoke about how the spares, how they walk, and how, for example, Travis was telling us, like, if you're walking on a particular spare, do not think that the other spares are inactive. They are all working at the same time. Just because you're logged on into one doesn't mean the others aren't in conjunction, because that particular one you're logged on into is a branch of the whole tree itself.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, maybe Veronica, maybe you caught that part, or I don't know what your question really is, but I just tried to give you a summary of where we are at.
So where you guys at? No, I'm
Mm.
saying that when I was reading the Golden Dawn, and they were talking about the singing process of it, I'm like, I don't think I'm up for singing. And then I'm looking it
Why
up.
not?
And,
Why
y'all,
not?
seriously, bro? Seriously?
But wait, when did you used to go to church?
I was fucking Catholic. Catholic church, we don't fucking sing shit.
Oh my God, look. I don't even want to talk about the Catholic Church. I got into a huge fight this week with a Catholic. I got thrown
We don't
out of
fucking
the
sing
house.
hallelujah, bro. That is Pentecostals, Mormons. I mean, I respect them. Don't get me wrong. I respect them. That's my brother is Pentecostal, man, and they go with the hallelujahs and stuff like that, which is fine, man. But it's not for me. And I don't sing no shit. I'm like, I'm not singing no shit. And then I'm looking at I'm looking at the freaking golden dawn, and I'm like, what the fuck? With his angels. And then of course I went to the videos to people that they teach these things, and then they were like, no, you actually do that because of the vibrations. And I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, okay. All right. So
I'm
no,
gonna
I
get the
still
verse number for you, because I know my shit's breaking up, and I
We can hear you.
have a feeling.
Hello. Okay.
Oh God, Veronica, I'll give.
oh, here is Veronica. Yo,
Jesus Christ.
with the
Why
chat,
me?
bro.
Everyone else is talking just fine.
What happened to your microphone?
This is my third microphone, man.
Oh la la.
Maybe
I noticed you were signing in and signing out. I was just like, oof, but I was mid sleep, mid awake and everything. But once I came in, I heard Junberg Turkin and what he was talking about, the Matrix and everything. And I had some things to chip in, but there was no point even saying anything, because from the perspective of what I had and from what he said, and he already sent a video in the chat, so I was just like, okay, fine. I could always like watch it over again. And these are topics that would always kind of come up. So it was best to just be in a listening state and comprehend what every other person was saying, and Django as usual. But I don't know what happened to Mr. Major's microphone tonight. I don't know. Something must be going on in Atlanta. Mm-mm-mm.
What was that video? Because I came in pretty late myself.
It's
You was talking about the Matrix.
Oh,
If you have it, send it to me private on the private chat. If you don't mind.
okay. It's on the chat. It's the first one, I think. I don't know. Maybe you have it, but I can do a copy and repaste.
Yeah.
He put something there, but he was talking about. It was pretty much a much more elaborate explanation and viewpoint on the Matrix and how it functions and what it is compared to what we think it is. And I had gotten that vision from other spiritual teachers, and it was just good for someone in the group, the way he was breaking it down. The moment I signed in and I caught the topic, I knew exactly what he was talking about because I had gotten the exact same lessons before. So I was just like, oh, yeah. And I can kind of maybe like go retrace the videos. Only I remember it was done in like an interview, and it was pretty much everything he was saying. So aside from this video he sent, by the time the chat is rounded up, I think you can be able to. I joined in around 2:15, so you can be able to listen to what he was saying again, like from the very beginning. It will give you like the necessary clarity if you want.
Yeah, you guys just posted it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
In other words, bro, you taking the red pill, bro. The red pill. Take the fucking red
What
pill.
else to do than to take the red pill? Listen, it's such a mess. It is such a mess. Today I was on some
Catholic
topic.
arguments.
Sorry?
You were with some Catholic arguments. Do you argue with a priest at least?
Oh, I had a Catholic argument like 2-3 days ago, but today I was into this whole topic about the vaccines and everything. And when you look at all the mechanics behind it, listen, I was someone that loved this life so much. I'm so disgusted having come here. When you look at everything on the global scale, you're like, why did I reincarnate to be here? Like, gosh, it's about to get crazy for real. It's about to get really, really shaky. I cannot be thankful enough that I have come to realize certain things that I've come to realize, because otherwise I think I'm really sorry for anyone who is asleep. Seriously, I'm very, very sorry for anyone who is asleep or who doesn't just want to listen to any other person's perspective apart from theirs. But I always look at it from the sector of, we're living in a matrix, everyone is on their own program, and I am not going to let anything or anyone disrupt me from achieving my own goals, be it spiritual, mental, physical, moral, anything. I just let it down. So I was just like, I can't be bothered with anything anymore because it's so, 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 so cruel. When you look at everything from a higher perspective, when I was telling you, I was listening to a spiritual lecture on the vaccines, and I've heard it from here and there, but when you have it broken down like into pieces, you're just like, so wait, what is gonna happen? And even there's some specific upcoming dates. You're just like, whoa, this is like really the end, not like kind of the end. This is the end. So 2020, 2021, 2022. Whew, gosh, so many upcoming events that are going to shake the world. If you don't have a frame to maintain, then I'm sorry for you. However, the Catholic the Catholic story, that is just so hilarious because I don't know, since I learned some things about the Catholic Church and just religion in general, I just feel like when I see a diehard Catholic, I couldn't help myself from being like, pipe down, because it's not what you think. And I ended up being called all sorts of names. You're the devil, you're this, you're that, you're darkness, you're blah, 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 blah. But I wasn't mad because I knew I was saying the truth, and I wasn't saying it in a condescending manner, and I wasn't saying it in a way to like bring anybody down, because at some points those truths were truths to me, and I'm not trying to force anyone's awakening or, put them to game, because at some point, with all these mutations that are going to go on, and how would we know when everybody's been covered by masks? There are pretty much so many shocking things, revelations to come. So I expressed myself, and I don't think it sat well, but since I wasn't in my own home, I was asked very unpolitely to get the fuck ASAP out
Oh
of the
shit.
house. I swear.
Way.
Oh shit.
And it was kind of like sort of saying close to midnight. I was supposed to spend the night there because we were going to go somewhere else the next day. And I had just gotten there. I actually traveled 2 hours to the city. So when I got there, it was kind of like, oh, my friend is at home, but he's such a Catholic, he's always praying and this and that and blah, blah, blah. So at first, during dinner, we were having a conversation, like the global conversations, and we were talking about all this, like Bill Gates, vaccine, this and that, and several kind of organizations in the world. And then somewhere, somehow, it got to the Catholic Church, and I was explaining how there are egregors that are actually being installed in these churches to, take our humans' energies, because what they put up front as what they're worshiping is not really what it is. They have other deities and divinities that they pay homage to behind the scenes. And here goes Mr. Oh, you are such a devil. What do you think you're talking about? And blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, take it or leave it. Yeah, we having a grown conversation or not, because I don't know why you're being pressed. If you're being pressed, that means there's something triggering you. I'm just telling you from what I know. And
you're not supposed to be sharing that kind of info.
Well, the conversation took us there, because when it became all like very dispute and argument, and you gotta go and blah blah blah, and if he's staying here, I'm not gonna stay here, and I'm like, okay, look, this is your own home. I'm the invitee. I'm the one that is here, so I would leave, but I wouldn't just go and impose on someone. We talked up to there, so until I realized mid-conversation, like, okay, we're not on the same level of consciousness. Let me keep quiet. But then it had gotten to a point of yelling at me. And I'm like, why are you yelling? I just told you my own perspective. You don't have to take
emotions. Emotions.
Yeah.
It's emotion.
Yeah. I wouldn't ever, I understand what you're saying, Travis. I wouldn't ever like I said, you cannot force anyone's awakening. Like, I think a year ago, someone would say something like that about some of my beliefs. I would be like, who is this kind of person? I don't want to be around this vicinity. But I think some sort of way, like I've mentioned before, I used to be around people that kind of knew that I ought to be aware of something, but I think they let it naturally unfold. And this is something that I see in this person. And from the conversation we were having about elites and stuff like that, I knew you weren't actually dumb. But the moment I touched on your religion, you went crazy and started backing at me. And I'm like, why are you backing at me? He had things to say about Muslims.
Emotional triggers.
Yeah, okay. That was it. So I didn't do it purposefully. But I'm not going to lie. I was very aware of what I was saying, and I didn't flutter. I didn't fidget, because if what I was saying, I didn't believe in it. I don't know. I in some sort of way, I kind of feel like. Sorry?
The conversation came in a certain way.
Yeah, the conversation came in a certain way, and I don't know if I make any sense by what I want to say, but it's kind of like.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It happens to us in It happened to us in microbiology class. We were
Mm-hmm.
we were talking about precisely we were talking about diseases, and
Mm-hmm.
the professor, she teaches in New York University in the city, medical
Mm-hmm.
students, and she
Mm-hmm.
teaches here in Long Island. She was teaching us the same class. She was teaching us microbiology. So of
Yeah.
course she comes from a very scientific background, whatever, and literally all of us have that background. And she will start to talk about the creation of the bacteria, like how we have a certain bacteria that they produce themselves. They are
Mm-hmm.
very unique bacteria where she and he, it's in a single bacteria, and it
Mm-hmm.
produces itself. And
Mm-hmm.
for whatever reason, this bacteria does not needed it to reproduce like most of the bacteria. So it's just individual. She has a male and female inside on her or his or whatever might be the case.
Okay.
So we started to talking about this type of bacteria in the class, and he becomes a Christian woman, and she's like, well, I don't think that this is nice and correct, or whatever might be her opinion was, because this is the creation of the Lord Christ. And my teacher and all of us, we looking at fucking each other, and we like, what the fuck are you talking about, girl? So anyway, so the teacher, of course, has to explain to this young lady that when you're talking about religion, when you're talking about science, these two together cannot be mixed. So my teacher, what she did was this. She closed the book and she looks at all of us and she say, let me tell you something. Science and religion is been struggling for a very long time, especially with Darwin, with the evolution, where Darwin was like brutally, almost brutally being murdered because he was talking about evolution of the species. And of
Mm-hmm.
course, his wife was Catholic, very Christian Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of mentioned the same thing as they told you. Oh, you are the devil, you are
Oh,
this, you are
I
that,
didn't have
whatever
an
might
issue with being told those things though. For the
right,
first time, it didn't disturb me because
right.
I've
But
already
for
felt it
for
for so
for
much now.
Darwin, for Darwin was disturbing because he wanted it to show the whole society that evolution was real. Evolution where
Mm.
species were going to disappear and new species are going to come. They're going to come.
Absolutely, and it's happening.
It is
It's
happening, absolutely.
happening.
But
And do you know there are already some humans
Mhm.
ready right now that are half human and half they have half animalistic traits?
No,
Seriously.
you're gonna have to
It's
send me the link.
it's existing already,
Don't say.
and in the future and in the nearest future we're going to have a lot of that. We're going to have a lot of that was what I was just saying, like when I watched everything, I was just like, oh, man, why
Yeah,
have, like, to be honest, when I wasn't awake and stuff, I used to really like love life, like, ooh. But now I look at everything with so much like, that's why when it was a situation of, oh, you're going to have to go, blah, 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 I was like, of course, with pleasure. Because for me, I didn't come here to tell you about that. Conversation took us there. And when you were talking like, oh, I feel like, okay, you know how to handle this kind of conversation. So
right.
I just tell you my facts. And in a way, if you try to argue with me, I'm not trying to make you right, and I'm not trying to say I'm not trying to say you're wrong and I'm saying I'm right. I'm just telling you this is what I know from this world of
Okay.
today.
Right.
And like from left, right, and center, they tell you get acquainted with your higher self, get acquainted with your ancestors and everything. If I know Mami Water is one of my ancestors, why am I going to deny her? I'm giving her adorations in the morning. So now you're having a conversation with another spirit, because this is not a human being, and who is trying to talk down on her. And then you claim to say, oh, that is one of my ancestors. When I believed in the Jesus Borgia, I gave it my all. So when I know of what's popping, what's on and popping, I'm not going on the rooftop being like, oh, whoa, this is what it's got to be. But I'm not going to bite my tongue to make you feel comfortable if you're trying to downplay one side to put especially the fake side up. Because I didn't ask you about it in the very beginning. I just told you, was trying to talk about how religion was still so important and stuff. And I just told him the only church you have to believe in is the church in your head. Because any other one is like, whatever. And he's like, oh, what do you mean? And I'm like, because you do know as a Catholic, it's not the Virgin and every other thing that they put up front that they do actually idolize. They do have a lot. And I was like, so why does the Spain, the Catholic Church in Barcelona, I think, there's one somewhere in Barcelona, it's built right next to one of the biggest Mami Water statues next to the sea in Spain. So,
and you're talking about Spain, man, which is the mothers of Catholic Church, yeah.
So in some sort of way, and I've listened and seen so much to know that what I was saying wasn't a condescending thing, but human beings, like we say, emotions. And then obviously you're breaking that person's illusion right in front of him, saying, what do you mean? Even me, myself, when I come across some videos of, apart from what we discuss here, and apart from some of the posts that I see in the major society and other people I learn from, it might just be someone I follow on Instagram that posts something from Panic, from Bobby, etc. And I just, listen to some preachings, and I'm just like, wait a minute, as intelligent as I thought I was, how come when some sort of way it was sung in my ear that Jesus wasn't, real, and so many stories were fabricated? Why was I so stupid not to understand it? And then I just always go back to the better late than never. So for me, it was just a conversation that it came, and I spoke the truth.
Yeah, and you see, this is the thing that when you're talking about Jesus, they are being researched where they have looking for Jesus and they have not found Jesus. But there's been other researchers up there, and they have found tombs with Jesus' name. So
I'm
you
not
always
saying that. I'm not saying that he didn't exist. What I'm not saying he didn't exist, because from what I've gathered and from what I know,
right. From the information you received,
yes,
yeah,
did exist, but it's not in this manner that it was presented to us in the Bible. Especially now, you do know that wasn't the first Christ. You know what I mean? Enoch was a Christ. You are a Christ. I am a Christ. Just the fact that you're in the, what's it called? Just for the fact that you're in the material form, because he was like, okay, since we are so powerful, I want you to change this bottle of, there was an orange juice bottle. You should change it into wine. And I was like, you are so dumb. But how do you expect me to do that when we are in material form? you talk so intelligently, like, oh, you know what you're talking about, and then I tell you what it is, and then now you want to go crazy over me, and then because you are my friend's boyfriend, you're going ballistic, telling him if I'm going to sleep in the house, you don't want me to sleep there. Already I was going to sleep on the couch, so don't try to talk to me this dirty. Don't worry, I'll get myself out. I'll take an Uber. I go get an hotel. Don't tell me I'm going to go to an hotel. I could have gone to an hotel if your dumb ass boyfriend had told me he was dating you before I got into the house. Who wants to see you? Who are you?
Right.
So I kind of put him in his place, and that was just it, because I've known my friend for over 14 years, and we are cool as ice. But when you tell me because of the pandemic and I was ill and everything, I hadn't seen anyone. So it was kind of like, oh, you coming over because we're going to do a road trip somewhere else. And I was just going to spend 2 nights with them. So I got there and we were in the house and the conversation went left. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'd rather be in my home where I can listen to Travis and everyone else with no stress, and I can be in my house. I can do my meditation. I can do my stuff. I can focus on lectures, and I can think straight about something else. I would rather that to me is like I've overgrown those people. Like I tell my mother all the time, you pray, but please don't pray with an intermediary entity. For me, if you're gonna be like, oh, your mother's prayers are still helping you out, me, do not pray with an intermediary entity for me, because from what I've gathered, the ether is in Yoruba is your Obatala. Am I right, Michael? When it comes to the Ifa, they tell you that the ether in the ether on the tree of life is your Obatala. So it's like, I am not about to let someone, I don't know if when you look at the construction of words, you don't know, maybe they are actually words, or maybe they're actually words that project positivity, or maybe what you think you're saying as positive words are actually negativity, if that makes any sense. So I try as much as possible, whosoever is doing anything with my name involved in it, to be careful of what they're requesting on my behalf. I don't need anyone to pray for me. I have all of what I need inside of me with me. But then if you're going to play the role, especially being that I came through you, please try as much as possible to just pray neutrally. Don't use any intermediary deity, because it might not go well with what I am doing. And I don't think that's too much to ask for. Everybody should be able to respect each other. And if it doesn't happen, stay in your lane. It's that simple. Do you think it was exaggerated? I don't think so.
It's good to be able to recognize when people are acting out of their emotional triggers.
Mm-hmm.
We're intelligent, but when you're talking to these people and they act that way,
yeah,
it's based on an emotional trigger. You emotionally upset them somehow, so now they have words to make it seem like they didn't.
I know, but I didn't do it intentionally, I didn't do it intentionally. And I think it is petty when I didn't do that intentionally and we were having a grown-up conversation, and then you try to be petty about it. So for me, I wasn't, to be honest, I understand what you mean and I take note, because there's no point creating unnecessary drama and enemies. But I didn't do it in the goal of upsetting. it came up that way. And the moment I started hearing voices go up, I said, can we change the topic? And then it started adding personal stuff into it, like, throwing jabs. And I'm like, okay, is this what we are doing? Let me excuse you. Because the personal jabs weren't going to trigger me, because I didn't have a second doubt about what I had said. Every single thing is kind of like the relationship you have with yourself and whatever angel, demon, deity, or whatever you're working with. It's one that should be honored in every aspect of it, not like throw it in your face kind of way. Even if you were somewhere and someone was talking trash, you could just like assimilate it and not say a word, because when you know how powerful you are, you don't need to argue with people. But I found it dumb that someone who was in modern 2020 and who doesn't happen to be a physical douchebag to the eye would talk so dumb. So for me, I was just like, oh, no, that's not it. And you're like, oh, that's it. I'm like, okay, fine. But at least I said my part. I told my truth. But I wouldn't do that again. There's no point to it doing it again. I would rather if I'm going to have an argument of such, I'd rather have it with like-minded individuals, like in a group like this, where I can be told in a constructive manner.
You can have it with me, man. You can have it with me. I'm Catholic.
Yeah, it's a different thing.
Catholic here.
It's a different thing, because when June was talking earlier about the whole Matrix thing, it's like so eye-opening in a way. You can't escape some things because it has been programmed that way. So now all you have to do is just like I said last week, suicide is not an option. It's crazy these days. You're like, I don't know. I don't even think wishing anyone long life and prosperity means anything, because long life and prosperity in hell, what's the necessity?
Well, be honest with you. My brother calls me, my devil brothers, the evil brother calls me. He's like, are you gonna go on Saturday for your niece's first communion? I'm like, fuck no. Of course, he's not Catholic himself either. So his wife is the one with the religion, and and he's not getting involved on that. He's not saying anything. He's very neutral. He's just like me. And I'm like, yo, bro, I'm sorry, but I got shit to do. And he's like, no problem, no problem. I'm like, fuck no, I'm not going to the church, man. I'm like, that fuck no. So, but hey, listen, I'm like, I was able to escape for this shit, man. I'm like, that's it. Listen, when I was very young, my parents, of course, my mother came to United States and my father moved to Florida. And they usually, the Hispanics, they left their kids with their grandparents, guys. So they didn't baptize me. I was
okay.
7-year-old and I was not baptized. So the time came in and my grandmother, she's like, okay, so what kind of religion you want to be? So I was like, oh, let me just try the Catholic, because pretty much is what I saw my grandmother to be involved in. So then she's like, all right. So there she comes and she contacts the priest and tells the priest, I want to baptize this young girl, this young lady. She needs to be baptized. And he's like, the priest is like, well, where's her parents? And of course, she's like, well, they moved to United States, and whatever story might be. So in the church, of course, this requires that the godfather and the godmother needs to have meetings at church to understand the concepts of the baptism and the responsibilities of you being a grandfather, what do you call it? Godfather and godmother. So in the whole time in the church, they were supposed to be going 6 months in a row. That was my uncle, my actually father's brother, and his wife. They were supposed to be my godmother and godfather. So the day of the baptism comes, guys. This is hilarious. You're gonna laugh on this one. The day of my baptism comes, and of course, the priest comes and he looks at me with my little angelical white dress up there, like a pure angel with my white candle. Meanwhile, I'm saying, what the fuck am I doing with this whole shit? And then it turns out that the priest comes and he asks me, who the hell are you? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I was supposed to be here at church, supposed to be my baptism. He's like, I cannot baptize you.
Oh.
And that was like a slap in the face.
Oh.
And I was like, whoa, okay. So
why?
Because my godmother and godfather never, ever, ever went to their meetings. And because
Oh,
they never went to their
dang.
meetings, I was not qualified to be baptized by the church.
Oh.
So me with this white dress, I get out of the church. I feel rejected from the church. I was disappointed because I was rejected by the church. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm freaking 7-year-old. I am rejected by the Catholic Church. I was insulted. And I'm like, I started to cry like a little girl. And then, of course, my uncle was all the way down nervous because my grandmother, she is like the goddess of all. And he goes to the house and he explains to my grandma that I was not accepted in the church. My grandma sees me crying because I was rejected. And then my grandma grabs the car. She comes with both of them and myself in the car. And she goes to the priest and she tells the priest in his quiet room up there, he tells the priest, let me tell you something, priest. I've been giving donations to this church. I've been building this church with my money because my grandma in my country was like, she was freaking wealthy. So she's like, I've been donating in this church. I've been putting a lot of money. I've been dedicating a lot of time. And if you don't baptize my grandchild, I will put you on the news. And I already have phone numbers of whatever reporter might be. I would contact them and I would tell them that this church is, I don't know what was the word, but it was like unacceptable or whatever it might be. Let me tell you something. That priest came out of that room, smiled at me, prepared me for my mass. I have a private mass for my fucking baptism. Every other child that was supposed to be baptized left, and they opened that church for my baptism because my grandmother came in and harassed their asses. That's how fucking I got baptized in that church, yo. Seriously. I was like,
so scandalous.
it was a part
That's
of my,
crazy.
yo, I was like, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, what the fuck? But in the way, I felt that something was telling me that church was not all for me. Something was telling me that I didn't belong in a church. I didn't belong in a church at that point. And then when my uncle got married, one of my uncles got married, I was supposed to be the one who carried the dimes or the necklaces or whatever. I don't even know how the fuck they call the
rings.
Yeah. The
ring bearer.
Yes, that little one, whatever it might be. And guess what happened to me while I'm walking in that fucking church? My ass falls down because the fucking dress was too long.
Okay.
And the rings fall to the fucking floor. And of course, they say if the fucking rings fall on the floor, it's a fucking bad luck. And then, of course, my uncle's future wife, at that point, she's looking at me and she wants to kill me. I'm like, I'm sorry, but the fucking dress was too long. What am I going to tell you?
Wow.
Veronica, you're a mess.
That was my Catholic stories, guys. That's the fucking Catholic stories. So then after that, I went to Catholic school. Of course, I finally was accepted to fucking Catholic school. The requirements is where you needed to have an average of 80 to 90 to 100. That was the most minimum. If you like in the 70s as an average grade, you are out. You are out of the fucking school. You like out of the Catholic school. So when I go into that fucking school, I was so fucking fine for a couple of years into the middle of like maybe maybe 9, 10 grade, almost the time to get out. Guess what I see in my desk? A fucking spider. But not the little tiny spiders. I'm talking about the tarantulas. The fucking lab left the tarantula escape of the lab, and the tarantula was happily ever after hanging around in the classrooms. And when I'm sitting my ass in the fucking chair, guess what I feel in my fucking leg? A nice, juicy, little, hairly, big, hairly fucking thing in my leg. So now I
Spider?
saw the tarantulas, you know, tarantula, the red one.
Yeah, the yeah.
Yes,
So
that
it actually crawled upon you?
yeah, in my leg. And remember in the Catholic schools, we wear girls, we wear the long skirts, but we also had those long socks. It used to be my socks used to be navy blue,
Yes.
and the fucking tarantula was around the area.
Okay.
So how is the tarantula got there? Well, it used to be the science from the science department. Maybe the bitch was telling me, yo, homie, I'll see you soon. So I saw the tarantula, and I don't know, I guess when I scream, I move my leg, and the poor thing was like jump or whatever. She didn't attack me or anything like that, but the freaking spider was there, like a tarantula. That's how I can recognize a tarantula, yo. I was like,
Oh,
alone my
because you
leg.
had a closer look.
Yes, yo. Oh my God. I was just remember that today when I was in Walmart. I'm like, yo, I good memories, man. Good memories. I'm like, good memories in the fucking Catholic school. So that was another one for my Catholic school, bro. But yo, it was just like I was like, listen, maybe I didn't mean to be in the whole crazy church, man. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I'm like, but I gotta move forward, man. I'm like, that's it. So yeah, it was funny.
Anyway, churches are what they are. Now everything is just about what we know here. This week I really tried to implement this thing that we've learned about trances, like everything we do. When Travis was explaining to us that everything we do, we're in a trance. So after I try to study myself, like some things, even if I'm having a conversation, after having a conversation with someone, I analyze it and I'm like, what kind of trance was that? It was kind of like I was talking to myself a lot, because after like I have a conversation on the phone with someone or I meet someone and I'm like, would I consider that too as a trance? Like, was I just in like a little bubble of a mood right now? But everything is a trance anyways, until you wake up and you find out that it all wasn't what it was meant to be. So I was just like, okay. It was a particular week for me, but I'm fine.
All trance, all the time.
I knew you were going to say that.
But as soon as I talk, it's breaking me up.
I don't know. I was going
John,
to ask
you ever
you
thought about
guys.
dialing in?
Say that again.
You ever thought about dialing in on the phone, like calling in?
Tried it.
Or would that? Oh, mess up.
Is your phone up to date? Maybe you should update your app. Not buy a new phone. I
He's
mean,
got
go
a
to the app store and
Nokia.
update your apps.
He's got a Nokia phone.
Oh.
On that Palm Pilot.
But I don't know. Did you maybe, you know, if you go to this app store, maybe you have to just put it up to date. I don't know. Some of the apps, maybe that's why it's bugging. I don't know. But usually you're the host, so usually your line is always top notch. I don't know what's going on. But we can get some what you're saying. We get it. We can hear you regardless. It's breaking, but we can hear you. I was saying that last weekend, I think, we spoke about Azazel. I want to know, is it Azazel or Azazus?
There's an L.
Aha! Because, yeah. Okay. But when I did the research, it didn't quite correlate with, I think it was Amar that was talking about that. It didn't quite correlate with the description of what it was given. I don't know if I'm making a mistake, but I read it was kind of like there was this sacrifice that was meant to be made.
Yeah, with Azazel, apparently Azazel, you're gonna have to make some sacrifices up there.
And the one that they used as a scapegoat that was sent into a desert, right?
I don't know about that one, but
that was what I read, and well,
yes.
Okay, you see, so it's kind of like at some point I was like, but for what Amar was talking about, I'm pretty sure it was Amar. I think so. What he was talking about, it didn't quite correlate any longer when I wasn't in the chat was already over. And then later during the day when I was just having some me time, I was like, okay, let me read about it. And I was like, well, how does Azazel work as a spirit of abundance? If it's put out there as a scapegoat, is it kind of like when we have abundance, are we a scapegoat to society? Or what does it mean?
all I can tell you is this. And I'm just saying because I follow Eric Cohen as well, which I wanted to purchase a few of those books. And Azazel, it gives some kind of fortune as well. He likes to work with Asmodel and Azazel. So Azazel, I don't know much about it, but in his book he says that Azazel likes sacrifices, but it was just stupidly in the old times where they sacrifice animals, I guess, for him, for his magic to work. But at these days you don't really need to do that. But certain people, like the woman that I saw on her video, she built up some kind of like beauty products or whatever the fuck might be, but she has built a long relationship with Azazel. So
I like that.
Right. So it's kind of like Travis with Kim Payman, and Kim Payman also gives you gold. It gives you also what is it, expansion and money and stuff like that with Kim Payman. So it's similar. So I think it's like you're trying to build.
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh shit.
We can hear you.
Sorry, Veronica, keep going.
No, yeah. So I'm saying that if you're trying to like get to know Azazel a little bit more in details, you will you can build up that relationship with him, and he will come to you, like, you know, in a heartbeat. Whatever you ask, he will give.
Yeah.
Wisdom.
Yeah, you were right on with the scapegoat. So essentially, that's where we get the concept that comes from in the Garden of Eden. Well, in Genesis, the first book of the Bible, the book of Enoch, actually, when they took the part where the fallen angels that made it with men, when they take that part out, Azazel
Exactly.
and they were actually two of the original came and taught mankind the things that separated them from God the most. Historically and mythologically, they're the two primary fallen angels and direct leaders of Lucifer. An interesting note, though, if you look in the movie Stargate, remember the original Stargate?
Never seen it.
The scientist dude and the military dude, they represent Azazel and Semyaza. And them coming to that planet to defeat Ra, they pretty much represent fallen angels that seduced mankind away from their God. So even that story is based on the fallen angels.
Could that in some way, from my own perspective, I think it correlates with us. Am I right?
You mean
us as in who is what? What does us mean?
I mean, we humans that are present here on planet right now. I think when we look at it from the perspective of the scapegoat title, I would say the things that separate us from God, this, you know, the goal of it all is nothingness, just being. And if we are, everything is a consciousness. So abundance is not a bad thing, but you know, when don't everything with limitations. You're not limited, but no gluttony of everything, you know. I don't know. The way I try to, like, how I'm implementing the rules of the initiation to hermetics is like, you know, you cancel some things, gluttony, over sexuality, etc. And I think being Azazel, being cast in the desert is kind of like we humans as fallen angels being here on planet Earth till we realize the way home. I don't know if that makes any sense. We are being scapegoats to learn, to remember before we know we do not need anything. We do know we do not need anything, but in this material form, we need some things to thrive. Else, you just go switch off.
Yeah. It would be crucial to look at the concept of a scapegoat and what it means. So when people talk about scapegoat, that usually had to do with the sins of the people. The whole community, everybody's fucked up. Always has been, always will be. But we want to be good in the eyes of God. So what we do, instead of us being punished, we put somehow manage to psychologically cast all of our sins onto an object or a person or a thing, in this case, a goat. Now, everyone feels absolved of their sins. Everyone gets it off their chest. No one feels guilty. Everyone feels free because we know that our sins have been cast onto that goat. It's actually pretty genius when you think about it. It's a psychological thing. So no one is sitting around here feeling guilty. No one's feeling like they fucked up or slipped or anything because it's all on the goat now. Now what the priest does, he takes that goat out into the wilderness where no one else is. And everyone watches the priest take that goat and they're waving goodbye symbolically to their sins. Like, I know we can talk shit about religion and all those stupid religion people, but think of how genius that is. When you're dealing with average, everyday, basic people, when that guilt is eating you alive, you're unable to function. you know, because everything you do, you're thinking about how badly you screwed up. But when you're able to have a symbolic device to watch your mistakes go away into the distance, to be sacrificed to God, you're not going to punish yourself anymore, right? Because we manifest reality. And if you're holding on to your guilt, if you're holding on to your shame, if you're holding on to your misfortunes, you start to manifest punishment for yourself, right? If you put it all on that goat and watch that goat go off into the desert, you feel relieved, you feel saved. And that scapegoat, his neck was cut, he was killed, and that was symbolic of the people being freed from their sins. But that should sound familiar in the very same Bible. Doesn't that happen again later on?
Yeah, he did.
How does it happen later on?
With the crucifixion.
There you go. There you go. So you just said it. Yeah, I expected you to say Jesus, but you went straight to the point, the crucifixion. That's what we learned about in Tifereth. That is the point of the transference of force into form. People putting their sins onto that goat is transferring their force into form. Christians who pray to Jesus, who let Christ forgive them of their sins, that's transmitting their force into form. Now, people, for the most part, have trouble doing that. So they need religion to help them regulate their energies. Us occultists, us people who work with spirits, we can do this at will. We can shape shift energetically at will. You know, I can move into a new mind state at the blink of a thought. You know, I can be someone else at a blink of a thought. But most people can't control that. They need external symbols to regulate that. Azazel represents one who is able to transmute force into form efficiently.
Okay. That's a very good explanation. Azazel represents one who is able to transform force into form.
Very efficiently. He's the master magician of such a thing. You're not going to hear that from other YouTubers because they probably don't study.
When I even first heard about him, if we didn't have this conversation, I wouldn't have a clearer picture of this entity.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's essentially what's going on there. And I think that's a valuable lesson. You know, most people cannot convert force into form at will. They need external triggers to do that. You know, people have to see all these emotionally stirring pictures before they can be moved into action. No one in their right mind is going to get up and go vote, right? Until we start seeing some emotional triggers that make us choose, maybe I should vote for this guy because, I get this now, in psychology, there's two kinds of people. Technically three, but there's people who like to move toward a goal and people who like to move away from goals, right? So if we talk about losing weight, for example, some people want to move towards being fit. Some people want to move away from getting overweight. Does that make sense? Hello?
So I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I said I understand what you mean, especially with the weight loss analogy.
Okay, so some people, they're motivated by moving towards something. Some are motivated by not wanting to become something. So when we think about politics and voting, no one's thinking about that shit. But you're constantly bombarded with the data, you know? You're seeing stuff that says, hey, vote for me because you're going to get this. Or, hey, don't vote for him because this is going to happen if you do. They're playing on those two types of people. And if you see enough of those messages, now all of a sudden you're going to vote for this one or that one. Knowing damn well you weren't thinking about these people 2 months ago. This game is so perfected. They know when to go ahead and play it. All the conversation that's going on now with Joe Biden and Kamala and Trump and Kanye and all these people, it's all flashing at once. It's like a button was switched. The patterns of the human has been mapped out. Like all this stuff is orchestrated perfectly. Like there's no guesswork to be done. The only work to be done is getting to know self and controlling your own frame so that you're not being tossed to and fro by these different trances that are being thrown at us.
it goes back to what June was saying earlier. The program is already set up.
Yeah.
So how are you going to beat it? And one way to beat it is just letting things be, because you yourself are a program. And once you've unmasked the matrix and you do know it is one, then I think the best way is just to, because now it's like, are you willing to continue playing, or are you going to opt out? The crazy thing is, how can you opt out when you are not like how would I say, ready to die?
Mhm.
Not like you're scared to die. That is no longer a phobia for me. It's no longer a phobia for me, because like I said before, I used to really like embrace life a lot. Like, oh, I thought everything was just rosy, and even if it wasn't rosy, I would make sure I did it in a rosy manner. But when you look at everything all together, I do know, yes, we're all shifting consciousness, even unconsciously, but it's just a mess. No matter how it looks like physically beautiful or not, no matter the facade, no matter the landscape, it's not all what it seems. And it's kind of like everything is a trance. So when you're aware of that, what are you going to do with the other characters in the Matrix?
Mm-hmm.
So the best way is to learn self-mastery in order to know when to place your cards, because everybody is playing.
Right. Everyone's playing, even if they don't know it.
Yeah. That's why I said it's so annoying, especially when you learn about some upcoming events, and when you see everything from a when you see the whole mechanics behind everything. If we didn't have this group, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't be able to divulge these things together. And I used to be in a state of mind where if there was an issue, I would be in an unsettled state, like flip around in bed and get myself worked up about it. But now it's like, before you'd be like, everything happens for a reason. Yes, some sort of way. Yes, practically, yes. But it's like now you're able to look at it with a magnifying glass. You just see it and you're just like, okay, whatever. Like, I'm not flabbergasted about any kind of unpleasant news any longer. It's not that interesting anyway. It was my own thoughts that created the reality of what I experienced. So now, being in the Matrix or not, the fact that I'm still living and breathing, I just have to take action to make sure that whatever I want to see in my present physicality is my responsibility.
We usually get the same group, do we? Like every Thursday? Like we had the same? Yeah, the same group.
Usually, give or take. Is Siren still here? Siren, are you still with us? You started the conversation. You started the fire and then slowly backed away into the shadows.
The book of shadows.
Yeah, I'm still here. I have one eye open, but I'm here. I'm just enjoying the conversation, honestly.
Okay. It's all about these patterns. It really is. Like it's never changed. It's all about these patterns. We've got to learn how to recognize the patterns that we ourselves are locked into and the patterns of the environment that we exist in. Because the brain is very simple. The whole mechanism of the body is very simple. You've got sensation, and that is the direct, raw stimulus. That's the most pure interaction that we have with our environment, which is sensation, right? You feel cold or heat on your skin. You see colors with your eyes. You smell something, you hear something. In itself, sensation is meaningless. You feel me? Like, in itself, any of the sensations that you receive with your five senses is absolutely meaningless. But the next step after sensation is perception. So after we sense something, we categorize it. First, we categorize it as good or bad. We attribute different qualities to it. And that's where the matrix starts to become formed. So it isn't so much that we're stuck in a computer program. We're stuck in a process of categorization. Right? So once we start our perceptions and we start noticing things and this, that, and the third, that the perceptions now go to the third level, which is called memory. And it is that memory, which is the database, which is the storehouse, and all of our perceptions are being stacked up and categorized and kept. So the cycle continues to repeat and feed itself. So say, for example, one day I'm, walking along and I smell some vanilla and it smells really pleasing. Not only that, it's, somebody baking a cake and I eat the cake. It's delicious. All my five senses are engaged. It looks beautiful, tastes beautiful. The environment is pretty. I'm feeling good. Everything is great. From that point forward, anytime I smell vanilla, the perception is now colored by that initial experience in my memory. So moving forward, everything vanilla is very, very good. It rates a 10 on the scale of goodness. Think of how that in itself, how that alone filters your reality. Everything that you think, feel, and do right now is because you categorize these things in different places and you just continually access those memories and you keep adding perceptions to what you've already experienced.
What you just said, I got a lecture this week on that, about how humans love to live in a story. It's all about the continuation of that particular event or that particular memory in your head. Because an example is, I don't know if it correlates well, but I when I was a kid, I used to really love noodles, and I could actually even eat them raw. But one day my mom, she was making a stew and I just wanted her to put some meat on my noodles, and she was making a melon stew. So I asked her, I said, Mom, can you put a piece of meat on the noodle for me? She put the piece of meat and then she added the stew on it. So I didn't realize I mixed it together. I ate it and I regurgitated because it didn't go well with my system, I guess. And ever since then, I've been traumatized by noodles. I can't even watch one eat them right in front of me. Spaghetti, I go for, but it's like the whole noodle aspect just gives me some kind of slimy images.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I remember one time my aunt made ramen noodles for me, and I like ramen. They were good, but one day she cooked them too long and the noodles got really puffy and it was
soggy.
disgusting. Yeah, soggy. And when I went to eat them, like it it made me so nauseous. I don't know if I vomited or not, but it made me so nauseous that I could not have ramen again for years. And if I feel that texture in the slightest, oh my God, it just makes my throat just, bleh,
I've
you know
not
what I'm
had
saying?
them in about 26 years.
Yeah.
It took the taste off me right away. I couldn't I
Yeah,
couldn't stand it anymore. So it's kind of like that as well with certain aspects of our reality, like also like some relationships that maybe didn't end on a good note. In some kind of way, some of those stories, they've happened like 7-8 years ago, but maybe because I felt that those relationships were significant, or if I had the knowledge I had today, it would have been the perfect scenario. But I also look at it now, I look at it from consciousness level. You know, before those kind of things, you'd be like, oh, is now matured. But now I look at it as an evolution of consciousness. And it's from that perspective, it makes me talk less about those things, or I don't have them in mind like I used to before anymore. Whereas if I had been like this and been practicing this path for a longer period, those stories I kept telling myself when the action was already over wouldn't have caused so much retardation. I might not have thought maybe there was a retardation, but at the end of the day, everything that happens in this reality, because I had those thoughts in head, I definitely was manifesting things that I was remanifesting because I couldn't let go.
So essentially, I want to just kind of connect this to a useful piece of information. You know, so we've got experience, we've got pure sensation, right? And after the pure sensation, we perceive a meaning. We attribute meaning to the sensation, and then in turn adds memories, and the cycle continues to feed itself. What I have found that has helped me tremendously is what I call reframing. And that's essentially starting at the perception level, because you can't stop sensations, it's going to happen. But the illusion begins when we start categorizing those perceptions. So what I find is that the perception part of the equation, it happens on autopilot. We see something, depending on whether it makes us feel good or not in the moment, we throw it in a bucket and keep it moving. But if you're able to consciously be in a state of awareness, you know, at all times, as much as possible, if you're able to stay in awareness, when these sensations happen, you can now choose to judge it the way you want to, or even better, not judge it at all. So this is what we call reframing, is to redefining the sensations. And it may take a while for the definition to really set, because you got to override the old definition in your memory bank. But if you stick with it, if you keep at it, you can literally reprogram yourself. And that's what that means. People say reprogramming yourself, reprogram your subconscious. We use a lot of phrases that we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. And I get it, you know, that's we all do. But when you start looking at it in a way that you can apply, you start to move past everyone else, and you start to reach a growth that makes sense. So I would recommend being in a state of awareness, not just because Buddha said it, but because when you're in that state, when you experience things that you like or you don't like, you now have the very real opportunity to redefine how you perceive that thing. For example, I've been deathly afraid of spiders for all my life, but I decided to use a spider as a symbol. I wanted to reroute the sensation, reroute the knee-jerk reaction into something beneficial, right? So now whenever I see a spider or a symbol of a spider, I want that to represent prosperity and wealth, specifically the increase of money. So whenever I see a spider, I still get that jolt of fear, but I quickly reprogram where that fear goes. It doesn't go into the memory bank of oh shit, a spider is gonna bite me. Now it goes into the memory bank of hell yeah, that means money's on the way to the bank. Do you see how this can work?
I understand. I use that same illustration these days with snakes. I used to be
You're
so
extremely
like,
quiet.
oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I said, yes, I understand what you're saying, and that I use the same imagination these days when it comes to snakes, because before they were the snakes were the kind of animals that I couldn't just even like tolerate in any kind of way. But nowadays, with a lot of things I've been learning with spirituality, I look at them differently. So I'm trying to, in a way, I reroute, like you say, my imagination towards that animal.
Yeah. Snakes. Yeah, that's got to be a difficult one. I saw a dead snake in the road yesterday. Well,
I don't know why. I don't know why, because even when we think about the Kundalini, it has something to do with the image of the snake.
Right.
So it's kind of like everything in some sort of way. At the end of the day, it's all me,
This is what the ancients used to teach. Like, this is how they communicated. They picked certain symbols and they used it to represent certain definitions. So whenever you saw it, you knew what it related to. That's why everything in the ancient world, we call it superstitious. But really, this is how they were programmed. For example, seeing that goat. That's why the Bible's so filled with references to sheep versus goats. The sheep stayed in the flock. They stayed together. They stayed with the shepherd. The goat, they did their own thing. They were out of the flock. They were in the wild. So when people would see these animals, they knew that it meant something. So for the man to take that goat and take it off to sacrifice it, that even had a symbolic meaning. Why not a sheep? The people were the sinners. Why not take a sheep since it's part of the herd? No. He took the goat to make it represent that this is not a part of us and who we are and who we identify ourselves with. You see what I'm saying? Like, it gets very deep, very psychological. It isn't merely just a goat. Like, everything is chosen for a reason. This is how higher level people and higher level entities think.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but do you think that correlates with the real humans and the hybrids?
When you say hybrid, what do you mean? Because I did hear you mention it earlier, but I would like a clarification on what you mean in this instance.
Because there are actual humans, beings in human form, but they are fabricated. They aren't. Of course, they are being born by humans, through a womb, but they do not have the same compositions as we. And most times these people exist in Caucasian races, but there are a few in other races as well.
Do you remember when I mentioned before about evolution and how the reason that there's so few souls versus so many bodies?
Exactly.
Okay, so
yes.
You do remember that.
Yeah, the day we spoke about those alite people and stuff, and you told me that because here is their heaven and stuff. I think that was one day we spoke about that.
That does tie into what you're saying. As above, so below. On the bottom range, on the below range, people are like, oh, there's half human hybrids. Oh. But most people don't look deeper than that. What we know, being spiritual people, is that there's a limited number of souls, but there are spirits that are seeking to evolve into soulership, or whatever you want to call it. And it's a difficult process. It's hard for someone to do something that they don't know how to do it. So you have people that live animalistically. They kill each other. They 7 deadly sins. All the 7 deadly sins. That's indulgence in the 7 deadly sins as a lifestyle is a signification of one of these beings you're talking about. Because it's hard to break out of that if that's all you know.
And if you can help me out, what do you know about beings that come from different stars? Like, for example, I watched a program this week, and this person was talking about a physical right now in this present moment. The person is here in physical form, but is from the star Tara Z or something like that, but it's called Tara, and there are so many humans. Like it's the whole universe and stuff, but some people, and it was mentioned that even like people with different sexual orientations, they are from a particular star. So I don't know. Like I said, when these things are recorded or they're on live, but you cannot like have a question and answer like we are having. But if you have any information on that, maybe you can help me out to give me a clearer perspective, please. Thank you.
For sure. Usually from what I've seen and what I've experienced, this type of information isn't very useful to anybody.
Okay.
But it is for some people. So I guess to answer your question best, what specifically are you asking? Because there are these entities, and for the most part, their intentions don't have anything to do with what we've got going on a daily basis. I think one good way to think of it is kind of what Shango was saying earlier about the currency of very wealthy people is other bodies. Remember he said that?
Yes.
So it's very similar. Maybe it's a little different in degree, but very similar to that when dealing with these higher races. Really, the only reason they're concerned with what we're doing is because groups of people are almost their currency, and their trade and their progress, their influence depends largely on what we're doing. So it isn't so much as like we're going to zoom up and have a party with them. It's more or less who's being influenced and to what degree. And in your compliance with some of these entities, they allow you to receive a massive amount of influence to use on their behalf.
Why I asked this question was because so why I asked about this question was because since we were talking about the people that weren't necessarily human, and those that really had the soul. So I was thinking to myself, we are all here on different missions. If coming from a particular star, or I don't know, because I was just trying to get clarity on, maybe I should rewatch the video again after this explanation you gave me. Then maybe it will help me out, because it was like you said, it has nothing, it's just extra information,
It's extra, like I said, unless you're able to be useful to these entities.
Yes.
You got to think like they're not going to contact just a basic ass person, because it actually takes a level of energy to break through all those barriers of perception that the common person has. So that in itself is energetically expensive. So that cost, on top of actually spending time and effort with an individual, you're altering their life. So there's a lot of costs involved with these entities.
Yeah.
But they're not going to spend that energy unless it's going to be returned in some way. And if you can prove that you can return that energy, they actually endow you with more, but more is expected of you. It's a cycle that does continue.
Yeah. I will go with that. I will go with what you just said, because it's kind of like, I feel, out of my curiosity, I try to expand my knowledge about everything that is going on in the cosmos, but I really need to focus on what is going to directly impact my current reality.
Yes. And I spoke with someone before when they asked me this question, and I let her know that, you know, when it comes to these entities, specifically the Anunnaki, when and if you're going to communicate with them, they reveal themselves to you. And just by her even being interested, that meant that to some level they were going to contact her. And sure enough, they did within a month or so. So these things, if they're part of your lesson, if they're part of your growth process, they will contact you in some degree. But for most people, this type of info isn't really useful. It's just entertaining.
Yeah. Like I said, it was just for expansion of knowledge, but to sieve it with someone, you know, you're the best person that I know that I can have this kind of conversation with. So I accumulate the information, because what I did recently, I express myself in my own manner, but I try not to consume any information that is not building any longer.
Yeah.
Like,
massive,
you know,
right
like
there.
So that's what I do. So I'm subscribed to a lot of different channels that have different kind of information, and since everything has something to do with what we learn here, I try as much as possible to just be open to it, but definitely, most definitely much more interested in what impacts my life directly. And if it's meant to be that I ever come in contact with any of these other entities, then I wouldn't be a novice to it, just to know it like that, but not necessarily need to dig deep into it, because, you know, I was so intrigued in all of the information I was reading, and what, you know, they put together this very explanatory visuals, which necessarily aren't made out of you don't necessarily see human beings as characters in them, but they explain the evolution of things and how it got rotten up to this extent. And it just makes the things that we are learning here clearer to me, and makes me know that it reinforces actually my I wouldn't say my interest, but I would say maybe it reinforces my faith.
Yeah.
But deep down inside of me, it kind of also makes me want to know
Check the
what
link I
part.
sent.
Okay. It also makes me want to know what part I'm playing.
Right.
Okay, it's a video from you. I'll save it in a playlist. Hold on. Oh la la. Oh
So
my
you're
God.
working with spirits.
Yeah.
There's levels now. There's like these terrestrial spirits who are bound to the earth experience. Now there are spirits that expand beyond that. And like I said, they're not very useful to most people. But when you begin working with entities that bridge the gap between terrestrial and extraterrestrial, then you start coming into contact with these types of entities. And they absolutely change everything about your life once you do come into contact with them. And it can absolutely be terrifying, because some of the things that are revealed to you really show you the state of humanity. It really shows you some people call it a prison. It really shows you the state of the matrix or whatever. It shows you exactly what reality looks like. And you know, most people that doesn't look very nice. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it totally depends on your state of mind and understanding. Everything is about states and what trances that you're constantly in.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because I do have contact with someone that talks about a lot of things like this.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a per se friendship where we are like hi. And I do notice that his perception of reality is like, you know, that's one of the reasons why I said at this point, when you see the mechanics behind everything, you really can't be bothered. So it's kind of like what the kind of information I get from him, either through post or either through like maybe he's doing a live or anything. Like you said, some people, the level of reality that has been revealed to them, wow, it's kind of, it can be terrifying, like you said. So it's one of those things that just makes me like, these days, I just worry less. I say what's on my mind, but I don't have that energetic blockage of losing sleep over something. It kind of gives me a release because before, when I'm listening to someone talk about spiritual battles and stuff like that, I don't really get it. And someone had said once, I was going to mention that person when I don't know, maybe it's Veronica or someone talked about having a house for Azazel or something like that. But this person was saying it's better you don't go digging your hand in a cookie jar of what you don't know about, because a lot of people should be thankful for what they aren't able to perceive, because if they perceived everything, they wouldn't want to spend another day on earth. So that kind of gave me the imagery of how intense it could be.
Yeah. Goodness gracious, it really is like a ladder, like a pyramid. Like the higher up you go, you're gonna find fewer people that understand, and also you're gonna find fewer people who can really hold it together. Like it's hard to maintain an existence in the everyday system and hold on to this info at the same time. So you're gonna, you know, if you keep finding people, you'll mostly find people who might have some deep knowledge, but they're off the deep end. You know what I'm saying? So they're a little bit strange. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Then you find people who know how to pretend like they have deep knowledge, but they also a little too, you know what I'm saying, comfortable in the everyday, you know, they have all the signs and lookings of a regular basic person, you know. Scary experience might make them run back to Christianity.
No. That is not going to happen. I am one with all levels of consciousness. I'm one with all levels of consciousness, but that is not going to happen. You know, I can still recite a psalm here and there. For me, it all depends on my intention and what I'm feeling at that moment in time. But from what I know now, no, I'm not going back to Christianity. I'd rather just be me.
Right. And that's a crude example. You know, it's not always going back to Christianity. Sometimes there's inertia inside of us that may prevent us from moving forward. And it presents itself in different ways. Sometimes it's procrastination. Sometimes it's willingly submitting to distraction. Sometimes we do these things that keep us stuck, not because it's hard, but because we don't know what's on the other side.
Mm.
So, I said that to be funny, run back to Christianity, because that has happened to some people. But for others, what we find happens is, I might be on the verge of a breakthrough, but for some reason, I've got the calling to start playing Xbox again,
Mm.
That's how it would manifest with me. Wanting to do everything except move forward, because deep down inside, subconsciously, I know when I reach this new level of information, it's going to change a lot of things on how I see the world. So I procrastinate.
Exactly.
I'm ready to start this new business. I'm ready to do all the things that are necessary to moving forward. I know it's going to work, but because I also know that life is going to change for me, I'm procrastinating. I don't take the steps I needed. I'm getting distracted. That's how we operate.
And I think, go ahead, Veronica.
No, I didn't say anything. I'm listening.
Okay. You know what you just said, Trav? I was having a conversation with someone yesterday about that, because it's kind of like you have the tools and you're sharp. It's kind of like you're sharpening your axe. That's how I see it. There's this saying that I love. Wait, let me see if I can find it. It says, give me 7 hours, I think. Give me to cut a tree. Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. So I always look at things from that perspective, especially when I feel like I am armoring myself in order to get back out there or to attack the particular mission that I want to manifest. So sometimes that procrastination, I think everything in general should be looked at from 2 perspectives, not necessarily pejoratively. Sometimes, like in this particular moment, the world is adjusting a lot to so many things. So even if you want to go for something, you have to know how you're going to strategize, how you're going to move, because it's a game of chess. If you just place yourself anyhow, you're the one that's going to have the emotional wreck, because you feel like you're going for interviews and you're not being well responded to and everything. And then you start inhabiting that energy. But if you can just let the dust settle for a while, that's what I'm practically doing right now. Like, let the dust settle for a while. And, during the whole beginning of the pandemic and everything, it was some people wear masks, some people don't. Now it's kind of like, it's kind of like a must everywhere. And it's a different kind of contact in business now. It's a different kind of contact in job interviews and stuff like that, because, we can only just see the eyes now these days. And what's the pleasure of a transaction is for you to see the I don't know, you need to see the face, in some sort of way. So there's a game of separation that is being played, not by us, but by the ones with the higher powers. And it's kind of like sometimes I don't even maybe look at it as a procrastination. I just think there's no rush, since you're on the right track. And you're going to manifest regardless. So sometimes I don't see it as procrastination, but sometimes I look at it as procrastination. But when you don't when you're being encouraged by lectures not to subscribe to the idea of time, it gives a sense of relief.
Yeah.
Because that subscription to the idea of time is what causes emotional distress. You feel like, oh, why is it not happening? Why is it not happening? Oh,
Absolutely.
you start beating
Absolutely.
yourself down.
That is a major key that I actually just learned a few months ago. Well, I mean, I learned it before, like when I was talking about the purity of heart, but it really solidified here recently because it's that time frame. If you take that away, now you're not focused on the result. Now you're focused on the process of just doing it right. We are process-oriented creatures, not content-oriented, meaning that it's more, we work more effectively when we focus on processes instead of the thing that we're actually doing. In other words, it's better to master your strategy. It's better to master your game plan. It's better to be prepared for an experience versus, let's see. When it comes to playing chess, it's better to know and memorize how each of the pieces move instead of trying to memorize specific game plans, gameplays, because it's not going to always play out the way you think it is. So in that way, instead of sitting there confused because you only memorized one thing, if you've memorized how the pieces move, you can jump into.
We can hear you.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
That's why in the Kabbalah we're learning about each one of the spheres in relation to each other versus just one sphere. Because like it's better to know how they all operate together versus just one at a time. I think you also brought up another really good point, talking about what were you saying about? Yeah, with the procrastination and stuff. And even with when people talk about they, quote unquote they, the bad guys, the boogeyman on the other side, it's never really a specific person. It's always this mystery group of entities. They're doing this to us. I'm gonna fight them. They. Well, that's another way of the scapegoat process. We pretend that there's this invisible enemy out there that we're never going to meet. And whenever something goes wrong, we blame them. That's literally the scapegoat. Now, what that does is it prevents us from doing the inner work because the bad guy is somewhere out there and we can't touch him, so we're safe. But we can talk shit about him. We can make posts about him all day long, but we don't actually get any work done. It's the same concept as that scapegoat. So that's the negative aspect of Azazel, the embodiment of the they, this villain, the scapegoat, right? That's why Azazel is the scapegoat. That's why we blame it on the devil. The devil made me do it. It was the devil. That's the scapegoat. We're blaming the devil instead of doing the work to fix ourselves. So whenever someone says they, I always ask, who is they? Who is they?
Because at the end of the day, if you think there is a day, then there will always be a day.
Right. And with there always being a they, that means you don't have any work to do. Oh, we got to do X, Y, Z, but we both know you're not actually going to do anything. So like when you say the devil made me do it, that also means you're not going to do anything to fix it because the devil did it. The devil made you do it. Instead of taking responsibility, I fucked up.
Yeah.
Let me fix myself.
It all goes back to the yin and yang. Because if you maintain your frame, you won't entertain the devil. And when you need to entertain the devil, you use it for your own benefit.
Yes.
We're all the same. Everyone has got good and evil in them. You know, when I was watching some natal chart readings, you know, you see some people, they've got Lilith in a particular planet, moon, this, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, sometimes, like when I listen to Veronica, she says, oh, she's working with Lilith right now. But like you always remind us, we already have these entities in us, present in us. We just have to connect with them. So
Yes.
in some sort of way, that's why I said the yin and yang aspect, we have good and bad in us, the dark and the light. That's so whichever one you focus on is the one that is going to shine the most. So if you want to be on the light side and don't want to be consumed by the dark, you know, to when I was telling you about that vaccine story I was watching, it was kind of like the talking about the things that are going to happen regardless of how much they protest or do anything about it. So like the old microchip thing, and how in some sort of way anyone who has already had the COVID test has already been sampled for the microchip in some sort of way, because when they stick the cotton bud in the ear or in the nose, where does it go? It actually touches the mucus
Mm-hmm.
that is protecting the brain. So is to have some sort of people think they're doing like a COVID test, but what they're doing is they know the people that they want to tap into their frequency in order to microchip them and then be able to push their buttons, make them physical robots. So it was kind of like, I've not even finished watching it because it's kind of like 4 hours long, but it was kind of like mind-blowing when it was broken down this manner, because you hear so many people talk about this thing. But for me, being present in these times, it's kind of like put me in a already state of defense of how you're not going to fall into the trap of, when these things start happening, all of the huge debates that are going to be around about it, the protest and everything, not to give my energy away, because now I know when it surfaces what is behind it. Then secondly, if it becomes extremely mandatory that you cannot do anything or access anything without them asking you to be microchipped, then how can you, how will I say, how can you rise above it so it wouldn't affect you? And they responded by raising your vibration. So if you possess enough light, you won't be able to be manipulated, because microchipped or not, you are connected to your soul, and you're never been a gimmick to begin with. So you know that the decisions you're taking and these thoughts are yours. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think about it?
I mean, I guess a lot of it has to do with what stage in the game you're at, right?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I think it was Veronica.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with what stage in the game you're at.
Okay. Yes, definitely. But that's what I'm saying. Like the yin and yang aspect, you have good in you, you have bad in you. And at some point, if you don't raise your vibration, if you raise your vibration of the bad, then you are food to them. And if you raise your vibration of the light, you are part of the light. So regardless of what happens, vaccine or not, you wouldn't be affected by anything. My perspective, because at some point, everyone will be vaccinated, given the statistics of how they've set things up to be. And that was why I was saying, knowing that, it has prepared me beforehand not to give in emotional reaction to when the a lot of things will come up in order to have recalled human energy. So there would definitely be protests. There would definitely be lots of arguments. There would definitely be the launch of the vaccine. There would definitely be lots of debates and everything. But just like if we weren't aware of, we're not saying the COVID doesn't exist, but if we weren't aware of the things that we are aware of, we will be just in a panicky situation, just as anybody else out there. Mm-hmm. So in some sort of way, it kind of like prepares me already, like when this thing starts surfacing, to be unbothered. But also, it makes me think like, if this is the case, then what's the point to it?
Let's assume there's a point to it, right?
I think there's a point to it, but it's like, there's a point to it, but why us to witness it?
Honestly, I mean, that answer, it's going to depend largely on when you actually find out why. And that sounds loaded, but say, for example, you were spared from a car accident and everybody else died. You know what I'm saying? What if you find out later on, you become like this youth minister person and you're preaching to people about, I don't know, not drinking and driving. You end up saving a bunch of people's lives. There's no way you could have known that until after it happened. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like the purpose can't be seen until you're actually completed the purpose. So in a way, it's almost as if there is no purpose. Like you just live and it defines itself. Because you're not going to be able to find the answer until it happens.
Yeah.
We have ideas, and you even find that sometimes what you think it is changes. And that's usually because you don't have enough data to make an accurate prediction. I remember in the early 2000s, I had a vision given to me by an angel that some people call Lucifer. And I was shown that I would be teaching and talking to a lot of people, a huge number of people. And I always thought, oh, that means I'm going to be behind some podium on a stage somewhere, like talking to a bunch of people. It just didn't seem fathomable that the subject matter that I was talking about, that I'd be able to find that many people who would want to hear what I had to say. It didn't make any sense to me back then, but it makes perfect sense now because we have YouTube, because we have the internet. So I'm doing exactly that, but in my vision, I could only see what I could relate to at the time. So
and
likewise,
also,
We can't see our purpose until we get there.
And also, I think because you jumped on that timeline,
Yeah.
because you might have gotten a vision of this, and you might have gotten a vision of something else, and you might have given your all into something else, but destiny has it that this is what it's meant to be.
Yes. I used to tell myself affirmations around that time. I didn't understand anything about affirmations, but I used to always say all the time, I'm going to make a living from my art. I didn't know what that meant because I like drawing, but I also like making music. I like to do art. I couldn't decide what, so I just left it general. I'm going to make a living from my art. And that was probably like one of the oldest affirmations that I have. But, again, I could have predicted the technology that we have today.
Oh my God. Technology, when you think about where it's going, it's scary.
3D printers out here. We got drones delivering stuff. Organs being printed now with 3D printers.
This new normal. Anyway.
Beautiful.
Glad you guys kind of touched on that. Kind of going back to what you were saying earlier about people get to certain levels of understanding or dealing with these, entities or whatever, they reveal certain things. And I know that that's been something that's been kind of heavy on my mind. I kind of, was asking, like, the question that I had, like, it was in my mind, but like to formulate it properly in a way where it came out clear of what I was trying to figure out. I think what Ifa Dio was saying earlier, like a lot of the question that I had had a lot of answers, and what you guys were just talking about. I know that that was one thing that I struggled, was trying to find what was the point, the purpose, what was the my role to play in all of this. Does anybody, does what we're going through collectively, does it matter on the scale of does it even matter on the scale of existence? Or is, like what you had said earlier, that we could be being used as this time for specific things, because I always had this thought, like, it seems like, it just seems like, I know it might not be the exact truth, but thoughts that I had in the past was like, it seems like we have to have some relevance of importance, because if the collective can be a battery for something higher, then that means that in order for that something higher to either utilize it as currency or whatever, or utilize it as a means of exchanging something, it means that we are valuable to a certain degree. Otherwise, if we were just something that was just trash and not useful, then we would be, it could be, we could be easily disposed of, I guess. So these things jump back and forth throughout my mind, like, are we not really valuable? Are we valuable? Not really. I'm not really, and John, you've helped me with this process. I'm not really so much of the whole scared of the whole Archon, being fed like being fearful. But I do see it as, well, we eat plants, we eat these, for those who eat meat, we eat these animals. They are also a food source, and we look at them in the same similar way. But let there be no animals to eat or fish to eat or plants for us to eat. We'll be going fucking crazy,
Mm-hmm.
unless you've gotten to the point where you can be self-sufficient. You can maintain this body and be self-sufficient, and that comes with wisdom and some experience and understanding. Outside of that, you would go crazy. So I struggled to find out, are we really valuable or not, on this whole scale of existence, and it's just quite interesting, y'all's conversation and how it played out, because it was something that was heavy on my mind, not from a standpoint of being afraid, but more so of just kind of like finding, like Ifadayo said, like finding your place. Like, what is my place in all of this? And yeah, we do have all eternity to, I guess, figure this out and work it out. But while I'm cognizant of that, while I'm having these conversations now, what can I do now to help, further me along in my journey as well? And is there anybody or anything in such a way where you don't even need to feed off of anything in order to be existing? What does that level of reality look like? And so as always, it's quite interesting how you can have a thought in your mind and it or question, and it be played out in conversations with people.
I think our value has a lot to do with our potential. I think what makes us so valuable is our potential. Am I cutting out still?
No, I'm here. I can hear you clear.
Making sure. Because it's like, it only takes one of us to really wake up. And that can cause a chain reaction across the freaking universe,
Talk about freeing slaves.
Right.
But then again, like we know things is cyclical. So was there a time where we were, there had to be a time where we were, we were all awakened, right?
Yes.
So it's just like, what the fuck, yo? Like, yeah, it really, my mind defaults to it just being a fucking game, man. Even though
Exactly.
it's that's my little mind that I have, that's the only thing I can equate it to, is just it being a game. Because if you're saying that if we've been here and done this and we're just on this wheel again, then what's the sense of even tripping about anything? Like you said, Ifadayo, like
Mm-hmm.
you just kind of relax, you know what I'm saying? Like you just like whatever, you know what I mean? Because if we've been there, done that, and we're going through it again, it's just, this time around we're going through little different things and we're experiencing different things, or we might have gone through it in another life. We might have gone through it at one perspective. Now we're just seeing it from a different angle, but going through the same ride, just the merry-go-round, instead of it being on the blue seat, the little blue swing seat,
Oh yeah.
now we're on the red one, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? You know what I'm saying? Now we're watching the motherfucker that's on the blue seat. You know what I'm saying? Like,
squeeze little legs through the holes.
Huh?
It's the one you had to squeeze your little legs through the holes.
yeah. It's like, man, yeah. So you just ask yourself, what do you do what do you do? Like, what is the mindset that you have? And I think you summed it up, like you said earlier. It's just, you know, doing this inner work, knowing thyself, focusing, you know what I mean, on what it is that you are choosing to focus on, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have my bouts of where I think I'm on to something, and then I learn some other shit, or in conversation I'm hearing other people and they kind of just like, oh shit, you know.
What adds to it or what?
You said what now?
What adds to it or what?
I would tell you what, considering I look back at how where I was mentally in the past, I'd say it's adding to it because I am growing a lot. Um, Sometimes I may not give myself as much credit for it or whatever. But um, when I look at how hell, I look at how I was months ago. Like months ago, I wasn't even thinking anything about um, this stuff about law and all those stuff I'm dealing with. But there's so much more clarity and even a lot of parallels. Um, if not even the same damn thing, just in a different, just in another aspect of the same thing. Same song, different verse kind of thing. With this whole with um, Shango bringing up the whole people being currency. Well, I mean that's the whole thing about when you talk about the birth certificates and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like that's literally what he's talking about is literally what I'm studying now and the foundations of it. You know what I mean? And how that came about um, when it comes to what we're experiencing now in these governments. That's literally, there's a trail to how all of that came about. Why we're in our situations, why people are fighting for their rights. But if you understood law, if you understood what's going on, there's a process to exiting that. You know what I mean? Ultimately, if things is chaotic, nobody would give a fuck. But when you're talking about this type of matrix structure here, this this reality that this life that we're living with our government and how we the privileges that we have, this monopoly game that we're playing, you see it. It's very real. It's not just the spiritual thing, but it manifests physically as well, with our day-to-day lives and the contracts and the things that we're enjoying, these privileges. You can actually see how that plays out, you know, um, with law, you know, in the situation we're in with these birth certificates and dealing with the different trusts in our birth certificates. Every time we sign something like that, the mortgage, when you sign off on a mortgage and stuff like that, um, that those contracts, man, that shit is being sold so many different times because you are the energy. You're the only thing that can generate it. Like even gold and silver, even though it has intrinsic value, but we have to be the ones to mine that shit. So it just goes to show you that you are valuable. You are very valuable, and people are, and that's what actually the whole stock exchange, maybe not necessarily currencies might have somewhat ties to it, but the whole stock exchange is literally us, dealing with those who are who are stock versus preferred, regular stock versus preferred stock. Preferred stock would be those who are more wealthy, you know. I drive around these damn trucks with these fucking cows and shit in it, man. It just be stinking, but it's just like, we think we're taking advantage of them, but it's like shit. Let let these animals and stuff go extinct. See how far people get. You know what I mean? Oh, they'll go. We'll turn vegan. I mean, we'll turn vegetarian. Let that shit die out. Then what? You know?
Hmm.
But I've noticed this. Anytime that I've gotten to a point where I've had these mental conflicts, there's always been some level of growth that comes out of it.
Mhm.
Yes.
Is always, and it's usually that's the point of growth. When you have two opposing ideas in your mind, um, and if you can hold on, you know what I'm saying, and you come out of it, you'll come out of it a lot stronger than you used to be. You know.
The cocoon phase. Alchemy Gold says in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh shit! I see why that. Okay. Okay.
Oh, this man sent the whole story. Wait a minute.
Somebody's trying to say what now?
Oh, I sent Infidel left something in the chat,
but it froze on me.
Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday.
Who is that? Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday.
It's
Is that a video?
yeah, I sent it into the chat because I haven't watched it yet. She's a spiritual teacher that I listen to, and she gives great information. And just at the moment while we were talking, I go on Instagram and I see she posted a video, usually as she does, and it was titled, "You Are Here to Shift the Human Collective." It was at the very moment where you were mentioning, we would like to know why we're here. And she's touched on those topics so many times. And gratefully, this video is quite short compared to the very lengthy ones she does. You can find them in the IGTV, on our IGTV. So I sent it in. I most definitely know from comment section, she was talking about what we were talking about. And I do know she touches on those topics. So
wow.
That's why I sent it to you.
Man, it's frequencies that go out. Certain people catch them. Certain people don't. No coincidence.
Wow. And that would make sense because as we're seeking, in past conversations, we're seeking greater perspective, clearer perspective. We would also need, in order for everybody else to advance, they would also need that shift as well. Because often, what we learn in NLP, a lot of times people are stuck in their own loops, and you just kind of giving them a different way of looking at certain things can mean all the difference.
Yeah.
Between them being trapped in a particular thought process versus them actually seeing, and they already had the answer.
Yeah.
So, so it's like, not only can you do that, and like people seem to think like I look at the collective as just okay, we have our cells and stuff, and then you got a liver. Well, to me, we're individual cells, and then the collective would be a liver. You know what I'm saying? And then more and more and more. So but what I do individually will affect that liver, can affect that liver too. That's why you have cancer cells. It starts off as a certain process. So
just expanded.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, um, people, they also need to, we also collectively need that same thing, you know? So,
That's what we're doing. So
yeah,
Christianity talks about the body of Christ, right?
yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
You mentioned these different organs, and I'm just thinking about the tree of life, you know, and I think of how maybe I relate to the heart a lot. You know, how like I maybe relate to heart, and a lot of people relate to other things. So who's to say that these other people that relate to other spheres, they all feed the parts of the body that they relate to? And each person, as they work to attribute to their respective part, they improve the whole. So again, it ain't even really about saving the world. It ain't even really about saving everybody. It's about doing your part for your portion, and your portion then affects the whole. Interesting.
Wow. Yeah. So you don't even need to go on this whole big mission of, you know, just like you said, just be the damn stomach, goddamn it, break down the food, be that principle. You know what I mean? Intestines, absorb the nutrients, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, put that shit back in the bloodstream, whatever. Colon, y'all the shit, motherfucker. Do y'all shit. You know what I'm saying? Do the shit. You know what I mean?
See?
You know, but we have these processes that's in our bodies that we use by just eating and, you know, and then eliminating. We don't think anything of it. That's just to sustain our body. Hell, if the part of breaking down and elimination is backed up, your plumbing, that is the center of your health anyway. You know what I'm saying? But that, you know, holds the fecal matter. But that is your piping is the center of your fucking health, your intestines, your colon, that health of it. But that needs to be balanced. You have bacteria in there that are helpful, but if it gets out of line, you know what I'm saying, you get too much sweets, then candida grows naturally, but when you get too much sweets, it's an overgrowth of it. You know what I mean? And it can lead to autoimmune diseases, which is where people get autisms and all kinds of autoimmune diseases because they have holes in their colon and shit like that, and bigger particles are able to seep into their bloodstream, and this is where you get people having these fucking complications and shit because you got bigger particles seeping into the bloodstream that are normally not supposed to be there. You know, so you got so many different functions. You know, my thing is just, you know, what is my fucking function so that I can, you know, do that part. You know, with the best.
Can't hear you.
Hello? Mike. Damn. Zoom is acting out of character.
You know, shit is cut off. Damn.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Maybe it did.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, it did. Oh,
So my question is, if you don't consciously know what part you are, does that mean that you're not that part?
No.
So
It's
by not
just
knowing that you're the part, you can still operate as the part. You're just not aware of it. Is that right?
Well, if you're one with all levels of consciousness, you just know that you do what consciously comes to you as correct.
Right.
You know? However, we live in a material world and there are physical needs sometimes. So it's kind of like discernment and intuition should be the biggest tools before you do something.
Yo. Discernment and intuition.
John.
Yo.
Okay, I cut off, bro. Now I'm going through my fuckery today.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So what was your question again?
Well,
I was proposing the question that
if you're not consciously aware of what
say part you are, what organ, what
sphere,
sphere,
does that mean that you're not able to function as such?
Maybe another way of asking that is,
does you operating in your
role rely on your awareness of that role?
No, I would say no. I guess the benefits, I don't know. Man, this shit is crazy.
You know.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was gonna say that we probably, my answer would be we're probably already doing it. It's just being aware, you know.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's really the blessing, is really just being aware, being conscious of what's going on. If there's ways for you to influence it in a certain way, possibly, but then again, if you don't know the grand scheme of why you're playing that part and how it's supposed to affect other things, then it can be kind of difficult. That can be a difficult thing. But I think we're already playing these things out. But just to be aware of it, you know, along the ride, I guess is what is the rewarding thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that goes to what you and Fidel were asking, you know, asking yourselves about the role, destiny, the part that you're playing. And my question was, you know, does you knowing or not knowing change it, you know? And another question is, well, shit, does knowing the role?
God, this shit is so weird.
Oh man,
it's like I'm hearing you, and then I'm hearing like the past of you. Like, that's fucking weird, bro.
Oh my gosh, I'm moving too fast.
I'm sorry to cut you off, bro. That was so weird. It's like you're popping in saying this thing, and then you're popping in saying that, and it's like you're popping back in saying it was so weird. I think that's just on my end, but go ahead, bro.
What's going on with this thing?
I think it's the echo.
So two things. Number one, you can still fulfill your role without knowing it.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, what if awareness of your role alters how you perform? Alters how you perform. Because if you knew, that would absolutely change everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I go with number two.
So, no, well, listen, I'm saying, what if spirit, what if higher self, what if ultimate reality has you doing what you're supposed to be doing, regardless if you know it or not? But what if you knowing your role at this time is not important?
Yeah,
what if
I know.
You knowing it is actually would actually not work in favor for now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just I can imagine if I knew what I was doing now, you know what I'm saying, years ago, I wouldn't be on this path still, because I'd have been caught up in some other shit.
Yeah.
Yes. Or you might, like you said, you kind of knew you were going to do it, but you didn't know it was going to be in this manner. And you don't know how you're still going to expand. But the thing is, you're already manifesting it.
Spirit seems to work on a need-to-know basis.
Yeah, and it's weird that you say that, because you're tapping into another question within that I've been wrestling with, was that certain things that I haven't accomplished in life just yet, am I really that much, you know, it goes back to some conversations before, how much control do I have? Like, I've been feeling lately that, and I've been trying to find out whether or not it's just, is it just me, or is it really something like you said, like your higher self saying, look, okay, you don't need to, if you was to experience these spiritual things, let's take that for example, because I've had some frustrations with that. Maybe you're not meant to experience certain things just yet. Maybe you could be too powerful for that time.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Maybe you could be too powerful for that time. Maybe you couldn't be too powerful for that time. Maybe it would consume you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I've asked these questions to myself, like, you know, like, would really seeing a spirit, what would that do? What would that change for me? Of course, I would like to see it. I'm more of a visual person. I would like to feel something. I hear all these people have these great experiences, but what would that do to my mindset at this time?
Right.
The very fact that I'm aware of that potential, what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is the awareness that is aware of that potential, you know, these different things that could happen. You know what I mean? You know, the fact that I can even be cognizant of these different paths like that, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I mean, yeah, the question that you just asked, without me going on a tangent, I'm trying to work more on being really precise, but yeah, the question that you're asking is a question that I've been wrestling with as well. You know, am I even really supposed to be experience certain things right now spiritually that I want to, you know?
Right.
Or am I doing it just because I'm hearing everybody else saying they experience these wonderful things? My main thing is I just want to be able to tap into the divine to get advice on what is my next move. You know what I mean? Because everybody has opinions. You're listening to so many different teachers. I want to be able to tap in and get my own channels for my own shit. You know what I'm saying? So that, not that I want to come out and be the next Panic or some shit. I don't really give a fuck about that shit, honestly. I'm just trying to take control, or at least be able to know what's going on in my life. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that was the initial heart pulse that I put out some years ago, the day that I got into that car accident. I just want to be able to give my own advice. You know what I mean? Tap in my own, tap into myself. And I feel like I'm there, but it's like, okay, not yet. That's kind of like the mental feelings that I'm getting. It's like, not yet. Or,
You know what?
does that kind of make sense? Oh,
It
what I'm
does.
saying? I know I kind of went all over the place, but yeah.
No, it makes perfect sense to me. It makes perfect sense to me. But I think, to be honest, I believe you have the answer already. It might seem blurry. But like I told Travis, I go with number 2 because I think in this case, at this particular moment with what you just said, the purpose is the awareness. Simply just the awareness itself. The fact that now you are aware of all of the things that you know, that is you already shifting a level of consciousness, which a lot of people are stuck on. Look at how many years you were in the church. You used to be a preacher. And look at how many years you were dedicated to Ifa. And now you're independent, sovereign. So if you look at it from that perspective, you kind of know that the purpose is maybe for you to realize and be aware that you're sovereign. And now, with the teachings of the Kabbalah, you would know how to put your life together the way you want it to appear. However, knowing as well that every information that comes to you, either through me, Django, yourself, anybody you see online, Panic or whatever, it's all for you. It's all you, because that information is quantum. The next generation is going to come across it at some point.
if that makes
Yeah.
any sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah. Are you on mute, John?
Damn. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Yes.
now. I don't know if he's
No, I don't think
switched
he's
back from the
speaking.
phone.
Yeah, I really like what you said about as far as the question, could I be too powerful? You know what I'm saying? Could I actually be extremely good at this?
Because like you said, what if you did start getting certain results
that would definitely alter everything you do from that point on. And that's how I learned to
see a lot of what's going on with me.
There's things that I would like to experience,
Yeah.
but I'm not experiencing them. Right now, in front of me is a smorgasbord of a certain thing, which is an indication that I need to go ahead and take advantage of that now. Worry about that other stuff later. The one thing I've noticed is opportunity doesn't stay in your face forever. You know, that goes with everything, including this occult spirituality development stuff. Opportunity does not sit in your face forever. And if you're not going to show the universe that you're willing to move forward on what's been given to you, by the time you change your mind, the situation will have changed. So I guess a lot of it is really being secure and comfortable in where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're always going to want something else.
Mm.
It's breaking up bad, man. Fuck.
Hate it.
Man. Last part I heard you say being that. When somebody trying to sick Andros on John.
Oh man.
They try to fuck with you, man. Who you done pissed off lately?
Would have to be a female, I'm sure.
Oh man. I can see you now. I can see you.
My mom.
You said your mom?
Finally, we can see you, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, that also puts a new spin on things. This is what I was saying, as far as not having the results that you're looking for.
Okay.
It could very well be that those very results you're looking for would alter your growth, alter your development. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, I want to actually manifest a demon. Well, what would happen if you did that? What would happen if you had the smoke and this monster came out and granted your wish? How would that change the rest of your life? How would that change your spiritual practice?
Yeah.
I don't think most of us would be here right now in this stage of our journey, trying to learn and do more. I think we'd be pretty damn content and stuck in another place.
Yeah.
And that's the barrier of entry. You know, even looking at stuff like the NLP and the hypnotism and all that, there's a lot of people who join this, you know, for obvious reasons. But you'll notice a lot of those people don't get very far because their initial mindset is already locked. You know, they're expecting this one specific thing, and that's all they're going to work for.
Yeah.
Likewise with the occult. You got to trust the process to go through that learning curve. And you'll find by the time you come out of that learning curve, you'll understand why you had to go through it. I mean, hell, in the Kabbalah, you know, like we said before many times, you can't even start teaching until you hit 40 years old. I don't think you can start studying it really until 40, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 40.
I think there's a reason for that.
Maturity, growing up with wisdom. It's already in the head. It's already on the road.
Right.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, man. I guess Ifadeo was about to say something that I guess maybe I guess maybe a frustrating, stubborn part about me is when you learn so much, and trust me, I you know, I know that I have shit ton to learn. I'm nowhere that damn advanced, but what I mean is that when you sit with people who are talking about these advanced, you know, topics or advanced things or whatever, and it might even be basic, you know, like I know how John, like you said, you know a lot because you've studied a lot, but at the same time, you kind of bringing it back to help people who are, you know, like us, who are just trying to break through, you know what I mean? Trying to get our preliminaries right, you know. But when you touch on these subjects that expand your mind, but then you still physically, you still in practice have a lot to grow, but you know where you can get at, you know where you can, you know, you see the goalpost, but you still, you know, you're still you know, miles away, you know what I mean? But you could see it, you know what I mean? You have knowledge of that of a potential direction, you know, and I know at times it could be a little frustrating, you know, knowing that, damn, I got to go do all this damn work. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, you see potentially where you're able to go, but you still got you got a long ways ahead of you, you know, and being content with that, you know, is a process. I know for me it is.
Yeah.
Because you feel like you can understand a lot of concepts, but you still have to. It happened with me with trading. You know, hell, I learned so much, but a part of me didn't want to go back to the basics. Like I felt like I already knew that shit. But when I was I was blowing my accounts and shit like that over and over again. I mean, I probably done lost damn near $15,000 to $20,000 in my trading.
Damn.
In my stages of learning, you know what I mean? But the rewarding part of it is that, you know, you do have the learning curve, and once you come out of it, you realize how valuable the basics are. You know?
Mindset is everything. When you go into this looking at all the time and the money spent as an investment, that means it's going to pay off versus looking at it as an expense. If you're looking at everything as an expense, then you're feeling like you're losing. But every book I buy, all the hours in the pages and all the failures.
That happened with me with the.
I think I was cutting out. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You said all the failures.
I was just saying, like all the hours spent. You know what I'm saying? The money spent on books. That, you know, everything. All that I see as an investment. I don't see any of it as a expense. Like I'm not blowing money. Like I'm investing in my education.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the mental shift that I'm having to have in all areas of my life. You know, hell, I'm gonna tell you this. When I told you guys about my experience with going to E5, that was a really big one for me. And I'm still healing from that. I've healed a lot better. Like there's a scab there. There's like, you know how like there's a scar there. I'd say there's a scar, you know, and I can see that scar. You know what I mean? It hasn't, my skin has not yet to like I had burnt myself years ago on a curling iron. I mean, not a curling iron, but a regular iron, and I had this triangle. Like you would have sworn somebody branded me with the Illuminati or something on my arm. You know what I mean? Like it was a triangle. You know what I mean? And but it just started fading away, and you barely even see it. But for the longest time, it left a mark that I didn't even think would ever heal. You know what I mean? Now the scar is fading away, but when I touch it, it's kind of like I can talk about it now and not emotionally be pulled so emotionally with it, but I can still feel those. I can still remember those feelings. You know what I mean? Like I spent so much money with this Babalawo and all this money that I sent for these ebos and all kinds of shit that I felt like, man, like what the fuck happened? Like this was a time where I was making my 6 figures doing the owner operator thing, and this was the money that I was supposed to be saving so that when I got out of the truck, I could start doing my trading thing full time and just go full blast into it. Why did I all of a sudden give all this damn money, all my extra money to this Babalawo? You know, to do all this spiritual fucking work and shit. And that shit made me so fucking pissed off and bitter. You know what I'm saying? Which hence my main thing was like, nigga, I need to get the fuck out of this so that I can do my own thing. I wanna do my own spiritual work. I wanna be able to talk to the divine myself so that I can take control of my life and stop being subject to charlatans and shit, or you know, people that's middlemen. You know what I mean? Like why can't I
Hello.
I spoke to the spirit. The spirit told me to, you know, the spirit told me to tell you this, you know, I didn't want to hear that shit. I wanted to, like, why can't that motherfucker speak all symbols, you know?
Yeah.
Really weighed in on me. Came down here with, you know. Hell, I don't even know if y'all even heard all of that shit. I went through all this
The
bad.
last part of it did cut out.
Yeah. I said that self-sufficiency seems to me to be a really huge aspect of my life, you know, kind of a lone wolf kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that I don't mind teaching, you know, like sharing information with somebody, but I would like to see people become self-sufficient as well. If I can help somebody, give them whatever information, if you call it teaching, hell, I'll share information, but it's going to be always in the hopes for you to be able to be self-sufficient, so you can do the same for other people, you know. Because I'm like that. I don't like being subject to motherfuckers like that. So, you know, because I know how people are. You know, I know how people are, let alone.
Hello? Hello?
Entities out there.
Dang.
What's up?
It cut out.
I cut out again.
Right before you said entities out there.
You said what now?
It cut out before you said entities out there.
you can hear me. Basically, I just saying it's just been a really big aspect of my life. I like to I share information. It's always coming from the heart of wanting to see other people be self-sufficient as well. Although I am very aware that maybe not everybody wants that as well. So, but it seems to be a theme that is really playing out in my life, you know, because I know how people can be, you know. And I said, let alone people, but let alone entities, you know what I'm saying, that I'm not familiar with, you know. So
That's a good way of looking at it.
huh?
That's a good way of looking at it. To be self-sufficient is the goal, anyways.
Yes.
And all of this, wow, I don't really think you were wasting money. You were learning.
Yeah, yeah.
Because everything you learned in Christianity, in Ifa or whatever else has brought you up to this realization.
Right.
There are lots of Ifa priests and priestesses that do tarot. There are a lot of several people present their knowledge and conscious knowing knowledge. They present it in several manners. Some present it in forms of books, some present it how we are speaking, some present it in form of divination, some present it in form of magic. But you had to come to that realization and don't look at it as money spent, because what is money? It's energy. So you were dropping paper, but you were literally dropping energy. It was invested energy. So that energy you invested, what is kind of like let's say you I don't know about any graphics, but let's just say whatever time you spent, first of all, time is energy, time is money as well. And also the physical cash, it all comes down to say you're paying for a course. You know what I mean?
Right.
Let's say you're paying for a Harvard course, or maybe a course to prepare you for a mission or something. So don't look at it all from good thing you said you've healed from it. It could be something graphic you're healing from, because for certain people, certain rituals or ways of doing things might be traumatizing, so I don't know, but look at it from the perspective of the goodness you learned. Most of the things you're using now today, you learned it from the Ifa, because it's just as similar as the Kabbalah, but it's not in the same line of teaching when it comes to breaking it down. Your own level of consciousness now is past that. There are people that are just getting into that. And luckily for your own evolution, I know that I don't have to go through that. when I was talking to you initially, and then came a flock of Babalawos getting into my DMs, I entertained the conversations because I identify with all levels of consciousnesses, but you do know that you're vibrating on a different frequency, and then you're going to come across beings that are vibrating at another frequency. So
Right.
your awareness is for you to be able to know that when you're in a particular situation or environment, instead of you to judge it as bad people or, I don't know, people of a certain kind of verbal classification, then you just see it as people that are not operating on your own level, which is that what I will call the 3D and the 5D. Whenever people spoke about the 3D and the 5D, I didn't really understand what it was until I found it broken down in, wait, let me see. I think I have a screenshot somewhere, broken down in simpler terms. And then you see it as, when you're in 3D, you have certain behaviors and patterns, and when you're in 5D, you have certain behaviors and patterns. So in the yin and yang aspect of it, knowing that each man and woman has good and bad in them, you know which one. What do you want to manifest in your reality? Do you want to continue manifesting a 3D reality or a 5D reality, or even better than that? So it all depends on the on each and everyone's individual level of awareness. There is a future version of yourself that is trying to connect with you, similarly to how you can see your past, but your past couldn't see you. What do you think of that? Are you there?
Yes.
Michael.
You might be still going through a rough spot. Oh, the spirit contacted me and said that you
Can you
need
hear
to
me
have
now?
a reading immediately.
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. So no, I definitely agree with you. And that's you know, my wife and I both went through trauma with that whole situation with Ifa, and so she was a little bit more able to quickly kind of she I mean, if I even mention the brother, the dude Ajagun's name, she doesn't do it anymore, but she used to get so triggered, what I'm saying, by that. Hell, I think she was probably more traumatized than I was, because yeah, but yeah, anyway, but no, those are the conclusions I came out. That's how I just chunked it up. I believe that a lot of the ebos and stuff that he did, I do believe that a lot of those ebos and stuff did work for the things that I needed them for. I kind of look at it as a part of a story that, sometimes you meet people to help you out in certain ways, even though the break apart of it might be the break apart of it, but with the separation of these people in your life, they come into your life for a season. He was used to, for those reasons. So I contend that, and I hold that these things actually, these things were done for a reason, and they actually did work. So that's part of the the healing aspect of it from me, you know.
I
But
believe so.
so yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I do believe they worked because if you look at it from a metaphysical perspective, they might have been the things that shifted you energetically up to the point where you're at right now. You know what I mean? The more you did the airbus, the more you got into a much more divine aspect of thinking, given the teachings, it began to approach you more into thinking of something else than the initial intermediary entity that you worshipped when you were in the church. You know what I mean? So in some sort of way, energetically, I would let me put it this way. Like, this might be all over the place, but tell me if you're getting lost or something, or if it makes the sense I want it to make to you.
Okay.
For like 2 years straight now, normally I have my own inner thinking of always searching for something that is higher out there, but being so much indoctrinated into the church system and all that Jesus stuff and everything, okay. But because my parents from the scratch are from two different religions. My mom used to be a Muslim before she became a Christian, and my dad was a Christian. And my grandma was a Muslim, but she was the kind of Muslim that wouldn't refuse to go check out something like a babalawo. You understand what I mean? But my mom, she was like the kind of Muslim that wouldn't want to do that. But if my grandma came with a recommendation, like they said, you should use this for the kids, or you should use this for yourself, maybe as a charm or something, she would accept it because it was her mother. However, when she got into the Christianity thing, she really debunked a lot of things. But at the same time, because she was a solid Muslim who went to Mecca, she still had a close relationship with the alphas and stuff like that, and the Muslim spiritual teachers. So I used to notice, like, they do like a lot of fasting, they do like a lot of meditation practices while counting the beads, you know, the Muslim prayer rosary. And then they lock themselves up in rooms sometimes, and on kind of like a chopping board, but a lot wider, and it's polished differently with a particular kind of ink. I don't know what that ink is made of. I don't know what it contains. They do write specific Arabic words, which are later, it stays on the board for a while, then they are later rinsed with water and put into a bottle, like a lotion and stuff like that. And those are potions that are actually kind of like, in some sort of way, used to energetically shift things. Now, in a way, that is a ritual. And in a way, that is some kind of sacrifice, because when you aren't, it doesn't necessarily, it's not until it's a bloodshed sacrifice, you know what I mean, like killing or stuff like that.
Right.
So for me, for like 2 years now, I've been having this sort of conversations that we're having, this sort of information, I have them displayed in front of me, and I completely ignore it, because to me, I was so programmed that I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? Unfollow. Or no, this and that. But then I got in contact with someone, and the person, one of the first things the person told me was, oh, blah, 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 I need to go because someone sent something to me from Africa. I need to take a bath with it. And I was like, oh, really? And it was like, oh, are you pressed about that? I was like, no, I appreciate the fact that we just met and you don't have an issue saying something like that openly to me. I was like, well, actually, I do this, I do that for myself. And at the same time, I have friends that do and other connections. And sometimes someone does something for me to use as well, as the same time that I do the same thing, which is not necessarily in the Babalawo aspect, but it's a different sort of magic. You get my point?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And do you know, during the weeks of the endings of December, I had asked, oh, so when are you going to give me a portion of these things? And he was like, oh, give me a bottle. Let me pour you some. Which he did and instructed me on how many times to use it like a lotion and to do your affirmations during them when you're using it. And while I was using it, I was saying my affirmations. And one of the most affirmations I'm always saying was always my creator. I always said it in my language. And you know, when you say Eleda, when it comes to Babalawo stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you're literally calling your kita when you say Eleda. So I'm like saying, I always be like, draw me closer to you, show me the way. I need peace of mind. I need this. I need that. Not like needing, but like not leading from a place of lack. You know what I mean? But I just always like, you know, whenever I used it, I would be like affirming divine favor, affirming guiding angels, affirming protection from this and that and everything. And do you know that slowly, in a way that I would have never imagined before, I had it in me. I've always had it in me to like maybe tell some people off, to maybe like cut some unnecessary cords and everything. But because I had that portion on me and I put intention into it, I naturally, unawarely, just started giving the right reaction to everything around me till it all fell off and I began paying attention unknowingly to things I normally wouldn't pay attention to, up until the extent that I got onto Travis's channel. I know myself, if it was like a year or two ago, I would have seen Travis's channel, I'd be like, what? Okay, bye. But you know, this is some kind of thing like, for if it might have been the connection between us that got me to have something like that, or maybe a belief, or was just timing. But sometime as well, you need to know like nothing happens for without a reason.
Right.
So whatever you went through was to some sort of way help you shift your consciousness to where it's at right now.
Yeah.
It might not be that, given what I explained to you, but I do know someone gave me a portion to use, telling me it draws in good energy and casts away things that are not meant to be. And hello, did I get a fog removed in front of me?
Man.
So you don't know how potent something is, or, you know, sometimes from left, right, and center, you just put, just be one with everything. You don't know which one really worked for you. Like I said earlier, I would never go back to Christianity, but I will still recite a psalm here or there, because I do believe in the powers of that psalm. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil.
Right.
I take that, you know, and I do take 1,000 fall by my side and 10,000 by my right side, or whatever it was said, but none come near me. I do take that. But when it comes to some certain things, I don't take it. And when it comes to like, even when it comes to the commandments or maybe the rules of, you learn so many things when you learn to the extent that even when it comes to all this Kermit's teachings, the 42 laws of the Ma'at, they aren't the real ones. Those are the fabricated ones. The only laws of the Ma'at are three: the right thoughts, the right action, and the right la pensée juste, la parole, and the right speech. La pensée juste, la parole juste,
Apple
et
juice.
sorry?
You said apple
Yeah.
juice?
So, and even the image that we have of La Mahat displayed everywhere isn't the original, because the original is two goddesses sitting back to back. And one has Anubis on one side and one has a man at one side. And you have that, that chandelier that the Jewish people, they used to lighten to do the Shabbat ceremony. You have it somewhere around the bottom, and you have it's a glorious image. Mm-hmm. So I don't bother myself, like Travis said. It's good to know those histories and everything like that. I don't bother myself so much with that. I use it in broadening my knowledge. Mm-hmm. So that broadening of knowledge reinforces the now, that self-sufficient now. Because at the end of the year, like, okay, whatever is going is bigger than me. So now let me just surrender all and let the universe surprise me. You didn't lose anything. Everything you did was to get you up onto where you are. Now the only difference is whatever you're making, you know where it's going and you know what it's going towards. Be grateful. That money that you spent, you didn't spend it on sickness, you didn't spend it on funeral, you didn't spend it on whatever you would have spent it on. If you ate, you would have shut it out. If you bought clothes, you would have outgrown them. But you gained something, and it also gave you, I think, being initiated to something like Ifa, and now having the awareness you have and the strength you have in yourself. Mm-hmm. You definitely know that nothing else can shake you. Nothing else can shake you. What are you going to be scared of again? Like, what is it to do a ritual? Is it to do an herbal? Is it to do what? Is it to do the Mary Dilogun readings or what? You can't be scared of nothing no more. When I was contacted by some of those Babalawos and I entertained them, they tried to write me all this blah blah blah, like, how is your spiritual life? And I tell them, fantastic. And yours? And they tell me, it's the ancestors. They said you're not connecting with them. I said, tell them I said hi because they talk to me every day.
Nice.
So now you just alchemize everything. And when he says something like, what do you mean? I just reply, don't worry, we are one. And you send lots of love emoji. Because yeah. At the end, and one asked me, what do you mean by we are one? And most of them, they come in with like what's it called? Aboru Aboye. Or they say something. Yeah, or they say something like Alafia and stuff. So I make sure when I'm replying to them, I reply. When they come in, some come in first and with some kind of prayer and stuff like that. I look at the prayer and I'm just like, okay, fine. So these are the kind of prayers that they use in trapping people, because people want to hear something that excites them. Okay, fine. If I said to myself, this is not different from the kind of things I wish for myself on a regular. So since words are spells, thank you for sending me one. I double click on it and I say, hey, thank you. Amen. Ashe. So
That's
you know,
crazy.
you just know
Yeah.
how you do your thing with them. And because like I said, if I had not when I spoke with you and you were talking about that Ifa thing at first, because of all the self-doubt I used to give myself before and everything, first thing that comes to my mind is, look at you. You are the one who comes from Africa. You are the one that is aware of these things and you neglect it because of, a religion that you gave into. Because I've always had friends around that have always spoken. They would talk about African divinity, spirituality and everything, not in the science aspect of how we are learning it, and I would always look at them like, what are you talking about? So as good as you look on the surface, you're an herbalist? Because of my level of consciousness at that time.
Right.
So it's like now, after talking with you, I kind of felt like, oh, I need to learn more about that. Then when these people start contacting me, I start going online. I start reading. When you see someone like Jessica White talking about how she's now an Iyanifa, you're saying to yourself like, oh my God.
White.
Sorry?
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
No, Jessica White. That's one of my favorite models.
Yeah, so I'm just like, oh my God, what am I missing out? But then when we spoke and we could get out of the conversation how basically everything you need to learn in the IFA is what we are learning here, and you don't necessarily have to do no ABOs or whatever. So for me, it gives me the confidence to respond to them in this sort of way, knowing that I'm not offending someone who seemingly holds a power that wants to initiate another, because I'm already initiated through my awareness. You get?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow.
But like I said, a lot of people are still just getting initiated, Jessica White now, she's all over the place like, oh, I'm an Iyanifa this, I'm an Iyanifa that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's good because, okay, at least from the level of consciousness she was at before. And then maybe some people are supposed to go through that. I don't know what cycle of reincarnation I'm on. Aha.
Man, you brought back some memories with them damn spiritual baths, bro. Them soap baths. Shit. Man, we got some soaps. They're supposed to be for wealth soaps and stuff like that, for our trucking business. And you know what I'm saying? And we used to have to say these incantations. I can't even, for the life of me, I can't even remember that shit now. But we used to, me and my wife, we'd be at the damn truck stop, would go do our shower, and we had to take out that damn stinky ass soap. But that shit cleaned us so damn well because it was part of a black soap. But damn shit, we'd have to say our little incantation in the soap. And it's like now I know. I mean, I'm gonna have to tell her that when I get home today, because it's gonna be a trip. But yeah, man, you brought back a lot of memories with them soaps, and
I do believe they work because look, it's all
it's a
about
talisman. It's just like
look.
talismans. Yeah.
Listen, my mom, there was a time she would tell me like every beginning of the month you should do like you should read some psalms into water. You read them like 7 times. There's some you read 7 times, there's some you read 3 times. Then you should have a cube of sugar with you, and then you should say some pretty positive things, and then you should put it on your tongue and let it melt, and then you drink the water and you use the rest of the water to wash your face and rinse your head. Believe you me, because of the belief you put into it, it works.
Yes. And you know what? When what got me up out of the E5 was listening to Panic and them basically break that same thing down.
Mm-hmm.
And then it made me realize, why the fuck do I have to spend all this money, send all this money to this Babalawo when I can do this myself? So, you know, it stroked my whole self-sufficiency, you know, little thought, my little self-sufficiency bone that I have. And it's like, wow,
Mm-hmm.
you mean to tell me that I didn't even have to, I can do this shit myself? You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
So,
like I told you, you know that it was because you got involved with it
yeah,
that you were able to pay attention to those panic videos.
exactly.
Because otherwise, you were so unsettled, lack of awareness,
Mm-hmm.
that made you not pay attention to videos like that. Because me, I would have just been somewhere saying to myself, who is this guy yelling in old school VHS tapes? And, you know, what is he talking about and everything? But
He's
now,
yelling.
I'm telling you, because he's all over the place. The mark of the beast is the sex, and the blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, what is he talking about? But, you know, it's like nowadays, I see one video of his, and thankfully, people are able to make short clips of important messages.
Yeah,
And
message.
in some way or the other, they correlate with what is going on currently.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it makes you really agree with all the sayings about finally conspiracy theories. I'm into conspiracy theories after all. You look at everything from a perspective of, oh, I just didn't know. It wasn't time for you to listen to that radio station, I think. It's maybe like a kind of music that you're not familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Someone plays it to you, you're like, oh my God, why is the DJ playing this now? Because you really want something you're used to.
Right.
You get anything you lost back. You didn't lose anything. You're alive. You're young. You're young, you're alive, you have awareness, you have all the time to manifest whatever you want to. No stress. I don't even stress myself about anything anymore. It comes, anything comes, I address it, and I address it in the most conscious way possible, not giving myself all the rights and not giving myself all the blames. Just addressing it if necessary to address. And if anyone that I'm in contact with doesn't want to address anything, I let it be. Or if it's not passing through for like, I see it's not passing through 5 minutes, family member, I give it maximum 10 minutes, then you're going on block. Boom. My peace of mind above anybody else's.
All right.
Because all of these people and all of these things are part of the program we are born into, that matrix thing. You have your family members embedded in it, and they are put in your life for a reason. In your matrix, you have your friends, you have your colleagues, you have everything embedded in it. So look at all the characters in the face and let them know when you want to play, not when they want to play. Who is chief? Is it you or is it me? Call me what you want. Say I'm rude. Say I'm uncultured, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Every other condescending word. I don't care. Your opinion. It's either going to be my way or no other way.
That's right.
to quickly swerve just a bit. You Ormus, started to consider maybe even making my own.
What do you want to make? What do you want to make?
I want to make this world a better place if I can.
You already have. Oh la la. I tell you that all the time. You already have, because you made us you made us have a 20. It really is a year of 2020 vision. Look, when I came in, it was a point where in time where you were telling me you didn't want to expand, you didn't want to have many more people in the group. And look, now we have several new people. We have even different females that are joining in. And look, we started the book study. The book study is now a subject that is globally discussed every day. There is a page I follow on Facebook. Right this very moment, they are having a discussion on Kabbalah, and it's from multitudes of people all over the world on their Zoom, and then their Zoom is being played on Facebook Live. So on Facebook Live, you can have like maybe 15 people watching, but on the Zoom, you have thousands of people from several countries in the world. That is to let you know that definitely there is a huge global shift of consciousness going on, discussing Bina, discussing Yetzirah, Yizod, and everything that we're dealing with here with the tree of life. So it's amazing that you're already making the world a better place, because if you did not put yourself out there, we wouldn't have gotten connected. Look at me coming in and saying, what is Kelly? To talking about Azazel, to talking about, you know what I mean, to looking at things from a different perspective. So you're already saying, to having the courage to tell someone that, that discussion about the church. So it's a way of, you've already changed another world. Do you know, I have a few people that contact me and I send like spiritual teachings to.
What?
I'm telling you, let me read. If I could read a screenshot, some DMs to you, you'd be surprised.
What?
This is a friend of mine who lives in Germany telling me about, what I just do is, since we like talk and communicate, I see maybe young Pharaoh talking about something, I send. I see you talking about something, I send, and everything. And he begins to resonate with it. And what was that last message he sent me when I was on the train coming back home? He said, "Oh, I'm extremely grateful." No. I don't even like when he talks like that. I wasn't going to read that one to you, because it's kind of like, just sending spiritual stuff, because he always kind of talks in that zone, but didn't really know where to start from. So I see maybe someone talking about something tangible, and I think it's relatable on all levels of consciousness. I see the way he responds to it, and because we are I send him another kind of topic, and then we discuss about it. And now I see him is like subscribed to so many channels, even channels where people are doing light transmissions and sharing light codes, share sacred blessings of light, of whatever. I send it to him because if I resonate with it, if someone is just there sitting in meditation mode and doing hand signals, and right when I stumble upon the video, I feel a sudden sense of calm and I resonate. For me, I think it's a very good way of shifting consciousnesses, and a very good way of advancing the spiritual community. Like he's telling me, I binge watch Feel Good Life a few times now, and for the first time ever, I see a different point of view of life. So it's just, just little things like that you share with people. And I'm not the one talking in these videos, and they listen to it and they go with it. And I have people that send me videos about so many things as well. And I'm surprised how even sometimes the kind of people that follow me, very different from people that follow me before. It's always medium this, activation that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, from where from? Although I don't post things that necessarily have to go in that order. I post hip-hop stuff, just regular stuff, because it's already clear that you know that you're in a movie all by yourself and you're the main character. I said it's already weird enough that you know you're in a movie all by yourself and you're the main character. Mm-hmm. So it's either you just you develop your mental skills and you build your backbone, but you put whatever you want out there. If people think you're a sheep, that's their business. If people think you're awakened, that's their business. You know you're awakened in the four walls of your home, and you're building yourself slowly and steadily, because silence is everything. And then when you come out how you're supposed to come out, which is just your business at the end of the day, then you know you've accomplished your mission.
That's right.
Yep. I'll be having messages in my DM talking about different kind of different kind of things going on in the world and everything that has to do with what we're learning. So for me, it's very, very interesting. It's interesting to talk about psychology, how to okay, so this is a friend who, it's just like kind of the things that we see in the, what's it called, in the YouTube, in the Facebook page of the Major Society. But now you're like, share it with people with whom you never usually used to have this kind of conversations. And now they are just interested in it for no reason, maybe because everybody is slowly awakened, but they don't know who to turn to because nobody wants to seem like the crazy one in the eyes of another.
Yeah, nobody wants to be that guy.
This is a singer, right? This is a singer who lives in LA, and he's friends with me, and we're here talking about Jupiter is Zeus, Zeus is Ammon, Zeus is Lusus, him Zeus, Apollo is the Holy Spirit, Apollo.
Hey, I think your mic's covered.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Apollo is the god of prophecy, and his spirit gets inside of people. Research Apollo, High Priestess Pythia, and the Temple of Delphi. Research Greek enthusiastic divination. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to have to get back to you. Like, so many things, information that people share within themselves. Age of Aquarius. So it's an interesting time to be alive, but it's a frustrating time to be in this current reality with all of the mess that is going on. Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. I had to hit the road. I enjoy listening to you, but I have to go to bed.
Oh, when you said hit the road, I thought you were going out.
Oh no. I ain't in the road, leaving the road of the Zoom, bro.
Okay.
I'll see you guys on Sunday.
Count
Good
those
evening.
out.
All right, guys. Have a good
Good
night.
evening.
Bye.
Peace.
Ciao.
Night, Veronica.
Night.
Yeah, I think this might be a good time for me as well.
Yep.
Grab something to eat before the sun comes up.
Okay,
Peace, yeah.
Travis.
Yeah, I'll have a good one. See y'all next week.
Why don't you come on Sundays?
Because that's the time where I usually sleep. I usually sleep from 10.
You're
I've sometimes
recuperating.
it's because of my schedule. That's the only thing I kind of hate about it. But sometimes I'll come on there. So I might come on this Sunday.
Anyways, there's always the recordings,
Yeah.
so you can catch up. I'm definitely going to watch tonight's recording because I was mid-sleep, but I was listening to Django, but I like to listen to him because he brings up so many great points. And there was a time he was showing us this image of several triangles, and he was explaining something, but I was kind of dozing off. I'm gonna have to watch it again because I would like to get a clearer perspective of what he was saying.
Image of triangles?
Yeah, he did show us an image of multiple triangles with a black dot in between.
Oh, yeah. It's called the Sri Yantra.
Yeah, Sri Yantra. Okay.
SRI. Sri Yantra.
Sri Yantra. Sri Yantra.
ANTRA.
Okay. So I will watch it over again just to hear. And Junebug was just like, I was like, ooh, I like the way he breaks things down.
Yeah, he's very honest.
Yeah, he uses simplified language and it makes me understand very well. Okay, Travis. The sun is up. 9:53 a.m.
That means it's on the way for me.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye, Michael.
Have a good night.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Hey, yo, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Before I go, I do want to say also, I might be taking a second look at the Ormus production. I might start taking that a little more seriously.
Okay. yeah, man. Let me know how it goes. And did you get that book, or did you
I
find?
didn't get it, but I recommended it
to a friend of mine, and
Okay.
she sent me a
a
picture
picture
of
of
the
the
table
table
of
of
contents
contents
and
and
some
some
of
of
the
the clips
or
or
some
some
of
of
the
the
pages.
pages.
And yeah, I think I might
Yeah,
have to
Tap into that.
yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely.
In that book,
Yeah, I was actually. It's crazy that you said, because I was to go ahead and start my batch here soon myself.
wow.
Yeah,
You
You
know,
know,
in
in
that
that
book,
book,
there's
there's
like
like
a
a
huge
huge
portion
portion
that's
that's referencing
referencing Ormus
Ormus
as
as
to
to
like
like
the
the
semen
semen
of
of
God.
God.
what now?
There's a lot of portions in the book that's referencing
Referencing the
Ormus
Ormus
as
as
to
to
being
being
the
the
semen
semen
of
of
God,
God.
Yeah,
talking about like the manna from heaven,
yeah,
The
yeah,
coming of God.
yeah, yeah.
interesting stuff in there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely, man. I'm gonna have to go through her book um, as well. But
Apparently,
Apparently,
studies
studies
show
show
that
that
Ormus
Ormus
may
may
increase
increase
your
your
IQ
IQ.
by up to 20 points. So
So
whatever
whatever
it
it
is,
is,
it
it
has
has
a
a
legit
legit
effect.
effect.
Are you there?
yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
were
were
you
you
saying
saying
something?
something?
No, I was just I had asked if you was gonna add to your seat that, but yeah, no, I was just saying no, let you do it with it. If
I know it's breaking up. I know
Are you
you're
saying
saying something.
something?
yeah, yeah, let's go ahead and it's kind of exhausting dealing with this, but yeah, we'll chat more about it another time.
All right.
All right, bro. Have a good night, man.
You too, man. Enjoy
All
your
right,
night.
peace. All right, thanks. Peace.
Peace. Everybody in the chat, thank you guys for bearing with the technical
Bearing with the
difficulties.
technical difficulties.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate that.
Alchemy Gold, you always come through. Appreciate
Appreciate
you.
you.
Same old
Same
me.
old
Thanks
me.
for hanging on in there with us.
there with us.
Framestar Films,
Films,
good to see you. Yeah, I don't know why we're having these technical difficulties.
This
This
is
is kind
kind
of
of
annoying.
annoying. I think we're about to
wrap it on up.
Wrap it on up.
All right, y'all. So
So
yeah,
yeah,
you know we'll be here
every week,
twice a week, sometimes more if you connect with me on Instagram.
I'm hungry. No DoorDash this late, but
Let's see what's in the fridge.
yo.
This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I'll be getting back to the regular videos very, very soon. So yeah, that's coming as well. Till next time. Peace.